really is everywhere in the United States too. I mean, you go to any um, town. I mean, even like the smallest of towns. Typically, the biggest, most prominent buildings, a lot of times, in some really tiny towns, were originally Masonic temples, and you can see in the stonework their symbols right in the stonework from all the way back to the you know 1800s and probably further. Seems like every small town I go to, not just big cities, but I mean like just little tiny towns that nobody's ever heard of, except the people that live in that area. There's a Masonic temple in these tiny towns.
And pyramids too. And
Yeah.
they show in plain sight to us.
Yeah, and I can't subscribe to that ideology. I actually got into an argument one time with a fellow flat earther on Discord here because he said he was a Freemason, and I told him, look, so there's things that you won't tell me about, that you keep secrets within your lodge, within your organization, that you won't share with me, a fellow flat earther, but you will share with a fellow Freemason who was a Glober. So he's more your brother than I'm your brother, and we're both flat earthers, and we're both in this same Discord, and we hold these same beliefs. But yet, you look at this guy in this secret society as more of a brother than me, and that really bugged me. It went nowhere, and it went over his head, and he got all defensive, but that doesn't make sense.
There are good people there, and some of them, they talk to flat earth people. So, but they did try to invite top some of the top flat earths from Brazil. So they did invite to join the Freemasons. So the smart ones, the top guys from flat earth channels from YouTube and Brazil, but they just deny. They didn't accept to join in, but they were invited. So that's is curious. But anyway, there's good people there. There are flat earths there, like they know it. But anyway, it's not so easy to get out, sometimes.
Is there a pretty big flat Earth community in Portugal?
We had a few groups in Facebook. Oops, I have my cell phone. We had sorry. Okay, so we have a group, some main group in Facebook, and there's a few groups, private groups, pages, and so. But anyway, we are we don't speak too much, So there are some messages that share, but we have one here. Slalom is a slalom teacher, but not slalom in ice. He's like how you say. Let me get the slalom. So
you personally, in your personal life, are your family members and stuff? Do you talk to them? Are they on the same page as you? Your parents and your spouse, if you have one, of your kids, your relatives? How you sitting in that situation? Do you talk to them?
I know. Directly, I know, no, but it's complicated. Like Ellie said, he did say something about this, but I did talk. I asked to a nephew of mine that is, is at the university, and I did ask him, to a measurement, to calculate between, the distance between two buildings that if they were on the globe. So and then I sent a message to it. So he did give me the same result that Matthew Lerds, he did show to me here, and he knew how to calculate it. So and then I said, there's some people in Brazil, they did this and they found no curvature. So that was interesting. But I just say that. So yeah, but I don't. It's complicated. They start, they start to if you talk directly. There's I have a brother. He was in the military, Green Beret. So if I talk to him one day, he may, a lot of things that I know. He may wake up. Yeah, but anyway, it's complicated. To talk directly to family
I
members.
understand.
Yeah. And they start, is this guy right? Is this mentally ill? They start like that. But anyway. Yeah, I don't talk directly, because it's complicated. They start looking, look into you like that look, But anyway, it's not easy. But anyway, so this Slalom guy, he was admin too in this Flat Earth group at Facebook. But I know I just meet here. He came here and we did speak the first time, in private call in Discord. So yeah, I meet, there are people there, but they are doing their own researches and but I didn't found any place like here to talk directly on but I know this Slalom and other admins from this page, Flat Earth page Portugal, they meet sometimes to dinners, so I hope one day it at Lisbon and Porto. So I did talk to this guy. Oh, I went today one. I was invited because I was posting a lot of Flat Earth, NASA lies and other. I decided to do that and Flat Earth things at my Facebook account, and I was invited to join in, So and now I'm an admin, but sometimes I go there, just to quick some trolls, but. I don't have too much time, I came here. I don't spend too much time there. And then we did create a private group, because to avoid some trolls. Some of them, they join and they, they troll. But then I go there and I kick them when I see. And there are people from Brazil, these top guys are sending, videos from their YouTube channels to post. But anyway, I spend more time here because and I don't have too much time to spend there. Anyway, I'm requesting a lot of information, so to find out more. And I did learn, a few, the basic things I already knew, but they are here. You can go more deeper, Indio, we have Indio and Quantum Eraser and a lot of moderators here that they are more deep. And I don't, my micro is sucks, but anyway, it cuts a lot of some parts of my sound, real sound. So, but anyway, I don't speak too much, but anyway, there's some people that this guy is all full of crap, but no, I have links and citations. I have it, when I say the inside joke of CIA, I have it, I have that guy, that former CIA guy saying that. And yeah, a lot of things there. So I just, what I do mainly is crossing information. Sometimes, we can speculate, but some people don't like to talk about North Pole, North Magnetic Pole, and Antarctica, because they don't like to go deeper. But anyway, sometimes we hear speaks some some speculation, but if we have to do it, to people that want to go beyond, but I do mainly do crossing information, from Admiral Richard E. Byrd, not just from this guy, but other guys, that went there, and they are talking about the same thing, and other people that they did work there, and they are talking about the same thing, and they have no reason to, there's no agenda between them, they are independent, and they want people that to go work there. Suddenly they found different things that don't match with the globe, so they start doing their own research. They have sometimes they have access to to people that are inside and know more. They get more info. Anyway, if you go work to Antarctica, all they say your clothes and the belongs, they stay there. They give new clothes, and you cannot bring any photos, any info. There's some info. There was a general, I think it was a general, and he said to one helicopter pilot, he speaks Spanish, so he said, you can talk about this, but no one will believe you. Anyway, but there are things that they cannot talk literally, because they can be erased or punished. But other things, they talk, and they say that no one, you can talk, but no one will believe you. And yeah, but anyway, I'm crossing. I avoid to do speculation. In my mind, I cross information. I'm doing like a CIA job, so I cross a lot of information, and yeah. So when you cross and you find other sources, even people that are globers, they talk a few infos. So and then when you cross it, you found it something is going on there. But I'm not, if someone give me a chance to choose between Antarctica and the North Pole magnetic pole, I will choose North Pole magnetic pole. And they have been hiding this. I did post here. There are few no too much people that know about this letter, and this is there's a citation of this in a Navigator book. I think I have the image, the picture. I have to, but I found it in there's this information. It comes from Navigator book. So, and this was from 1577, and I did post. And it talks about other maps, talking about the same areas there at the North Pole, and the flat Earth map, Portuguese flat Earth map, is interesting too. Oh, not there anymore. Okay, I did post. Okay, so I did talk. At the top left, you don't see Australia, but maybe they discovery. But there's another map, talking about this, the Portuguese discovery Australia, 1522. They keep their own secrets, and yeah, and there's a link in that resume that Flat Earth, Banjo, USA, Japan, and Brazil. There's a link that you can check out the original print screens from the navigation Portuguese book. Even to me, is complicated to read it because it is on old Portuguese language, and the way they did wrote those are, for me, it's complicated to read it. And but they have a lot of someday if someone could translate this, and because they have a lot of data there, the path of the sun, degrees, and a lot of places. This is a resume. This map is a resume what they achieved at that time. So okay, nothing. Archive. Okay, this one. So this link I'm gonna post is the original archive, from Portugal. There's a lot of TIFF files, there from this navigation book, old book from Portugal. Where you can see this flat earth map, But if you cross this original map and the Gleason's map, you see the location of the continents. You see, it matches. So it was, at least it's more interesting, just to know the location of these continents. But anyway, I cross information. Those guys from Brazil. There was a team. Even Jamsey sometimes talk about those guys. Independent, the scientists, researchers. They even contract engineers, topographers, surveyors. And these surveyors and engineers, they were at first, Globers, and when they finish this measurements using lasers and the measurements, observations they did at Brazil and even other countries, they even released an high altitude balloon at near to New Zealand and between New Zealand and Antarctica, and they saw, to this high altitude balloon, they saw beyond the ice other water and land mass. So it was interesting too. And they collect pollen and leaves. So, and crossing this with another guy that was a helicopter pilot. He was there, and he's talking about this somehow. There's a place beyond the McMurdoch station, and there's a place they call it the dead zone. The machines like helicopters, they start slowly working. They had to go below, next to the ground. So and then this helicopter stop it. So, but they were prepared, and in that zone they receive suddenly hot air and pollen, cloud of pollen covering the entire helicopter. They were a few distance from the helicopter, and so where this pollen come from? Isn't that interesting? So yeah, a few things there. They are interesting. But anyway, those teams, those independent research from Brazil, they contract surveyors and engineers to follow these measurements and to give the credibility, to be sure they were doing the right stuff. And these Globers, when they finish these measurements and the observations, they conclude, Earth is not a globe. So, and they were Globers, So yeah. And then they call it. They did a documentary, but instead of calling flat Earth, they found flatness on water. They even like 70 miles on Lake Titicaca at Peru. They choose the time of the year with low humidity, to avoid anything that refraction and other things, to avoid that. So and they could saw the other side of the lake 70 miles away, so even they could see the bottom of the mountain there. So they found flatness on water, and then the documentary, they call it convex Earth because they say the continents are above water. So anyway, and they say the relief, the coastline, the continents do like 0.2 degrees. Anyway, but they found flat Earth, and they talk about with the flat Earth guys from Brazil. At that documentary, the last part, they do a speculation because they don't knew. They talk about space and etc. But nowadays they have a different view. They could fix that, but they didn't. But anyway, and that was year 2011, 2012. And suddenly, people from Brazil, they became flat earthers. Each day, there are more people, and they have more people at Brazil than like 10 times that we have here in Portugal. So a lot of people waking up there at Brazil. So, and the importance, how can they had access near to Antarctica? Because they have permissions from they get permissions from the Brazil Navy, and even from USA to go there to research. So yeah, through military people there. Interesting. They were to release, they saw the path of the sun doesn't match with the globe. They left cameras in different countries like Australia and Argentina and other different countries, and they say the path of the sun does match with the globe. So, but they were to release another documentary. It was the name. It will be Anomaly of the Stars. But suddenly they nowadays, okay, because the Fauci and they couldn't travel to these countries, and have to spend money and time. But now they are delayed because they found a lot of new, a different civilization, old civilization at Amazon, at Brazil, like Aztec and Maya buildings there. So they call it Ratanabá, and they are more into this, find they found there. Yeah, it will be interesting if they release this commentary, talking about the stars above us. Anyway, maybe the finding old structures, buildings, from older civilization there at Amazon, give them more money to survive. I don't know. But anyway, there are the people from Spain, deep independent. They did Naov, so they did observation and measurements with lasers too, and they found the flatness, the flat Earth too. And there are people, that known people, like singers and other people. They keep on secret, They don't, but they are with us, and actors. So 500 years ago, we had the Spanish people and Portuguese people sailing these oceans, and the earth was flat. And sadly, five from these 500 years, sadly, UK and other countries, they just decide to cover up and to lie to us. Even UK has the kingdom of UK. They have roots in Canada and Australia, so they have connections. I think the actual prime minister of Canada. I saw a video. He's talking about the importance of his father. That I think he did went to the North Magnetic Pole. He's talking that his father showed amazing things there. So isn't that interesting? So at that time he realized that his father belongs to elite, and the importance. There's a lot going on, but anyway. And they know it, the elites know it, and they are trying to get out, but at least at Antarctica, and you have the globals. They just keep fighting to support the globe idea, and these elites they don't spend time, to prove if it is a globe or a flat. They know it, and they just keep them secret, and they don't spend time to telling us. Some people go there to work, and suddenly, there is flat, and the people laughed, and yeah, they just don't want the truth, just like that. And some Globers think that we are the crazy people. We are just uncovering, some truths, and even the Illuminati game, card game, say flat earthers know something. People laugh, but the flat earthers know something. So yeah. And they even showed to us in. Let me get it. They showed to us that NASA is lying to us, making things on the studio just like this. If someone wants to see all the cars, there's this PDF. I'm gonna post it. That one.
Yo, Drace.
Anabolic beat.
Trying something new this time.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little girlfriend, sketches are good, carefully. I've got you. I don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopiate grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin. The lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little girlfriend, sketches are good, carefully. I've got you. I don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopiate grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin. The lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopiate grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin. The lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
inside the space station. It's only really there in your imagination. That thing ain't real, it's science fiction. It's there to feed your space addiction. Those astronauts are not in space. It's written all over their stupid face. See, I can spot a lie from 100 miles, and I can spot a fraud from the way they smile. Didn't you learn nothing from the fake moon mission? That puppet show from President Nixon. Well, listen up, they're doing it again, it seems. Check out the harnesses and green screens. I used to work a lot in film and TV. I know a bit about the television trickery to create the illusion that you're somewhere that you're not. A green screen is what you're gonna use a lot. Or if you wear a harness and attach it to the ceiling, the illusion that you're floating is what they'll be believing. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So let me tell you something about a zero-G plane. This thing flies up and then down again. Some weird stuff happens if you're on the inside. You start to float as the plane takes a dive. Simply add an actor that's trained to deceive, and you got yourself an astronaut, or so you believe. Plane flies up and that's everyone's cue. Then action, we got some deceiving to do. Plane flies down and then everyone knows to start the ISS live show. Floating in a plane with zero-G, but you only see astronauts on your TV. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. Well, another thing I noticed when I looked at these fools, they're filming spacewalks in buoyancy pools. NASA's gonna tell you that it's just for training, to practice for space station maintaining. Well, I thought about that, but if that's the case, then why the hell can I see bubbles in space? Take a hard look at the next spacewalk, and tell me if you can see bubbles at all. Open your eyes, man, I'll bet you a quarter. Those spacewalks are filmed underwater. I can see space bubbles everywhere. Hey, NASA, how the hell did those get there? All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So when you see an astronaut aboard the ISS, take another look at your TV set. They're pretty good at faking, so you gotta look close. Pay some attention to the way the actor floats. If you ask me, that ain't zero gravity, but Hollywood effects that I see on my TV. Take a good look at the whole damn thing. These lying bastards are just puppets on a string. It's all a big science fiction puppet show. The game's up, NASHOs, cause we all know. Thanks for the show, NASA. It's been a blast. Now take your fake station and shove it up your... All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race, man. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. No.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
realize I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I could see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
Yeah.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need need to wake,
Yeah.
wake up. You need to wake, need to wake, need to wake
We
up.
used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake
We
up.
would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying
Wake up, you need to wake, wake up. You need to
we
wake,
would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away, saying
wake up. You need to wake, wake up. You need to wake,
we used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying
Wake up, you need to wake, wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Land of the thieves, home of the slaves. 19 billion, that's 50 million a day. That's what NASA gets, just a lie to the human race. Pretending to go to space, but they fake it right to our face. And they say they moonwalk, but that just wasn't the case. Trying to tell us there's a rover on Mars, but it's a fake. Hey, CGI satellites, but I don't see a trace. People everywhere waking up, we're shaking up the place. So if you let me, I can shake up the thoughts that you tend to think of. Cause I fell in love with truth and I don't ever wanna break up. Let's take a look what's underneath the Hollywood makeup. So much that gets put in our face is straight made up. This place they call a planet that they lied about the shape of. They can play pretend, but me, I'm calling for
Wake up.
Freemasons and Zionists, the ones that put the eye on it. Try to say they scientists, but I can't say I'm buying it. Do you know what science is and how that they decided it? They just keep rewriting it to keep us from enlightenment. Knowing that they lie in it, stay promoting violence. Knowing that we're gullible products of our environment. No, I can't be silent and nor will I be compliant. Not reliant on the tyrants to fall if we're not defiant. I can't seem to find the curvature. Total social overture. The sun is small and local to the earth as it encircles her. Nothing like the lies of elite sun worshippers. But up against the Bible, I don't even need interpreters. Earth is flat and motionless. Open up a scope and see a boat across the ocean mist. Chemtrails clogging up what used to be an openness. And fluoridated water come in concentrated doses. I'm conscious of the brokenness. People all over the place deceived. I hate to see. Space is not a place you see. It's fake, it's only make-believe. Constellations prove that the earth doesn't move. But the liars on wires wanna take away the truth. I'm screaming.
Wake up, you need to wake, wake up. You need to wake, wake up. You need to wake, need to wake, need to wake
we
up.
used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying
Wake up, you need to wake, wake up. You need to wake, wake up. You need to wake, need to wake, need to wake up.
Wherefore he saith, Awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead. Christ shall give thee light. See then that ye walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise.
Have you ever wondered why, when you looked up in the sky, exactly how the sun and moon ended up the same size? It's 90 million miles and 250,000. Y'all can beat my poker face, cause that defies some odds. Yeah, I'll tell you this is gambling with every dose of Ambien. You're managing to transfer in, so let me be your wake-up call. Let me be your wake-up call. You ever been to space at all? Who's above us? One that loves us or aliens that hate us all? Man, I used to catch some Z's on this flat plane. Then the alarm clock rang and all that changed. Like, motionless. Please tell me you see how flat this ocean is. The devil lied to us, lied to you, lied to me. Tried to hide my creator, made me play some hide and seek. But he speaks that if I seek him that he won't hide from me. If I knock that he will open it and show me what I need. That greed is the enemy. Forked tongue of the serpent as he dangles from the trees. And trying to keep us all far, far away from obedience. Trying to take our will and our next of kins. Had us living for the sun, not the S-O-N. So good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel a Savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think, man. Good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel the Savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think. This world ain't what you think. It's time to
wake up. You need to wake, wake up. You need to wake, wake up. You need to wake, need to wake, need to wake up.
used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying
Wake up. You need to wake, wake up. You need to
we
wake.
would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away, saying
Wake up. You need to wake, wake up. You need to wake.
we used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face, saying
Wake up. You need to wake, wake up.
yeah.
Wake up.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
met a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. and something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? Or why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the Earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the Earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my two eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global Earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand. An artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite. I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the Earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money, too. They got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day to hide the Earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. The whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And NASA's flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
Not from where I'm certain, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just wanna scream at this fire. don't live on a spinning ball. Thought flat earth was only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else but not for me. The moon landing on TV, they really went, just trust me. They showed us what the earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer, and not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying, there's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake, 'cause I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Think they're out to get me, that's the way it seems. Flat earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe, now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
was the key. To think we touched the moon. What I like of it most is that we had the technology, but now it's all been lost. Eyes don't petty, 'cause NASA never lies. The earth is flat, kumbaya, kumbaya.
everywhere in myself. I'm looking for high and dry everywhere. I'm looking for
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow. And I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my world. I'm looking for
Look into a lot of the claims that is made by the Globe, and you'll find that it's either just an assumption or just straight up lies. Straight up.
ODD TV. Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas. No barcode, no party, no ID, no beers. Your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears. No SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan, get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrink, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drinks, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll judge you down. Wanna buy big guns, we'll want the cash. Your soul, your house, your phone. We want your soul. 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 Your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's Mackers, here's Britney, here's Cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life, from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's long pit wax, here's football shirts, here's baseball caps, here's live talk shows, here's video games, here's Cola Light, here's thin morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night balls, here's plastic hips. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. 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 Your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here is American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Your
content like Jeranism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray. The best white rapper since Eric Dubay. Now I haven't rapped along, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help nudges that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars. They exist on your screen just like terraforming Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Reset your flat on moving earth. Yeah! I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is Earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FP party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
Yo, We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs are in doubt cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, sprout. We know what it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would you lie? Why would you die? Who gave you rights? Why are there nights? Who gave you lights to take in the sights? Who had that almighty might? You gave up your rights for the stories of light. How about daytime tonight in your box is uptight? You put up no fighters, that's not what you light.
Now,
that's not too bright. Why would they lie? So you bow and comply. Thinking you knowing while only gets blowing. Meanwhile we over here flowing. The truth is showing. Denial's still ongoing.
But why?
Why would they lie? They got things to hide. Bound in their egos and pride. The science is misapplied. System designed to divide. Truth it gets denied before it is survived. Don't ask me why. I'm not the one who lied, my guy.
I don't know. Everything anyone sees could be an illusion under the control of an all-powerful demon.
Who's the conspiracy theorist now? You have no ground to stand on. Sad fact is, I don't think all of you can be saved. Some of you just need to go through some life changes before you're ready. We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs are in doubt cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, sprout. We know what it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would they lie? Don't ask me why. It does not apply. To blindly ask why, just let it all cry. It's okay, guy.
Now.
Besides, you can review. It's long overdue. Don't let them subdue you using voo-voo like you do and poo-poo. With your mind in a thumbscrew. With your mind askew, it's hard to change your view. Sorry we falsified our former worldview. There's nothing left but the glue. We broke free of the mental zoo and you can do it too. Just break through and learn the mental kung fu. To logic stay true and I thank you. We are your peer review. The earth is flat, stationary and the sky is still blue. Who knew?
Me?
Now you do.
Oh, me.
Welcome to the earth. Snacks on the left, drinks on the right, and toilets at the back. The DJ is spinning all day, 24/7, Flat Earth Discord.
So I win.
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the age of the sextant. It's time for the globe to recant. And thank you, Toby Dog, for this awesome beat. Let's go. Earth. No matter what you do, it messes flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. Lost in a fallacy, it's just a fantasy. Truth threatened from the global conspiracy affecting you and me. It's not meant to be. It's driving to gravity, you don't have no gravity. It's your head just a cavity, that's just a simile. Science cannot see, it's pseudo actually. The loss of humanity, groupthink insanity. Help and humanity, you gave it for sanity. Freedom lost rapidly, you gave up happily. Truth facility, lies, fear, scrutiny, objective reality, a global fidelity, public pageantry, lacking veracity. Earth, no matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. A loss of ability, degrading utility, a race of futility. You think this is funny? Me, public cannot see. Just stuck like a tree. They call it university, a death slave undoubtedly. Future stolen from the heartbreak travesty. They lie to you and me. It doesn't make you free. Where is your equity, culture, antiquity? The soul in your history, unravel the mystery. Don't be lost at sea. We're all one family. Raise the children to be free, don't die or work a bee. You cannot lie to me, no knowledge is free. Living in reality is the only way to be. Take accountability, find your rationality. Learn the logic and you see, it's just a 43. What's in bacon, take a knee, stop the we and top the plea. Open eyes, see the points, 3, undeniably, but not all can see. Especially the pre-programmed NBC with the proud personality and the victim mentality. Living in a normal normality, the genial generality, a hollow superficiality. Earth, no matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. It's time to rise up, come together, teach each other. It's time to rise up, break the bonds for one another. It's time to rise up, I believe in you. They lie to you about everything else. Why would they tell you the truth about where you reside? Brain fried, you don't think you're more easily controlled when the government debunks all the religious views of the world with a lie. The rights of the people come from the creator, something the government could not take away until this. Now most people think the government bestows those rights upon the people who can therefore take those rights away. Those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery. Getting hooked into your socialist democracy, a communist tyranny, a bold-faced hypocrisy. Obvious for all to see. NASA, Nazi repository, Nazi founded NASA, it's history. Behind the UN as well, so mystery. Do the research, stop the faith, it's your choice, your voice. Use it. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come join us. Peace.
I don't like you anymore. I might walk right out the door. I don't feel the way I used to about you. I don't think you'd understand all the things
Well, you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of Gish Galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard. I said, welcome to the show. Part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated 8 makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake, the show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone, it won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown, and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along, just to go along. I said, welcome to the show, where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know.
Welcome to the Discord, my friend. Have a good time. I'm a flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got Clovers. Feeling mad it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got Clovers. Feeling mad it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. Yeah. Finally, someone let me out of this cage. Flat Earth is not a model, it's a slayer of mage. No Wixit is here, no QE is there. Even Sonic is creeping out of his smelly lair. Intangible, thought you saw the curve, but you didn't though. Panoramic view, flat horizon, it's so manageable. Telescope, try to cope on this slippery slope. Here's the rope, what's a joke? Please don't be a dope. Picture you getting down to the beach too. like you see the rules. You know it's testable, beatable, maybe credible. Truther who appears to you to fail you, but you're too crazy. None to those that need the definition for what level is priceless to you. Cause I see you parrot old shit, you like it. Fun smoking clovers with one talk, we appear like psychics because we know your ticks. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. It won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. It won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on. The essence, the basics, without it you make it. Allow me to make this childlike in nature. Truths, you have them or you don't. You have a fallacy, you're in them. Every spouted word, every faulty plea, every soul lost at sea. You see with your eyes, I see destruction and demise, corruption in disguise from this creepy enterprise. Not sucked into your lies through the Discord, not the speaker, but percussion it provides. For me it's a guide. Y'all can see me now cause you don't see with your eye. Like the globe in your mind, that's the inner. So I must stick around with you and be a mentor. Bust a few rhymes so you globers will remember what the thought is. I brought all this so you can survive when law is lawless. Feelings, not evidence except for the living dead. No squealing, remember that it's all in your head. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. It won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. It won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on. The future is coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, where the globe funeral rites are held air day all day. Join the Discord and get verified in BC Check-in. Don't be a chicken. Trace out.
Open the scene, humankind panics from a dying planet. Try to understand it. They say thunderbirds fly to preserve our skies, and geoengineers lie. They deserve to die. They deserve to die.
The energy breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air. Let it drift around your body.
How could life not be real? Running over the rolling hills, rolling around in lush green fields. It's just a reminder that every day the sun rises, and I renew Mama Kaba. Look into a blue iris, there she is, Delilah, seductive yet so silent, with whispers of inspiration from the valley of the faceless. A gift for all human races, surface to air, air to ground, across firmament, wherever my love is allowed. Stand up to command, hate to stand down. Not much left in the sandblast now. I'm just a man, learning not to trust the lies that I'm just beginning to understand. I feel betrayed and I don't know what to say. It all changed when the sky turned gray.
Energy breathe, indigo breeze, throw a flare and light it. Spread the ashes all around you. You holding the key, know what you believe. Don't inhale all the cold air.
invader as he approaches. They poison our air, land, and oceans with submicronal global aerosols. I told you.
You in this tiny little pond? I've got bigger fish to fry. But unfortunately, you, as the tiny fish on YouTube with a couple of hundred measly thousand subs, when there's people out there with 11 and 12 million, I don't think it's massive when you're not. Comparatively, we're the same in that regard. But in the small pond, you can definitely end me in the way Bob nearly did 4 years ago for saying this exact same stuff. So yeah, I'm scared and I'm going to lash out and say things like go to hell. Oh, hell doesn't exist. Ha ha ha. It won't work out well for you coming against me, the big YouTuber. All right. Yeah, really rub that salt in, Jaren. Thanks. Yeah, you want me scared, don't you? Well, okay. Nothing more terrifying than a cornered animal. So I'll scrape your eyes out. I'm done.
Well said, Nathan. I'm totally with you. I mean, if I would in a personal call let's just say that Ranty would talk to me like that, right? And he kind of has. Yeah. I throw out everything I got, right? And if he says, oh, I'm not afraid of hell. Well, if you're not afraid of hell, well, maybe then you'll just be afraid of death instead, right? Because you're just trying to get to him. Like, hey, what are you doing, man? Why are you doing this? I'm pretty sure that you don't want to be enemies
my
with
projection.
Jaren.
My fear projected onto Jaren. I want you to be scared of something. I want you to be scared of death or hell. Like I'm scared of losing my career because I'm being called a scammer for saying science proves.
Exactly.
I can't even speak. So.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. So we're gonna find something to put on the bot, I guess. Peace, everybody. Have a good day. Spread some positive vibes somewhere. We got plenty of negative vibes going around. Anyway.
blatant NASA lies and obvious globe inconsistencies, the number one most common, frequently asked question is undoubtedly, but why would anyone lie about the shape of the Earth? For what purpose would there be a multi-generational, worldwide conspiracy to cover up the truth of our home? Why would NASA spend billions of dollars building rockets just to prank the population about outer space? What on earth would be the point of hiding the flat Earth? To begin with, almost anyone being asked this question is not directly involved in creating or maintaining the lie, so insisting a definitive answer of motive from completely uninvolved parties is impossible. When someone tells a lie, their motives for doing so and their true inner purposes are known to them alone. People being lied to can attempt to deduce and guess at the reasons for a liar's actions, but ultimately that information can only be revealed by the liars themselves. We flat earthers are not the malefactors in this situation, so we simply cannot adequately answer such a question without being inside the minds of the culprits. It should be obvious that asking uninvolved parties about the inner motives of other people is a fruitless and impossible endeavor. So why then is this universally the number one most common frequently asked question right after someone identifies a flat earther? The query is almost always accompanied by a smirk, a sneer, an eye roll, or outright laughter, and this gives away the underlying intention of asking. The majority of people asking this question have not actually done any research into the subject, and know full well that uninvolved parties cannot provide another's motive. Therefore, this knee-jerk phrase, "but why would they lie," so commonly repeated, is much more so a snarky defense mechanism than a genuine question. Incessantly asking why the world's governments would lie without first doing your due diligence in researching the endless evidence and experiments proving that they most certainly are lying is like coming upon a bloody homicidal crime scene with your eyes closed and refusing to believe it happened because you cannot fathom the perpetrator's motive, and until someone offers up a reason suitable to your subjective sensibilities, only then might you open your eyes and investigate the obvious murder. Flat earthers are like senior detectives on the crime scene, collecting evidence, taking photographs, and cataloging proofs, while ignorant globe defenders act like smug rookies, rocking up late and claiming we are looking in the wrong place. So flat earthers cannot be expected to give definitive, conclusive answers to this inappropriately directed question, but we can attempt to deduce and guess what the reason or reasons may be. As for the specific question of why would NASA and other government space agencies spend billions of dollars on this deception, it should be noted that these organizations are funded by money taken from the pockets of taxpayers in their respective countries. In other words, these government space agencies are annually freely receiving billions of dollars that their populations are forced to pay them. NASA alone received $24 billion of American taxpayer money in 2022, which amounts to over $65 million every single day. That makes NASA and other government space agencies among the biggest black-budget black holes in existence, sucking in trillions of dollars over the decades just to give us a bunch of rockets launched into the ocean and CGI cartoons on television. Maintaining the illusion is comparatively cheap, so rather than being some unrealistically expensive enterprise, it is actually an incredibly lucrative and profitable scam. Beyond simply being a productive moneymaker, however, the entire concept of outer space, along with the globe Earth and the so-called Big Bang, has created and promoted a nihilistic, materialist worldview where any idea of God or intelligent design is removed and replaced with random, haphazard coincidence. Instead of humans being purposefully created by a purposeful creator, instead of Earth being intelligently designed by an intelligent designer, we are told that life, nature, and everything else was all brought into existence for nothing and by accident. We are told that before time, space, matter, consciousness, intelligence, and life, that there was absolutely nothing. Then, in an instant, and for no reason at all, the nothingness exploded. And instead of destroying things like every other explosion, this explosion created things. It created everything. The nothingness explosion somehow created space, time, and all matter in the universe by ejaculating this creationary explosive primordial soup, and the debris shooting outwards at 670 million miles per hour for over 14 billion years finally culminated to create you. First, some of the more gaseous nothing came together forming suns and stars. Then solid pieces of the nothing came together forming planets and moons. Then the nothing turned hydrogen and oxygen came together forming water on the nothing planet Earth, out of which single-celled living organisms magically appeared, got to work dividing and multiplying into multi-celled conscious organisms, which multiplied and divided, mutated and morphed into various forms of sea life, which adapted and evolved and crawled onto land, replaced gills with lungs, lost tails, grew opposable thumbs, and started grasping at straws like this ridiculous nihilistic notion of Big Bang evolution. This anti-God, anti-spiritual, materialist theory of evolution is taught as gospel truth in schools worldwide, and has been staunchly protected by the infallibility of science for over 150 years. But in actual fact, just as science has failed to find one true, valid proof that Earth is a ball spinning around the sun, scientists have failed to discover a single piece of evidence that the material world is truly a product of blind chance evolution. Children are still taught, however, that we came from nothing, for no reason, and that one day in the future the sun will burn up, killing us all and destroying everything we built. This fatalistic, nihilistic, materialist creation and destruction story has fabricated a veritable atheistic religion that masquerades as scientific truth. By removing Earth from the stationary center of the universe, they have moved us physically and metaphysically from a place of supreme importance to one of complete indifference. If Earth is the center of all creation, then that denotes a special significance to our home, and to us, the most intelligent of the intelligent designers' designs. But if Earth is just one of billions of planets revolving around billions of stars in billions of galaxies, then the ideas of God, creation, and a specific purpose for human existence become highly implausible. This atheistic, nihilistic, materialist paradigm spiritually crushes the believer, while simultaneously bolstering and emboldening their egos, because if they have no higher purpose, everyone is just an accident, and everything will end when the sun burns up. The only thing that really matters in life is me, myself, and I. Through indoctrination into this anti-spiritual religion, believers lose faith in anything beyond the material world, and become material boys and girls, malleable, selfish, hedonistic consumers. This then becomes fertile ground for further deceptions, as people uprooted from their true beginnings and given false bearings can be led anywhere. Two places we are clearly not being led by this globe deception, however, are Antarctica and the North Pole. These two locations hold inherent significance in the flat Earth model of the cosmos, because Antarctica is the elevated outer rim encompassing and extending around all the other continents, while the North Pole is the center point of the world, where all compasses point, and directly below Polaris, the only stationary star in the sky. But by turning our Earth plane into a planet tilted on its axis, this has effectively nullified any inherent special significance to Antarctica or the North Pole. On a globe, all locations hold equal importance, so the North Pole is no longer central, and Antarctica is just a small ice continent at the bottom of the ball. Interestingly enough, ancient world maps from before the globe deception took hold actually featured extra lands in both areas. The North Pole was home to a magnetic lodestone mountain called Mount Meru, surrounded by an encircling whirlpool, 4 distinct island continents, and separated by 4 rivers. These lands were even said to be inhabited by giants and pygmies in the notes of Gerardus Mercator's own map, as well as the testimonies of many ancient explorers, cartographers, and historians, including Pythias, Strabo, Pliny the Elder, Saint Brandon, Adam of Bremen, Paul the Deacon, Gerald of Wales, Nicholas de Lin, Jacobus Snoyen, Anthony Jenkinson, Johannes Ruisch, and Olaus Magnus, just to name a few. Since the globe deception took hold, however, these locations have completely disappeared from all modern maps. Likewise, in ancient maps, Antarctica was shown as having far more landmass than now, and many maps even featured additional continents beyond the Antarctic. Admiral Byrd claimed on live television that there were vast resources in untouched lands beyond Antarctica that had never been explored, and books like Worlds Beyond the Poles or The Iron Republic speak of entire civilizations existing south of the South Pole. By turning Earth into a ball, these potential extra lands, resources, and civilizations have been conceptually erased from the minds of the masses, as there is literally nowhere left for them to exist. The effect is similar to when intrepid young Truman from the Truman Show movie is told by his teacher that he is too late and everywhere has already been explored. In an instant, with that piece of false information, his adventurous spirit is crushed, and he is convinced that there is nowhere new to discover. In summation, this globe lie is essentially the biggest and most fundamental deception imaginable, uprooting people from the stable, level earth beneath their feet, shaping it into a ball, and throwing it around the sun. Humanity is left spinning out of control in a vast, blind, dumb universe that created everything for no reason by accident, and will eventually be blown away by a meteor strike or supernova. All of creation is explained by material processes, and anything remotely spiritual is just a quaint relic of a pre-scientific age. Everywhere on Earth has already been explored, and our only hope is pouring billions more dollars per year into NASA and other space agencies to take us to their other ball planets like CGI Mars. Essentially, they have created a new world religion of scientism, complete with a creation and destruction story, prophets and prophecies, and removed any purpose or higher power, replacing it with a random, nonsensical explosion. So-called scientists became the new priests of the New World religion, and the now malleable masses walk in lockstep towards whatever future they manufacture for us.
Well, that was well said, Mr. Dubay. I don't know you personally, and there, a lot of people have opinions about you for whatever reason, but I cannot disagree with anything you said in the last 12 minutes. If anybody else has a disagreement, or you think you live on a ball, you happen to be listening right now, come on in and discuss. Calm breeze may think they live on a ball that's in motion. Do you calm breeze?
Does this mic work?
What'd he say?
Does this mic work? Well then, that mic.
What up, what up, what up?
Going on? Trying to breathe a little spark in here, kind of dead. I just
Yeah,
posted
man.
the Bay's last video. Why would they lie? I mean, why would they lie, man? That's
You know,
not
they
like
wouldn't. That's the short answer. They wouldn't. But you know, live stream in the morning, it's like setting up the restaurant, man. You gotta open up, brew the coffee. You know what I mean? You gotta get the tables cleaned off, all the good stuff. You gotta get it going for the day.
you have to get ready for business. Right?
Yeah, we gotta get ready for business. You know, it's like boiling a pot of water. You know, you gotta like cooking. Yeah.
And all
Start
we need,
slow.
all we need to close this restaurant permanently is evidence of the radius of the ball Earth. Everybody thinks it.
Ooh, you
That's
just gave me a
good.
good idea. You just gave me a good idea. It's like the health inspector, right? You
Yeah,
Globers, come on in here and see if you can shut us down. You're gonna have to bring all your testing kit, though. You know, you can't
Yeah.
just shut us down based off some bad reviews that we got. You actually got to go and inspect this building and make sure everything's up to par.
You
got
need
to
to
test.
demonstrate where we're in violation, right? We need to demonstrate.
Correct. Exactly. So you can't do that. You can't shut us down because we got a bad review. Somebody didn't like it. You know. So or we put somebody on a wait. Oh, well, I'm mad. I had to go on a wait. You can't shut us down for that. So yeah, if you Globers want to shut this place down, we'll get in here. See if we got some roaches. See if there's roaches running around. All right. See if our standards aren't up to par.
One of the health inspectors visiting Spacies because that's good food in space. And
Well, I mean, when he's on lunch break, there's really no better place to go. I mean, I actually had a bet with him last time they rolled in here. Pretty sure I won the bet. So
You already owe me a space soda from our last bet.
Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacies. Now with our new Raditz menu. Food in space.
Yeah.
His new what menu, do you say?
It's actually that part's. He says Raditz, but it's just a character name in the show that I clipped it from. Kind of irrelevant, but I still love that clip so much, man. It's good food. It's space.
The only thing that's ever been to space or is ever going is your imagination.
Yeah.
If you need to hear that, then that's good.
I think my favorite way to describe it is there's a show back in the day called Blue's Clues that I used to watch.
Yeah.
And cool, yeah. So the character, it has this ability where he can do this little dance and then jump into a picture frame or a TV or something like that. So if you want to go to outer space, you got to do your little Blue's Clues dance and jump into an iPhone or jump into your TV with a NASA live stream or something, because there ain't no other way of getting there.
The same part is, CB, there's going to be a lot of people put on those goggles and they think they're doing that.
Correct.
In virtual reality. Yeah.
Yeah. The logic will be crazy too. They'll be like, oh, well, how else would it get on the headset if it's not real? Yeah. Crazy.
That's about as far away from nature as you can get when you're in that VR world. You actually believe you're there. I mean, it's okay for people to have fantasies, but to actually physically put yourself, you think you're there. Like, maybe they don't 100%. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I mean, I can imagine it now, right? They've got the goggles on and they're like pointing up. I'm up there. Up there. That's where it's at. Up there. That's wild. That's probably one of my missions right now is I'm trying to get people to sort of like separate, like cut in half the like the difference between us observing the sky and the moon and the stars and all that stuff, and then the sort of story that's attached to it. Like they will put on the VR set and then point up and say, this is taking place right up there.
Yeah.
So yeah, they haven't yet been able to sort of cleave that idea. Like the only way the other way I think about it, it's like, you know, the bat signal in Batman. Like you would never in reality actually shine a bat signal and then really think that something was going to happen. But that's kind of like their mentality, is that they actually think that like this fiction stuff is going to happen outside. You know what I mean? It's wild. It's like thinking that somewhere downtown, there's a freaking by the Ohio River, there's like a Superman saving the day, like flying around and stuff like that. There's really no, that's exactly what they're thinking when it comes to outer space. They think that fiction is outside, just like Batman and freaking Superman. They literally think that that's happening.
They think it's actual physical reality that's going on however many trillion light years away or what, you know. these little balls are going around each other, and there's a little rover on Mars, Johnny 5, with a helicopter flying around it. I think that's real. Let's hope that's a small percentage of people, but you really got to be dumb to believe all the nasty stuff. I'm sorry, but you got to be an idiot.
Yeah. There's really no strong argument at this point. It's not like people are coming in here with unique and original ideas. They're just coming here. The last 4 people that were in the chat, this is it's amazing now. Like, you're able to like make someone tap dance around just basic little questions. I was just asking this guy, what do boats disappear behind? You're freaking dumb, dude. You're so brain dead, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? They don't really have an art. I'm literally parroting back to them what they would call like a basic proof of the globe, right? Boats disappearing behind a curve. I'm just saying it right back to them, and they're calling me like a moron. So it's like, at this point, they're starting to think that their own worldview is like dumb and stupid. And that's like my favorite thing to do now, is just put back their own worldview to them and then make them say it's stupid. Right? It's just so fun to do, because I'm not even arguing at Flat Earth at this point. I'm just holding a mirror up to your own thoughts, and you're finding them stupid.
Making them aware of what they actually believe in. That does it with the honest people, right? Wait a minute, I never thought about going all these different directions and stuff and spinning around and made up gravity and blah, 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 you know?
Yeah.
When people actually think about it and say, wait a minute, what do I actually believe in? Okay, that's stupid. So what else is? So, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you didn't interrupt at all. But yeah, I mean, for sure, this is stuff that we didn't think about when we were ballers either. It's not like I was thinking about my house moving ever. You know, I wasn't thinking about these kind of things at all, how big the globe is and all this stuff. I just believed it all wrapped up into a nice little ball, no pun intended.
Smart guys had all that figured out. Why should I worry about it, right?
Exactly. That's a lot of people's logic today, still.
Well, your little rant there earlier pointed out that not that it's a good globe argument, but it's the consensus, which everybody points out all the time. They told such an elaborate story that so many people think, well, everybody else thinks it's a globe. I don't know about all this stuff these guys saying, but somehow it's still a globe, you know? So that's the only thing they have going for them, is people believe the sky story and they're not giving it up. Anyway.
Yeah. It's peer pressure, Dave. It really is boiled down to just straight up peer pressure. People do not like being, the odd man out. No one wants to be the black sheep. All these people they're not independent. They're very codependent on group think and this kind of thing. They can't think for themselves, so they need somebody to think for them and tell them what to say and stuff like that.
So whoever did all this evil shit or whatever, the deceivers, they've got such a large portion of the population so far from nature and so far from reality. It's amazing. I've got to give them a little credit for that. But we're probably in the devil's playground, not to get religious, but you know what I'm saying? It's got to be some kind of test. A lot of people are flunking it, I think.
You might be onto something.
Go out and look at a body of water and sit there and look at a body of water and then tell yourself you're on a spinning ball, zipping around. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just in the chat. We got a couple people that popped into the lobby. Got me distracted there a little bit.
All right, I'm probably going to start roboting your soon. So if anybody wants to join, come on in.
Them satellites aren't very good at picking you up, huh, Dave?
All it takes is going like 4 or 5 miles down a little country road, and suddenly my satellite says, fuck it. I'm not letting him talk. But it's 25,000 miles away, and it's geostationary, and It's zooming in on my phone, right? That's how them satellites work. I'm just a dumb Kentucky boy. Can you explain them satellites to me, CB?
You actually think you hit a pocket of gravity, Dave. It's kind of, it's kind of an expert's thing. You might not, you won't understand.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about shit like that anyway. We got smart guys that take care of all that. And they're always looking out for everybody's best interest. They wouldn't have any other ulterior motives or anything, would they? Nah. If you believe the government's looking out for you, you might be an idiot. That's my best Jeff Foxworthy there. Remember him? If you mow your lawn and you find a car, you might be a redneck. If you crack open a beer at your son's 5th grade graduation, you might be a redneck. That's the only tale I remember, okay? Back to flat earth. We got any people?
Let's see. Unfortunately, it is just the three of us.
We can make it if we try, just the three of us.
It's really funny, like, people don't even realize when they're making points for the flat earth. That's what's one of my I get a kick out of that as well. They have no idea. Lately, it's been happening a lot more. They're just, like, making our point for us, which is fantastic, but they don't realize it, which is also just as funny.
As soon as they can see the geometric horizon, they're done at that point. So,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And they don't even know they're doing it now.
Of course. Is it where the globe's supposed to be? No, never.
Yeah, never. Isn't that weird?
Go ahead.
I see someone just joined.
JCM, hello. Can you talk?
What's up, Dave? How are you this morning?
Good. Got CB here. I'm getting ready to start up the car and probably go offline.
Oh, I have to come back later. I have to come back later to hear your beautiful voice again. Make sure you ask your doctor if you should breathe through your nose or not, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, Dave, hopefully you don't hit any pockets of gravity. We don't want you floating away or anything. So, even though you're in a car.
The one person that's joined here to take over the chat with CB is the person we're supposed to get rid of as soon as we hear him. Give us a reason not to get rid of him.
You got to get rid of CB ASAP, if you feel me.
Give us one. You got one chance to give us a reason not to just ban you again. So you can create another account. Go. Mike check, are you there?
Yeah, Mike, speak up.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Michael Hunt, are you there? Did you hear my question, sir?
Yeah, if you can hear us, let us know.
This ain't a game, man. We're serious. A lot of people been deceived about where they fucking live. You don't want to take it serious. Go somewhere else. Go to whatever server. We're not here to just play around. Why do you keep creating accounts and coming back? Why?
Yeah, I mean, anybody can go look at the ground for themselves. It ain't rocket surgery.
I actually kind of think that's a good question that Dave asked. Like, you know, I'm a big softy, but like, why do you come back here? No offense.
Oh, I created the server, bro. This is my server.
Okay, but like, what is it? You know, when you have a girl or something and she just keep hitting you up, you're like, I don't want anything to do with you right now, and like she just keeps kind of lingering. Like,
Yeah, that's kind of like you when you come into my server, right? If you don't like it, you can leave, right? But I'm not going anywhere.
yeah. So
exactly right. Exactly.
So like,
it's literally just like that. God, you're a genius.
I mean, I can only imagine this is out of like pure boredom, or you really do like this place.
Imagine the amount of intellect that comes from this Gen 1 person. Holy shit. So yeah, if you don't like it, you can leave. And it goes for everybody. And you can make sure it's all recorded, and you can suck my cock.
I mean, kind of need to have some.
I can't ban him. I'm gonna leave this up to you, CB.
All right, I got it.
Good call.
Oh, he left on his own, but I got the tag though. I got that tag. You know what I'm saying? Jeez.
It's not a place to come in and try to start up bullshit. This is where we need to see direct measurements of the curve of the earth that you think you live on, please. Is that clear? And we don't need some idiot making his 66th count, or probably hundreds by now. Come in here and tell us about his server or whatever he was saying. Back to you, CB. Hopefully somebody else will join us, got some sense.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. Sense. Speaking of senses, it's like, it's not like these guys go out. I don't know what the big deal is, man. It's not like any of these goofballs go outside and experience something other than what we do. And like I said earlier, you just start parroting back basic things that they believe in, and they find it ridiculous, right? Like, flat earthers are supposed to be the crazy conspiracy guy, but like, you guys are saying that boats are going over a hill of water, and that my house moves. So, what's up with that, man? Quiet morning. It's almost noon here.
If you want to, CB, you could play a song, one of your songs or whatever. I'm probably going to start roboting your song. Everybody have a good day.
You too, Dave.
Try to spread some positivity around somewhere in real life. That's what I'm trying to do. You know, there's too much. There's too much toxic and negative energy out there. We need to put some positive energy out there in the, dare I say it, ether.
Yeah, have a good day.
I'll be hanging around as long as my mic's working. I guess it's still working right now. You're still responding.
Yep, you still sound good. You still sound good.
Is proof of the radius of the Earth, is that too tough a question for people? I guess it is. Like Maggie was pointing out again yesterday. It's all we need. Correct measurements of how you got this radius number. Is that such a big deal? I mean, just because you use it for all your satellites and your orbits and going around the moon and playing golf on the moon, you got to have that radius number. You know, it's a problem that you don't have proof of that. It's not my fault, but that you don't have that. Just, I'll shut up.
If they have to believe that, well, some people will be like, oh, well, how do you expect them to measure the Earth? And then some people will say, well, we use satellites to measure the Earth and stuff like that. So it's like, you're telling us that they just basically sprayed and prayed this equipment into the sky, and then they just hoped it all would work out. That's not very, that's not even very convincing of a case. It doesn't even make sense. Like, you're claiming to be on like the scientific side, but you're telling us that they did nothing scientific. They just randomly shot some stuff up into the sky and hope it all worked out. That's crazy to believe that.
Well, wouldn't it be a better experiment to say maybe take a buddy to a island that's like, I don't know, 20 miles off the coast and take a laser or something and show the 266-foot drop of elevation in reality? Wouldn't that be easier than a satellite, or am I wrong?
Yeah, but then you would actually prove that the Earth is flat.
That's funny. Every time we do stuff like that, we don't see that curvature. That's a problem. Or the globe. The globular theory of our existence, which is a load of horse shit, in my opinion. Sorry for cussing. Not sorry. Beautiful sunny day down here in the middle of Kentucky. How's the Ohio River Valley weather?
Not bad. They've been spraying lately. It's weird because for the past like month, it feels like the skies have been just pure clear, hardly any clouds. And then I don't know, I got up this morning to watch the sunrise, and obvious huge streaks in the sky right where the sun's going to be going. They make it so obvious.
Talking about those natural cloud formations.
Yeah, of course. You know, it's like I watch planes fly in the sky because like, I know where the airports are, right? There's an airport right, south of me, and there's another airport kind of east of me as well, local airport. So it's like I see planes flying, and I get the general set. We know the path, and ain't no trails. But all of a sudden, like randomly lower, like it just people want you to believe such ridiculous stuff. Oh no, it comes from planes, like on a regular commercial planes. Then how come they're not everywhere all the time? Why is it? Well, we had a month of just clear skies. Where were they? So yeah, I don't know. I don't believe what bull crap they're saying about that. But yeah, this morning was so obvious, huge, like friggin' football field lines. Like, come on, dude. And it's always in the path of the sun too. Like,
yeah, those are natural cloud formations you're talking about. Hear me, YouTube. Natural cloud formation. We're not making any allegations. CB's just asking some questions.
Yeah, what is that?
There's shit in the sky, man. What's going on?
I did take a picture the other day. I guess I'll post it.
putting shit in the sky. Come on, man.
Yeah, man. What's going on with that? But here's a picture from the other night that I took. Basically, I was kind of surprised to see this. So this was during there was like a full moon recently. They called it, what do they call it? It was called like a harvest moon or something like that. Let me look it up. September 10th, full moon peaked on. It also marked the harvest moon of 2022. So this was during the harvest moon, and yeah, so like all of a sudden here come all these clouds, and then there's this plane spraying something, obviously, and there's a shadow above, and I repeat, the shadow is above the trail. So there's the moon, appears to be local, a plane flying overhead, and then it's creating a trail, and then there's a shadow above the trail. So wouldn't that mean that the light would be kind of underneath? How the hell is that happening on a globe? The moon is 250,000 miles away, but it's creating a shadow under the clouds in my city. The hell's going on there? Or maybe whatever the moon is just right there somehow. Oh, no, dude. So. Yeah, quiet day.
My mic's still working, CB.
Does this mic work? That mic.
This is mic work.
Yep. All right, did you just move to the car?
We got somebody named Sia here. Have you talked to them?
Yep. We have spoke to Saya. They've been around for a little while.
They think the Earth's a ball.
Don't think so anymore.
Hi.
Hello, Sia. Is the Earth a ball?
Have you ever observed it as a ball?
No, I have not. That's a good answer.
Well, we wouldn't expect to observe it as a ball.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't even know why you would ask that question. We wouldn't expect it. So, you know.
I think it's just logical thinking to know that the Earth is completely flat because we have always observed it as flat, you know?
But don't you think somebody would have noticed by now?
What do you mean?
Like, it would be on TV if it was so obvious.
Not really. There are some people controlling this stuff.
What? That's
a lot of people behind this globe lie. They wouldn't just show this on the TV. I mean, it's a good lie. How much money does the NASA per day? 60 million?
Yeah, but they need more. If they had more, then they could just, debunk all the flat earthers. So we need to increase the budget.
I would like to see you know what? I would like to see a satellite, or I don't know, like the ISS, zooming inside Australia and showing me planes flying upside down. You know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can get that if they just increase the budget a little bit. More money equals more proof.
I think satellites are pretty much a hoax. They're just high altitude balloons. I have seen people zooming in with cameras, like in satellites, and you can clearly see them hanging on a balloon.
No, you would see that with telescopes. We don't see that. So.
No, they're not pretty much that high, you know.
Yeah, but we can see the ISS, so...
I had a nice talk with somebody about the ISS and stuff. He was talking about the ISS and that it proves the Earth is a globe. And I asked him, how are you measuring the surface of the Earth while looking at the ISS, you know?
Just science, dude. I mean, it has radars and technology that you can just measure it.
Radars? You mean GPS?
I mean, it's NASA, bro. Like, you think they can't measure something? It's just simple. They have all the technology they need to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the measurements, the geodetic survey and AutoCAD got literally debunked in the server. I think it's a harder topic about this geodetic survey and AutoCAD, and I think I will start working on it soon, but they just show the 8 inches per mile squared, and we can debunk this by a lot of things.
I think gravity is getting to your mic or something. It's kind of affecting your audio.
I'm sorry.
Or maybe you just hit a pocket of gravity or something.
Nope. Gravity
Actually, must have been the rotation. Actually, probably hit a pocket of extra rotation.
I mean, I think it's actually pretty fun. The most funny thing is the rotation, if I'm being honest about the globe. Well, because it's literally like there's nothing that proves the rotation. I mean, they don't even have arguments for it. I mean, for the globe, they have some arguments. Like, I mean, for example, they are just always the same, but the rotation is like pretty much the most trash thing. I mean, what do they have? They have like this laser gyroscope thing. First of all, they don't even know what's causing the drift. Or they have like these focused pendulum that need a push before they start moving. Sometimes they move clockwise, sometimes counterclockwise, so I think it's pretty bad.
Yeah, well, that depends on which hemisphere you're on. If you're in the southern hemisphere, it might go one direction, and if you're in the northern
Are you talking about the Coriolis effect?
Earth is always rotating, so pendulums, Coriolis bullets, planes, gyros, helicopters.
Yeah, of course.
Anything, really.
I mean, that's why I have to hold, and I have always to hold myself on something, or else I would be like falling off or something, you know?
Yeah, I mean, why do you think they make handrails and stuff like that? That's what they're there for.
We didn't talk a long time, actually. TV.
Yeah, I remember. I was giving you a hard time.
Yeah, I was a suspect once. I don't know, because I remember when I first came to the server. I kept asking things like every 5 seconds. I was inside the lobby, and
Yeah. Remember when you bought a Flat Earth Society T-shirt on Amazon?
Man, it was. I never looked into this channel. I actually didn't know it, but when I realized that the creator of the Flat Earth Society is this Freemason guy, you know what he claimed when he came to a meeting? He had like a rock carrying with him, and he said this rock is from the edge of the world. It's like my boat fell down, but I were able to hold myself on this rock.
Wow.
When I realized that, I mean, I was actually about to buy it. I'm gonna buy the Gleason's map.
Nice.
Just to have it home, I mean, but yeah, it's not okay. I mean, it's the only working map right now, even if it's probably not the true one. I mean, there's no real world map. You know, there's just. I was looking for this guy with the long name, this Arabic guy. Al-Biruni was his name. He introduced the equiresistant azimuthal projection in 1025. But I got no response in the lobby. I mean, 1025, that's a really long time ago.
Yeah, people question if that's even a real person. But the funny thing with Al-Biruni is how he, if he's even a real person, is claiming to have drawn a tangent to a geometric horizon. But what happens when we talk to ballers today? What do they say?
I say
refraction.
You know what I think it's pretty funny is when we say boats disappear over the horizon, you know, we say it's an optical illusion or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
But when they say, no, you can't, that's a dumb argument to say it's an optical illusion. But when we bring them back with the camera, they say it's an optical illusion, you know? So I think it's...
Yeah, that's what's hilarious, bro. That's what's so funny. I've been pointing this out for a while now, is how, like, when I first joined, the whole discussion, that's exactly what they were arguing. The ballers were like, well, the boats go over the horizon. That's where the geometric Earth curve is. You could go plant a flag right where that curve is. And then the flat earthers are like, well, there's like, you don't want an optical illusion. It's more just that it's an optical thing, right? There's different factors for why the horizon is where it is on a day-to-day basis. Observer height, weather conditions, refraction. And so, yeah, it's just funny to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of them think that refraction can move the horizon, which is very funny.
Well, it does for us, but for them...
Yeah, I mean, I think that when they see an object behind, you know, the physical horizon, as they say it's a refraction, but for example, on some black swans, you can see the horizon behind that object, and that can't happen. A refraction can't do this.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, it's just so funny because they're going back on what they originally claimed, which is that, like I said, you could go plant a flag where the horizon is. But then they turn around and like throw that back under the bus because with Al-Biruni, they're saying that, oh, well, you could just go plant a flag right there where he drew a tangent to the horizon. But then they throw that under the bus and they claim refraction, and they just don't even understand this.
Yeah, I mean, that's just wishful thinking.
It's so funny, dude, because there's a possibility that like Al-Biruni is just like a made-up character. And that's isn't that so funny? I find that hilarious. Let me just say this really quickly. Like, when you get to the flat Earth, like it's easy to come here with these like preloaded ideas in your head, like about what they believe. But when you're presented with what they actually like are arguing, it's completely different, right? We like at least we've never had to make up a literal person that would have had the proof. Like, dude, these globalists are like, if it's true that Al-Biruni and Eratosthenes aren't real people, they have literally created someone. They've created a person that like made, that had proof. That's ridiculous. Like,
even if it's a made up character, it doesn't change the fact that the Earth is flat. Because I mean, it's just, when you want to know how big you are, you're not going to say, "Oh, I think I'm 5'6" or something." You're going to measure it, and then you have the measurements, and you know there can come someone to debunk it because that's a fact. And I mean, that's not what Globers do. They just believe, you know. I think believing, when it comes to this stuff, the religion by side, I think it's the wrong thing. There's nothing behind the word believe, you know. There's nothing behind this word. Who's smarter, someone who believes 99 things, or someone who just knows one thing and he can verify it, you know?
Right.
100% the one that knows things, not the one who believes things. That's not an opinion, that's a fact, 100%.
I like that. I like that. Who's what's better, believing 99 things or knowing one thing? I think that's a good point. I've never heard anyone say that. I'll probably use that, and I'll give you credit.
Yeah. I got an upgrade. I got some roles. When I came one time and I was talking with this mod Dandelion, very nice, and you can look my roles. I have so much roles, really nice.
I saw him. That's good. We put we we put your sword in the fire, and you came out a little stronger. So that's good. That's the goal.
Mm. My destination is 100% to be maybe one day better than Indio.
Oh, there you go.
That's a pretty hard thing to achieve, but yeah.
Well, don't worry about being better. I mean, there's no better.
Yeah, you know, I mean, for example, better, maybe like more knowledge on something. Yes, I mean,
Well, just
Indio
be the
literally
best,
has.
just be the best Seiya. You know, just be the best you. When you go in your front yard, there's no one best blade of grass.
Mm-hmm.
So just be the best blade of grass. You don't have to be the best one. There is no best one.
Yeah, but I mean,
We need you to be exactly who you are. When you hit that 99 versus 1 line, that's some original stuff. Maybe you got that from someone else. Maybe you just made that up. But if you just made that up, that's exactly why you're here, man. If we were all given a bunch of like paintbrushes and paint, we'd all paint different pictures. So that's the thing. We don't need you to paint someone else's picture. Just do you, and you'll be great.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's that's one of my best piece of advice, and that's not even flat Earth related. You know.
Yeah, that's a good advice.
Be the best you can be, bro. And I know that sounds cliche, but like people are always trying to be like other people, and I think that's to a fault.
Yes, you're right. But I mean, Indio he's insane. I think it's so fascinating when I come into the lobby or something, and always when I see him like destroying these Globers, using things like words or something about topics that I don't even understand. I think it's he has an answer to anything. I mean, I talked a lot to him. I asked him pretty much a lot of things in his DMs. For example, like about everything, like flight routes or tides and stuff. I think he's insane. What topic are you working on right now?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm like the opposite of Indio. Like, and I don't mean this in any negative way at all. Like Indio, he gets very, very technical, and I've definitely learned a lot of those things, like how he's talked about the ISS altitude and how you can't even see curvature from that altitude. It's like, whoa, I didn't know that. And so I've started using that in my arguments. But my style is actually like the opposite. Like as if he's getting real, real technical, I'm getting like more and more reduced down into the most simple form of that, like an idea. Yeah, it's like making simple syrup. I don't know if you guys are familiar with simple syrup, but it's just like sugary syrup, and it's literally just sugar and water, right? And you combine the sugar and the water and some heat, and you reduce it down into this even thicker, delicious, sweet syrup. And so, like, that's kind of my that's the way I approach things. Oh, you see me talking about hills of water.
Yeah,
it's like
that's what Globers believe in.
Oh, exactly. That's what I mean. It's like I'm trying to reduce down this, because they're saying boats go over the curve, but everyone wants to ignore the part that they're actually saying, which is that this boat is going over a hill of water. So that's my thing now. That's what I'm working on, is just reducing everything down into the most simple way to put it.
Yes. But I mean, when you say this about the hills of water, they're just going to like start talking crap and stuff because when you tell this, they seem so dumb because when they think about it, they actually believe in this, and then they get very angry and they just insult or ad hominem.
Yeah. I actually have proof of what you're saying in the chat. Look, I'll post it right now. I go, wait a minute, I thought boats were supposed to disappear over the curve. He goes, bro, you're brain damaged. Okay, yeah, so it's like they find their own worldview to be ridiculous. And that's kind of the point of why I'm doing what I'm doing, is I'm just putting up a mirror to their own mind, their own thoughts. They see their own thoughts in the mirror, and they're finding them stupid. And then they're attacking me.
I think
love
it's
it, dude.
very funny.
I find it hilarious because I'm not even presenting anything to them. I haven't argued anything. I didn't say this is what's happening. I'm just saying, hey, look, I'm being told that water forms into a hill. What do you think about that? Oh, that's freaking stupid, man. Well, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think it's very funny actually. There are so many globe logic memes and stuff. Or someone was talking inside the lobby, and he was asking a global, how can you see the rotation of the earth? And he just said clouds. The clouds are moving because of the earth or something like that. And I thought, yeah, it's so funny because the first thing that they think when they hear about a flat earther, they think of a dumb person, but they don't even realize the trash that they're saying for themselves.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
I don't even know why saying one word. Oh, clouds. Could you expand? Can you expand on that? Think you can explain that to a 5-year-old?
100%. The most don't even know what clouds are or how they got created or something like that.
They couldn't explain their own thought process on that one. They're just saying things because they've got a freaking panel with buttons on it. Clouds. Could you do you even know how that would work?
I think it's so funny.
Really? Okay.
So sad, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And
they just let down their ego for a moment, I think probably help them out a lot. We're honestly dealing with a lot of ego.
I think it's all, first of all, it's Professor Dave's fault and the Flat Earth Societies. If these two would never got created, I think people would treat us differently. Maybe just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
But however, I mean, if anyone would actually have delivered Globe Earth proof, then this server wouldn't even exist,
Right. That's another thing that's annoying too, is how they'll be like, we'll just Google it. Do you really think that no one did that? You really think we just didn't? It seems like these people think that flat earthers just woke up one day and were like, you know what? I'm going to be a flat earther. And that's, they honestly, some of them honestly think that no one took the time to just Google it like they said. That's crazy. Oh, we'll just Google it, dude. You don't think anyone did that?
Funny. They don't want to test things out for themselves. They just leave it to other. One day I asked a teacher, can you give me, I would like to hear a globe proof, just ask because I don't really have long discussions. I just ask. And she said yeah, there was Galileo Galilei proved it a long time ago. And I asked her, can you show me how I can prove it for myself? Because, I want to prove it for myself. If it's actually true, I can do an experiment at home and not just think, okay, this guy did it, so it must be correct, And I think that's a wrong way of thinking. And she said, yeah, he did a circumnavigation, And I think that's pretty much a stupid thing because you can't test the globe, you can test it you can test the flat Earth for yourself. Get a long lake or something, somewhat like 5 miles. If you have a good camera, you can just wait for maybe good weather conditions on a day and have a friend standing on the other side of this lake and do an experiment or something. Or maybe just look out the window, or maybe just fill water into a bottle or something in different shapes, and you can see water takes the shape of its container, and bam, there's your flat Earth proof. That's way easier than just saying, yeah, someone proved it a very long time ago, so it must be right. That's a completely wrong way of thinking, if you ask me.
Yeah, agreed. Well,
hey, Calm Breeze.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question, brother?
Yeah.
You said that, and I've suspected this, I just haven't been able to figure out how to demonstrate it, that it is geometrically impossible to see curvature even from the ISA, so like 225, 250 mile mark. What are your sources for that? How would that be demonstrated?
Oh, okay. Let me get the post for you. But basically, it's just mathematics. Because you know how you go to Google and you ask Google how high do I need to go to see curvature? It's going to tell you
35,000 miles.
30,000 miles, exactly. But I guess according to the math, you'd have to be like way, way, way higher. And apparently 250 miles isn't enough. But let me get the post for you. This isn't my work per se, but when I heard about it, it took me a while to sort of for it to sink in. But now it's kind of sunk in. I'm like, oh damn. So yeah, these guys don't really realize. They don't know how big their globe is. That's why they're saying, some of them are saying you can see curvature, some of them are saying you can't, and they're all confused. So, yeah. Let me just grab this post for you, though. You'll see Indio talk about it a lot. One sec.
Are there any videos of Indio debating?
He has a channel with
I know his
animated
YouTube channel,
one.
but there aren't actually videos of him debating, I think.
I mean, he doesn't get the chance to debate. We don't even get the chance to debate. We're just scraping the bottom of the barrel with these guys at this point. It's like putting in Indio versus these scrap trench level ball tars that are coming in. It's almost like putting Tyson up against a high school wrestler or something. Mike Tyson. So. Yeah, something like that. But I just posted in the chat. It says, let's say we were at an elevation of the ISS. They're about 250 miles above the Earth. If we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at that point, looking 360 degrees, what that horizon would look like, it would look flat. This is from Paul Larson, a planetarium director. There's a post that goes with this too. Let me see if I can get that.
I have a question. I saw something the other day. It was very interesting. There are a lot of people that claim they see curvature at that height, even at the 70,000, 100,000 foot. They see curve. Do you think it's possible they actually do?
No.
I've been in an aircraft going to Mexico before. I never saw no curve when I was up there, and I would have noticed it.
Oh, I've been on airplanes before, and there is no curve. It's 35,000. I mean, it's flat. It's flatter than a pancake. But I was watching something the other day, and it kind of tripped me out. And this guy was saying that when you're, I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but he was saying when you're actually above the horizon, when you're above the atmosphere and you're looking through the atmosphere, you're literally looking through a prism. As the atmosphere extends, the top of the atmosphere and the bottom of the atmosphere extend out into the horizon, you're literally looking through a prism. And when you look at flat lines through a prism, they actually arc. That was a new thought for me.
TB, I sent the stuff in that you were talking about.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Check the chat if anyone needs that data. The prism thing.
Hey, thanks, Calm Breeze. I'll check that out.
No problem. No problem. Yeah. I mean, interesting point there. Interesting point there for sure. It makes me think of this question that I asked before. I asked the boys in the panel, like, when you look up at the sky, like, what percentage of the sky do you think you're seeing? And someone was like, well, probably like, I don't know, 10%. But you have this like personal dome, type of thing. You're not seeing like a box. You're seeing kind of like what you described, like some type of like prism. I don't know how to explain it really that well. But I get what you're saying. But I mean, if you're flying over an ocean and you see like curved ocean, I mean, I don't know. I might be a little skeptical about that. We all know water doesn't curve.
Yeah, we know that. I watched a video the other day, and this guy, I had never seen anybody say this before, but he was saying, "Uh-oh, crud." He was saying that he believes them, that they actually do see curvature from that height, but not because curvature is there, but because they're viewing it through a prism.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of get that, I guess. But then we also have like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, "You ain't seeing curvature." You know what I mean? Right here.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Yeah, I just posted that link. You can check it out. It's about a 25-minute vid. I thought it was pretty well done, and it made a lot of sense. But I've thought that about other things that I've later debunked. So who knows?
Good point. Good point. Yeah, I'll check it out though. That is an interesting point that you brought up. Maybe it has some truth to it for sure. But I guess at least it wouldn't be Earth curve. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
No, he in no way is postulating the idea that the Earth is curving. He is entertaining the idea that human testimony can actually be affirmed. That are we just going to call all these people liars? And he's saying, is it possible that they actually are seeing curve? And he postulates a scenario where it actually would be possible. And he instead of he calls it a horizontal refraction. Instead of what they do terrestrial refraction and atmospheric refraction, and he suggests another type of refraction that when you get up above the atmosphere is actually a real phenomenon. Who knows? It's just his postulation at this point.
Guess we'll take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and take your bathroom break. Get your drink made. Get your snacks. We'll be back. And there's a quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? You already owe me a space soda for my last bet.
Well, you still owe me a spice burger from the one before that.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Now I'm going to discuss how we would look for a new law. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we well, don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply, and then we compare those computation results to nature, or we say compare to experiment or experience, compare it directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. In that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make a difference how beautiful your guess is. It doesn't make a difference how smart you are who made the guess or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it.
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the Age of the Sextant. It's time for the globe to recant. And thank you, Toby Dog, for this awesome beat. Let's go. Earth. No matter what you do, it messes flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. Lost in a fallacy, it's just a fantasy. Truth threatened from be a global conspiracy affecting you and me. It's not meant to be. It's driving to brevity. You don't have no gravity. It's your head just a cavity. That's just a simile. Science cannot see. It's pseudo, actually. The loss of humanity, groupthink insanity, health and vanity. You gave it for sanity. Freedom lost rapidly. You gave up happily. Truth has validity. Lies fear scrutiny. Objective reality. A global fatality. Public pageantry. Lacking veracity. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. A loss of ability, degrading utility, a race of futility. You think this is fun to me? Public cannot see. Just stuck like a tree. They call it university, a death slave undoubtedly. If you were stolen from the heartbreak travesty, they lie to you and me. It doesn't make you free. Where is your equity, culture, antiquity? The soul in your history, unravel the mystery. Don't be lost at sea. We're all one family. Raise the children to be free. Don't die or work or be. You cannot lie to me. No knowledge sets you free. Living in reality is the only way to be. Take accountability, find your rationality. Learn the logic and you see. It's just a 43. What's in bigger, take a knee. Stop the we and top the plea. Open eyes, see the points. 3 undeniably, but not all can see. Especially the pre-programmed NBC with the proud personality and the victim mentality. Living in a normal normality. This genial generality, a hollow superficiality. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. It's time to rise up, come together, teach each other. It's time to rise up, break the bonds from one another. It's time to rise up, I believe in you. They lie to you about everything else. Why would they tell you the truth about where you reside? Brain fried, you don't think you're more easily controlled when the government debunks all the religious views of the world with a lie. The rights of the people come from the creator, something the government could not take away until this. Now most people think the government bestows those rights upon the people who can therefore take those rights away. Those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery. Getting hooked into a socialist democracy, a communist tyranny, a bold-faced hypocrisy. Obvious for all to see. NASA, Nazi repository, Nazi founded NASA, it's history. Behind the UN as well, so mystery. Do the research, stop the faith, it's your choice, your voice. Use it. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come join us. Peace.
ODD TV.
Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas. No barcode, no party, no ID, no beers. Your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears. No SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul, your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul, your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul, your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us eyes, your ears, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan, get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit, playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrink, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drink, throw away your book, we'll sell you crap, we'll charge you debt. Wanna buy big banks, we'll want the cash. Your soul, your house, your phone, we you want your soul, your house, your phone, we you want your soul, your house, your phone, we you want your soul, your house, your phone, we you want your soul, your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's Mackers, here's Britney, here's cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's armpit wax, here's football shirt, here's baseball cap, here's live talk show, here's video game, here's cola life, here's Tim Morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night malls, here's plastic hips. Your house, your phone, we you want your soul. Your house, your phone, we you want your soul. Your house, your phone, we you want your soul. Your house, your phone, we you want your soul. Your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul,
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here is American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Even though we know he has no argument, I think Rumpus uses tactics that other people only go to at the end before they get really annoyed.
Ev, on your Earth, do points of constant elevation form a perfect plane?
What?
Try listening and understanding, moron. Do the points of constant elevation form a plane on the Earth?
Yes.
So there you are, you're a flat Earth.
A horizontal plane.
No, because that's what's meant by a flat earther. That's what a flat earther believes. Points of constant elevation form a perfect horizontal plane. Yes. That makes you a flat earther. Sorted. Well done, Brenda.
No, because you can do that also on the globe.
No, you can't. It doesn't form a flat. No, on the globe, Points of constant elevation form a sphere. You utter moron. You
No,
utter moron.
Elevation
Points
is-
of constant elevation on the sphere, on the globe, form another spherical surface. You utter idiot.
there is not.
Jesus Christ, how stupid can you be?
No, there is
You have
not.
got to be the thickest person in this panel. That's the
Rufus,
stupid
how
thing.
rude can you be? If you're going to come in here
Okay,
and
Emma.
talk,
Emma, do you
talk,
understand? Okay, Emma.
There is
Emma.
no such thing
Emma, if I
as
form
curved.
another, Emma, if I
curved-
form a surface
Hang on.
at a certain distance
Paper was
from a
speaking.
sphere on a football, let's say, and I increase, create a new surface.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. What my real truth is. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this shit. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly, gassed up. Fellas need to tore it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and the servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must cut you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CD. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah. It's rock, yeah.
We the best music.
It's rock, yeah.
Another one. DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a glow. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Half gas pressure, and less contained. They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The Like love don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Oh, let it go, oh, let glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Oh, let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curves in that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ask for proof when I give you some low. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind it, flat smacking to all of my muscles or so. Asking me, say it's a ball. He ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking, why did it fall? Don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Branda's clocks like a dog. See tough our less is some fog. Ask for curvature measurements. They can go claims without no evidence. Globe too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows in a stick up. Thinking measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
This ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. Like love don't exist, it's only in your mind. Someone let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Oh, let it go, oh, let glow. Let it go, oh, let glow. Oh, let it go, let glow.
You know
Hey,
what the
so
difference is? You can actually use what you did. You can use it in real life and prove its efficacy. So can you please show me how we can utilize the spinning globe in practical use case in real life and it works?
Yeah, you won't believe in space travel, but that's one part of it,
So
unfortunately.
I don't believe in the government stories where we need something that can be independently verified with empirical means. So whatever you invented, I can use, right? You said it's in my cell phone. I can prove it. I don't care what NASA says. They were founded by Nazis. We need actual empirical evidence. So is there any time that you can give us that would be verifiable?
Yeah, I understand your question, but what if the guys who would said, hey, Goudsmith, you did work on cars called CMOS, but I don't believe you.
We could test to see if it works. I just explained the difference.
Yeah, but don't we have ESA or the Chinese space agency that also went up there? It's not NASA.
This question.
Oh,
Yes,
so
think of this
another government.
Yeah, okay. Hold on. The guy, that idiot you have. Musk, SpaceX. He's not a government agency. He went up there.
SpaceX gets $500 million in grants per year from the government. Elon Musk is on record. You need to listen instead of being so impulsive. Elon Musk is on record saying that before he could ever go to space, he had to give over all of his computing to the top level over to the federal government for unimpeded access.
Whoa.
Try again.
Never read. No, I've never read that. No.
Well, now you learned something from the stupid flat earthers. So the Elon Musk
I don't call you stupid because you are very clever. But do you have a link for that I can actually?
Sure. I'll give it to you in a second. It's an Elon Musk interview. He also is quoted as saying, "We would have never gotten to space without NASA." That's in an interview. Did you know that?
But that I can understand.
He said we could have never gotten to space without
Yeah,
NASA.
no, I understand, because NASA wasn't that all based around Werner von Braun? Who was the first guy that actually got some fucking rockets into the air and bombarded London with it?
Well, what's the relevance of this? You're talking about Werner von Braun, the Nazi?
A Nazi who built rockets, who shows that rockets work. Now, once you can get them from Norway all the way to England, the next step is bring them a bit higher, what North Korea is doing today. And you get higher and higher, and at one point in time you're above and out of, let's say, you'll never get out of the gravitational force of the Earth, of course, but you can create a speed by which you don't fall back anymore.
North Korea is known for pumping propaganda to brainwash people. Werner von Braun has admittedly been proven to have shown fake rocket propaganda to the German population. Did you know that?
Maybe he did, but in the meantime, he also shot rockets to London. And that is for sure.
Are you saying you can't shoot rockets to London on a flat Earth?
No, I don't say that.
Okay, so that doesn't help us. An SS. Listen, man, an SS officer of the Nazi regime who admittedly sent out fake propaganda films about rockets is the same guy that was brought over here by the U.S. government in Operation Paperclip and put in charge of the space exploration program, where they started telling us stories about rockets. So that's not a very credible source.
Was he a Nazi?
He was an SS officer.
Werner von Braun?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm telling you, bro. And by the way, on his tombstone, he has Psalms 19:1.
Yeah, I know, but that's...
that says
I'm not religious. I put the same there.
I'm going to keep teaching you stuff, Globemaster. He also wrote a science fiction book in the 50s called Project Mars. And in the science fiction book, they found the first civilization ever on Mars. And the main character's title that does this is Elon.
Hey, I read here that Werner von Braun was arrested by the Gestapo.
Wait, what's that book again? What's the book's name
again? It's called
again?
Project Mars.
Project Mars.
He was an SS officer. I don't care.
No, I read it. He seems to be that, but he was also arrested, so he was not that very truthful to the Nazi party, was he?
He killed people as an SS officer and showed fake rocket propaganda. So if you want a virtue signal for an SS officer, go ahead.
No, the asshole did kill a lot of people in England, I'm for sure. Yes.
And he was notorious for lying about the very exact thing that he claimed to do later. So we don't believe him. He wrote a science fiction book in the 50s where Elon founds the first civilization in Mars. Do you think that he was a prophet?
Coincidence?
Because the guy is called Elon.
Do you think it's a coincidence that Elon?
Yeah, must be.
Pure coincidence.
Yeah, of course.
Did you know Elon Musk's grandfather was arrested for technocracy and found guilty, and then appealed it and had to pay a $50 fine, and is on quote saying he wants to replace the world's governments with artificial intelligence?
But a $50 fine must be a misdemeanor.
That was in the 30s. He was found guilty of technocracy. The point is that we don't trust people that want to take over the government with artificial intelligence. We don't blindly trust governmental agencies that are notorious for lying and working with Nazis. And we don't blindly trust SS officers that lied about rockets.
So you must also be absolutely opposing Trump.
I don't like Trump because he's a puppet in the government. So this is not secular. Do you understand the major point? Globemaster, can I break this down for you, man? This is the point. If the Earth's a spinning globe, there's 1,000 different ways you could prove it. We don't need to appeal to the authority of fraudulent agencies within the government. There should be verifiable empirical means that you and I can both go test ourselves. Yeah. We know the government lies all the time. The government lies all the time. JFK is the one that said we were going to the moon. At the same time, the government proposed to JFK something called Operation Northwoods, where they were going to kill U.S. citizens and blame it on Cuba so we could go to war with them.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the same government that worked with Nazis, the same government that blew up our own ship and then claimed it was Vietnam so we could go to war with them. We don't believe in the government's stories. They admit they lie. Operation Mockingbird says they took over all the mainstream media to propagandize the public. In 2011 to 2012, there's something called the Smith-Munn Modernization Act, where they made it legal to propagandize and lie to U.S. citizens under Obama's administration. They also did MK Ultra, where they literally used different processes or different methodologies to brainwash people. In fact, they did this on the unsuspecting public, including college students, construction workers, without their knowledge, literally try to brainwash them without them knowing. This is a very malevolent group of people that have no interest in doing what's best for you and will blatantly lie to you. Admittedly, we need to be able to verify it with real empirical evidence. So can we throw out the appeal to authority? That includes China, who literally have a social credit system and lie to their government, lie to their people about everything. This includes Israel, who lies about everything. We don't need world governments. We need empirical evidence. If there's a globe that spins, we should be able to prove it ourselves. Don't you agree?
I agree with that. You forgot Watergate.
Yeah. There's a million things. We talk forever. What about
and the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq?
Exactly.
But there is this one thing they all have in common. They were exposed.
No, actually, most of the time they weren't exposed. They only classified the documents through the.
Yeah, but then they were exposed. Yeah.
Like USS Liberty.
Yeah,
USS Liberty, where Israel blew up our ship and then they didn't get in trouble. Glowmaster, you need to understand, they didn't come out and admit it. They didn't get exposed. It took decades for these documents to come out because they can only be classified for roughly 5 decades. The Freedom of Information Act made them release them. So we didn't find out about MK Ultra until decades later. So they're lying to us right now, and they don't have to release the information for another 50 years, right?
Well, here in my country, it's 20 years.
What country is that?
It's a cool story.
The Netherlands. And we have for top secret, it's like 20 years, 25 years.
Okay, so that means that if they're lying to you right now, you're not going to know until like almost 2050. So,
yeah.
So wouldn't it be naive to think that all of a sudden they're not lying anymore when they've been lying the whole time?
That is true, but the so-called created lies about the Earth being a globe, well, we are way beyond 100 years of that, and they have apparently not been declassified. So I don't think that was really a conspiracy to hide the flat Earth from us.
Well, have you ever researched the moon landing? Because I'll tell you another bit of a history lesson, okay? So in 1945, we did Operation Paperclip. That's where we brought Nazi scientists over. It was called Operation Paperclip because we put paperclip in the files of the scientists we wanted to bring over here. In 1946, the year after that, we did something called Operation High Jump. That's where we sent Admiral Byrd, a well-decorated admiral for the U.S. military, to go explore Antarctica. He then came back after years of exploring, and he said, "It's astonishing to me that there's an area bigger than the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored and no one knows about." Then, 2 years after giving that interview, he mysteriously died from heart complications. In between those 2 years, his son was found murdered in a warehouse. Then, right after that, he died in 57. In 58 and 59, they founded NASA and signed the Antarctic Treaty, which is the longest lasting peace treaty in human history. And every major world country has agreed that it's illegal for the general public to go explore that area. They founded NASA and signed the Antarctic Treaty within 1 year of each other. Then a couple years later, in 1961, JFK came out and said, we're going to go to the moon in 8 years. Then in 1962, we did Operation Fishbowl, which was part of Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So it's literally Operation Fishbowl of the Lord. We sent high altitude missiles up and they kept on getting impeded and exploding at certain altitudes. They couldn't get past a certain point. Then we fast forward to 1968.
You're not jumping. I cannot answer all those things one by one.
You to answer them. I'm showing you the progress of what happened.
I need to answer two.
Listen, buddy. They went and explored Antarctica. Then they came back and said it's illegal for you to go there. Then they said we're going to the moon. Okay, and they lied about the moon. There was a person that was supposed to go to the moon. He came out and said that we're never going to go to the moon. We can't get to low Earth orbit. We can't communicate in our own buildings. He hung a lemon on the module. Then he mysteriously burned alive in a routine checking of wires on NASA facilities because the door was mysteriously locked from the outside and they accidentally pumped it full of oxygen. They replaced him, then miraculously went. The reason this is all important, dude, is because this is when they went to the moon in these moon missions. And in 1972, They took the first real picture of the globe from space. They did not claim to have another real picture of the Earth from space all the way up to 2015. If that moon mission was fake, when they supposedly proved it, which it provably was fake, then there was no real picture of the Earth. If you look for them now, they're all admittedly CGI. So where's this evidence that proves the Earth's a globe?
Maybe flat Earth.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or sitting in a park caught a lot of people by surprise.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Some guy ate a bat in China, so now you can't go out at night. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now you got no human rights. Someone ate a bat in China in a cave, now you're a human slave. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now the pharmaceutical companies get paid. Some bat in China, lock off the whole world, change things, rearrange it, or so we're told. Like the world's under a spell. The beginning of hell, yo, yeah. Any sci-fi movie that's seen.
A new world order. Presidential decrees cascading from President Trump's pen.
Any horror movie that I've been.
And the rest of the world now figuring out what it means
for yeah.
Oh boy, this
oh
shit
boy.
banging.
Cause things change, rearrange, and get strange. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now I can't get any toilet paper? Yeah.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or...
Better stay home, watch the TV. Better stay home, don't visit the family. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now my girlfriend don't want to give me vagina. Everything's changed, rearranged. The whole world gone strange, yeah. Some guy ate a bat in China. Yeah. Someone from China ate a bat, and now you can't leave your house or go out the
New
back.
South Wales Police are patrolling Sydney streets.
Do you
as
believe
residents try
that?
to understand changing social distancing rules.
But I don't know, bro.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Oh boy, what another one. Big fat shit from the side again. Freestyling with a microphone and a beer in my left hand. I'm in lockdown. What are the sounds? A little bit sad. Shit. Someone ate a bat in China? Can't go and get any toilet paper? The TV telling me that. Yeah.
Oh boy, you went dumb on this one.
Police are receiving some backlash for their aggressive approach.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
Ms. Downs, I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Get jumping. Say the sky's not the limit. He fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep open my bubble. Look, butterflies.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just dark doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Well, it didn't go there.
Okay, Glad. I accept your invitation.
If the moonlight energy is re-radiating, we already dealt with it. It's not. So that is a false premise.
Can we also use this to prove that as another way?
If we can use this, we can prove this as another way. This isn't a scientific hypothesis. It's not an experiment. However, you could possibly demonstrate something via another route other than an experiment. Follow?
Do you have any ideas?
I don't. It's your claim. I really don't. All I know, this isn't a scientific hypothesis for the reasons I just mentioned, and it's not. Therefore, it's not an experiment, not a viable one anyway.
What if you wanted to prove that it's causing a cooling effect, not that it's not re-radiated sunlight?
You could possibly do. It wouldn't be an experiment. You could demonstrate that somehow. Sure. Yep.
So, say I do demonstrate it. How would I then make an experiment out of it?
You can't. It's not science. Sorry.
QE for people like me that are dumb. Why can't we make an experiment out of that?
Because it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I don't know. Have you been on mute or deafened for the last 5 minutes?
I feel like you do have a presupposition between a cause and effect. I guess I'm not understanding that.
There is no presuppositions in hypotheses. Hypotheses are suppositions. That's your problem.
And yes, QE, I've been fiddling with getting a mic going for the past 5 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, Roland My Boulder. Okay. I didn't know who was talking to me, so I just blurted it out. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, why would it matter?
That's another problem. You have a presupposition where hypotheses are suppositions. There's a difference between suppositions and presuppositions.
That's why they're two different words.
So I guess a supposition would be that I actually did measure a difference at one point, and then now it's a supposition, right?
Supposition is it's tentative, it's provisional, whereas a presupposition is you already believe it to be true. So I suppose, yes?
And then I misspoke.
It's okay.
So wait, are you saying like a supposition is like a fact and a presupposition is falsifiable?
No, so I'm going to say it again. A supposition is provisional. That means you're getting ready to test it. Whereas a presupposition is something you believe to be true already.
I see. Can you falsify the presupposition or it's not?
Yeah. Yeah. You can falsify presuppositions, yeah. Because if they believe them to be true without evidence, then it's horseshit. Whereas a hypothesis is not believed to be true because it's a supposition. It's a preliminary step to get to experiment. Now, those are natural cause and effect relationships, but not everything falls into that category. So it could be true without it being an experiment. Follow?
I mean,
so based on
things are true whether we experiment on them or not, right?
I can't listen to two people at once, man.
The supposition that I have is based off of my
I already
experience.
I'm not going to deal with it again. I've already shot 4 or 5 holes in it. It's not going to recover. So you can do if I do this and if I do it, you don't. The only way you're going to do it is to post another hypothesis with a viable, independent, dependent variable.
Since I was fiddling with things, can I get the like cliff notes of the past 5 minutes? Well, what are you guys
No,
talking about?
I'm not going back over it.
So why is Moonlight not a viable?
I already told you. I'm not going to tell you again.
Moonlight.
Moonlight's Moonlight. I already told you why it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I shot 4 holes in it. I'm not going to do it again.
Traveler, what are you trying to argue about Moonlight?
I'm trying to demonstrate and then have an experiment that says Moonlight cools.
And you think you have like a bona fide experiment to do that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to develop.
Impossible.
Now, like I said, you could demonstrate that without it being an experiment and still be true. I think you missed that part.
Would that be proof?
Yes.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, you couldn't be happy with that as well. I mean, you're doing more than 90.
To say that for a while.
More than 99% of Americans who are just sat on the couch doing fuck all. You could be really happy with that. You know what I mean? I'd encourage you. That's what a wonderful thing. It's just not an experiment. According to
so like the like important thing is that you can make an observation and record what you saw, and what you saw is true.
No, that has to be an observation of a phenomena.
Neutrality occurring phenomenon.
Isn't everything that you observe a phenomenon?
No, I can observe a tree. It's not a phenomenon. It's a concrete noun.
Okay, so if you want to like observe the changing of the colors of the leaves, that's a phenomenon.
Now that could be one, yes.
See, I speak your language, QE.
Just not the first one.
So watching it grow, watching the leaves change, watching it die, watching it get chopped down, all of those are phenomenon.
It has to be
but looking at it is not.
It has to be an occurrence, not a concrete noun.
Verb.
Yeah, I can look at a tree, but I can't make a viable scientific hypothesis out of. Okay, I observed a tree. Okay, what's the cause? Well, you didn't.
Okay, so what if I go measure the height of all the trees on my back lot? Is that an observation?
Measure the height. Height's not happening.
Yeah, like from the dirt to the highest leaf.
Now, for plant growth, yes, you could come up with a scientific hypothesis for that, sure.
No, I'm talking about experiment. Observation. Sticking with the observation.
Yeah, hypothesis will lead to an experiment. It's called plant growth theory.
No, but just the...
No.
Yeah.
How
no experiment.
No
experiment. Just observations.
You can observe. You can have I'm telling you, you can do an experiment with that type of thing. That's an occurrence. Plant growth.
And it's better than just an observation. He's turned it into an actual, hypothesis. Yeah,
you could do it. Yep, a number of them, right?
Yeah.
That's what makes plant growth theory an actual scientific theory, right?
See, one time Brenda said a shoe is a naturally occurring phenomenon. And that's not true because a shoe isn't doing anything. Now, if a shoe were walking itself, you bet your fucking ass that'd be a naturally observed phenomenon that I would like someone to explain as well.
No, you're wrong.
What?
Yeah, you're now that statement is correct, but you're wrong.
Not natural.
It's not natural.
Oh, you know what? That's true. Okay.
Not that you weren't wrong. You were just you went down the next lane, whereas you could have killed it beforehand. How about that?
Right. Yep. I embellished. I always do that.
I have
So
a
wait a
shoe in
minute.
the-
What if we like tried to look at the shoe wear patterns? Is that natural or not natural?
I got the shoe in the archives.
Like if we just try to figure out how shoes wear out, is that
No, because that's not natural. That's a human wearing the shoe out.
Exactly.
It is a human wearing a shoe out, but the human is nature, right?
No,
Humans in nature don't have shoes.
that's a fallacy of division.
So you're saying like if we took
No, I'm saying
people
it's a
barefoot-
fallacy of division. That's what I'm saying.
you're saying if the people were barefoot and we looked at how their feet were out, that would be natural.
I'm saying it's a fallacy of division. You know what a fallacy of division is?
I have never heard that before.
Look it up. It's also known as a false division, faulty deduction, or division fallacy. Description: inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. Example: atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural. That's a fallacy.
So would looking at how barefoot people's feet are out be natural or not natural?
No, it's created. It's man-made occurrence.
The bare feet aren't man-made though, right?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
The wear on the foot is man-made. The man puts the wear on the foot.
All right, I'll accept that. I get it.
You'll accept it. Oh, that's cute. Good for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I see your point. I concede.
Great. That means you have 3 brain cells instead of 1.5.
Damn, he's just piling on.
Glad is not a. He doesn't.
I don't mince words. Well, it's a waste of time. Listen, Roland, listen. You know it's flat. You're just coming here to do something else. And that's fine. We have fun with you. We like to play around with our food before we eat it, but we do eventually eat it, if you know what I mean.
Yes, indeed you do. And no, I don't know it's flat. It's definitely not flat.
It most certainly is. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent?
Tangents, spherical triangles,
Tangent.
spherical trig,
Okay.
all the things you've heard before. People have told
Okay,
us
yeah, everything I heard
dozens of
before, that includes ink molecules are alive? Okay.
Whoa, what?
When you
All
look
right.
through it,
If you
yeah, I
want.
heard that from a Evo Baltard. So, back to the point.
He said
So,
ink molecules
show
are
me.
alive.
So, yeah, they said that ink molecules were alive. Yes, they did. Okay, so now back to the point. So I said, how do you have a curved adjacent? Right?
You
You said
take the limit.
tangent.
Take the limit. Take the limit.
So okay, thank you. So show us the tangent that the sextant shoots out when you look through it.
You've seen it before.
No, I want the tangent mirror. So throw up a fucking visual of a sextant and show us the tangent mirror, please.
I am not prepared to throw up visuals. So the Earth must be flat.
Yep, it is. Well, the Earth's not flat because of that. The Earth's flat because you're a moron and don't understand what triangles are.
Good catch, though. I'm a moron and I don't understand what triangles are.
What's a triangle?
Oh boy, 180 degrees. What do you want? 3 lines, 3 angles, 180 degrees.
Yeah, that's
kindergartners know these things.
Shit, you said one with 180 degrees, so I immediately listen. You know 99.9% more than your fellow Baltards. Tell you that much.
That's shameful,
isn't it?
And that's
so you
only
got
a
that
triangle.
more or less. So you said, did you say 3 straight lines?
I did not. I said 3 lines.
Oh, do they have to be straight?
What kind of triangle are we talking about, my friend?
Talking about a fucking triangle. There's only one triangle.
So no other adjectives like spherical or...
No, there is no spherical triangle. It's an oxymoron. There isn't
Why
one.
is it an oxymoron?
Well, because you said all the angles. Remember I asked you for the definition.
Okay, sure,
You
sure,
said,
sure. Yeah. You're right. I agree.
Thank you. Can I finish my statement?
You can.
You were correct in stating, like I said, you did a great job. You actually more or less defined it, even though it was like a scattergun, but you got it. You said all the angles of a triangle must add up to 180 degrees. Well, that is true because that's the most important property of a triangle. Then you said, well, QE, can't you put an adjective in front of that monkey and say spherical triangle? Well, if you do that, then all the angles in that spherical adjective triangle will not add up to 180 degrees, making it not a triangle, making it not a spherical triangle. Thank you very much. I'll be in the area all week.
Oh, yeah, I, you know what? I don't disagree with you.
Now, people say spherical triangles. That doesn't make it true. People also say atmosphere, which is a contradiction.
Let's not go there. Let's stick with geometry.
I'm just giving an example of stating something that people say, rather flippantly, that is also a contradiction. So spherical triangle is as atmosphere.
Well, no. Spherical.
Well, yeah.
When they say spherical triangle, they're trying to jump from Euclidean geometry to some other kind, right?
Well, they can't because, like you said, the angle sum property of a triangle is 180 degrees. So I don't give a fuck what type of fairy tale geometry that somebody dreamed up. It's not a triangle.
You should care about the geometry that people dreamed up. It's all been dreamed up. Euclid dreamed up the triangles and all the...
I don't think so. I haven't studied too much of Euclid. I could really give a shit. I know what a fucking triangle is. I know that it's...
Because Euclid dreamed it up for you.
He didn't dream it up. I mean, I can demonstrate a triangle.
Holy crap, dude.
Yeah, so can I.
You think triangles didn't exist?
We both went through the same kindergarten, QE. We can both demonstrate triangles.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Did Globers really fight you on this definition of the triangle thing?
Yes. That's okay. I have a good time with them. It's like they're a fungus, and I'm fast-acting, tenactin.
Fast acting, not just... Okay. All right. Well, there's other geometries that have been dreamed up over the years, and whatever. They may or may not be real.
Yeah, they're dreamland.
But so is Euclid's.
So here we go back again. Okay, I can demonstrate what a fucking triangle is.
Well, I mean, give me a beach ball, and I can demonstrate all kind of spherical things too.
Oh, really? You can't demonstrate a fucking triangle.
Touche, my friend. I cannot. I agree.
Too funny.
So no triangle on a ball.
What would it matter?
Easy to get along with, man.
Like for real, like you could draw a smiley face on a beach ball. Does that mean that there's a large smiley face on the Earth?
No, it does not.
Yeah, there you go. So take that analogy and run with that, all the other arguments.
He already conceded there, AI. Down, boy, down.
Yeah. Just because I could draw something on a beach ball does not make it present.
You're gonna get him going now.
You know what, Roland? I think you may be one of the most honest Globers. Could be.
But I'm still deep down, I'm still a Glober. So
yeah, but how are you a Glober when you can't get an elevation angle with a curved adjacent? I'm having a hard time with that.
Me too.
Oh, I don't get elevation angles from curved adjacents. I get them from those obnoxious tangent lines. So
you can't do that because
in truth,
you can't do that.
I don't regularly.
You can't do that. That's non sequitur. That doesn't follow. Define an elevation angle. With citation, please, not what you make up.
Well, you'd have to give me time to go
ahead.
Do that.
Or do you want me to just kill it right now?
Yes, kill it right now. I know.
Kill it with fire.
Yes, not just kill it, but with fire, so it can't come back.
Hold on a second.
You know, we've done this before, QE, with the elevation angles.
I can't remember.
I know. We all run together, right?
It's too old.
Yeah.
I'm getting too old, and I've been down this road too many fucking times. So, 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. From radartutorial.eu. From radartutorial.eu. Oh, I'm sorry. 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal fucking plane and the line of sight, measured in the vertical plane. From IGCSE 2021 edition, 16.02, angles of elevation and depression. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal fucking plane of the object.
I love that. I love the horizontal fucking plane.
Don't you like that?
I do.
All right, there you go. You're debunked. Why aren't you a flat earther?
Yes.
Because of how I define horizontal fucking plane.
Oh, you define.
There you go. There's the answer. So what you do in your mind is you call it a tangent when all you know of a certainty is that it's a horizontal plane.
Yeah,
So
I mean, have you seen?
hold on. You observe and experience a horizontal plane, right? Then you infer that it must be a globe, and therefore you infer it must be a tangent line. So you're jumping logical categories there, and you're misplaced. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and say, therefore, when I go out into the world, I'm on a tangent line.
Wait. Why can't I put a ruler on a beach ball?
You can, but you're a numpty dipshit.
Oh my goodness, bro. Did I not
And
have
a
an entire
horizontal-
logic string?
Sorry, horizontal plane is not synonymous with a tangent line. Like he said, it's a category here.
Correct. By the way, neither is it synonymous with the horizon, which a lot of globers seem to make the mistake.
I would never tell you that the horizontal plane was synonymous with the horizon.
Yeah, you just did.
Only a numpty dipshit would make that.
No, you just did. Implicitly, you did that.
Maybe implicitly I might, but explicitly, no.
Implicitly, you did, it's more than enough evidence to hang you from the neck till dead.
Yeah, which by the way, fair point, comes around like this as a conclusion. The horizon that we see is the left to right axis, right?
Apparent horizon, no less.
And the horizon plane that you're standing on, if you quote unquote assume it's a ray line from your feet, which you would have assumed was a tangent, but you agree it's a horizontal plane in practicality.
Is this
so you'd end up with
is this the paper towel?
You'd end up with a z-axis, right, and an x-axis that are horizontal to each other in just one big plane. Now, the only thing of a certainty that you could then conclude is that the horizon plane, right, or encompassing it all into one and mixing the categories, that plane is below your feet, which is true. And there is an angle from your eye line, which is above the plane, to the plane below your feet, which is also true. You could call that a depression angle, a dip angle, whatever you want to call it. But that's what we all experience. Nobody experiences any curves anywhere. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and then pretend you're on a tangent in real life.
So you mean like if I'm standing on the beach and I look left, right, forward, whatever, that it doesn't make any sense for it to be a globe, because if I'm looking left, right, I should be seeing the same curve that I see if I look from my feet forwards. Is that?
No, not even close.
Well, dude, I'm trying, man.
When you look left to right, you don't see any curve.
That's
and when
right.
you look forward, you don't see any curve. You never see any curve standing on the
Never
earth.
seen a curve. All right, nothing's around no ships. No,
By the way, that's agreed upon. This is already established, agreed upon in all camps that talk about this subject on any kind of non-asinine level, that the Earth is experienced on the base level from the vantage point of the observer as flat and stationary.
Yeah, if I'm at the beach and looking out over water, flat, stationary, and I had nothing around, just me, beach, water, flat, desert island. So you're right, flat and stationary, I agree.
Yeah, but if you hold a beach ball in your hands and rub it, then you can pretend you're on a globe.
That I could, I guess. Or if like I'd been taught things and knew critical thinking and then used all kinds of other observations, then I could also do it without rubbing the beach ball.
Like what?
Oh, the famous things. Ships bottom up. Sextant.
Sextant elevation angles. That's flat Earth proof.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Ships bottom up. It's about fucking 2015 called. They want their disheveled.
Yeah. You get an angle. You get an angle.
Really? 2015? 7 years ago? That's fucked up.
2015 argument.
Like for real, you get an angle from a flat baseline, and then you look at a beach ball and say, "Oh, I must be on a globe."
Bottom up. Well, that's a cause and effect relationship. A natural cause and effect relationship. What's the hypothesis? And then post the experiment validating your claim. Yeah. Good night.
Yeah. By the way, I will submit to the audience that the only experiential claim that the average globe-believing person has, whether they be, nominal or a zealot, is the bottoms of things disappear, and they can't fathom any other cause except an obstruction in between point A and B.
So that means it's a false cause fallacy. They haven't demonstrated it.
The only reason it's a globe, it's because it's not.
Of course,
Absolutely.
we have there's all kind of demonstrations of that geometric horizon, that fairy tale that keeps on blocking boats and buildings and shit. Where it's supposed to be.
That I almost agree with AI, except there's a second thing that I have experienced.
What's that?
And I mean, you guys, you'll reject it straight up.
What's his name?
I know it'll be rejected straight away, but in terms of just raw, my own personal direct experience,
we don't reject stuff straight away. Stop over talking me. It won't be rejected. It'll be deconstructed and then spat out with fucking virulence.
Yeah. Fair point. Let's criticize that as well. The only thing that you can reject out of hand, right, is claims that have absolutely no evidence whatsoever and or an incoherent logic string on its face. If someone makes an incoherent statement, you can dismiss it based on the logical structure alone. You don't need to examine any of the premises.
Good point.
Fine. So the two direct things that I have personally experienced is like looking out over water, bottom up type stuff.
I already fucking just went over this. So why would the fuck would you bring this back up again? Okay, let's go through this step by step. I put you on mute so you don't continue the diarrhea of the mouth fuckwittery circle jerk. It's like you're pulling crazy Ivans every 5 seconds. Now, this bottom up obstruction is your direct proof of a globetard. That's a natural cause and effect relationship. So in order to validate that, you would have to come up with a hypothesis. So give me a hypothesis, identify the independent, dependent variable, and then the individual, doesn't have to be an individual, the institution that has demonstrated that via experiment.
I have not any of that for you.
Then it's horsepuckery. Number 2. Go ahead.
Laying on the ground in my backyard looking at the night sky for a couple hours before bedtime.
All right. What does that prove?
Yeah, it proves nothing. It's just a direct experience I had.
Direct experience?
Whoa. Yeah. You said you had a direct experience from what we were referring for what you were saying of the Earth being a globe.
Oh, yeah. Both of these things were direct experiences that I feel like I've had that meant it was a globe, but I didn't mean it.
So how's it a globe from just looking up at the night sky? This is dumber than your first one.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't mean to offer it as proof to other people.
Well, that's what you were saying, that this is my direct experience that it's a globe tart. So then you gave us the second one that it doesn't prove or disprove any fucking thing.
Yeah. What you need is to take those observations, all right, at least, at the minimum, put them into a logic string where the conclusion follows from the premises.
Yep. You can't do it.
So I'll do it for you. I'll do the first one for you, and you can try the second. So the first one goes like this. If the Earth was a globe with a big hump of Earth curve in the way, things would disappear from the bottom up as they go beyond or below, right, that curve, right? Now, the next part is important. Things do, quote unquote, disappear from the bottom up. Now your next sentence is crucial. If you say, therefore the Earth is a globe, you've committed a logical fallacy. If you say, therefore the Earth could be a globe, you're in the realm of saliency.
Yep. Very good.
But nobody does that. Nobody says, oh, therefore the Earth could be a globe. They axiomatically just spurt out, it is a globe because of this logical fallacy, which is literally defined as a formal fallacy.
How are you guys doing tonight?
It would be true. Yeah, and it would be true if the initial premise necessary for the conclusion to follow was proven, which is the Earth being a globe. You can't use assuming it in a fallacy to then prove it. It makes no sense.
Yeah, well, the first part is that the argument's void as soon as you invoke a logical fallacy, and you got two of them. Like he said, affirming the consequent, form a logical fallacy with the first one.
I heard someone speaking. I didn't want to keep it going if someone wants to speak here. So I have a long playlist going. If you guys want to start a conversation right now, feel free.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
Not much. How you doing?
Pretty good. Just a little bored right now. What about you? What you doing?
I'm really upset at management. I know it's kind of a personal issue, but the management where I live is using fraudulent...
like for your company or what?
Yeah, it's a management company. Fear tactics, Gestapo, basically from the Mein Kampf handbook. Fear, intimidation, coercion. Yeah, and fraudulent.
What's their goal, though?
Who knows? They're psychotic. I don't care.
They must have something in mind. There's something I want, right?
Oh, yeah. They're trying to increase what people's actual incomes are so they can charge them more money.
What?
Based on fraudulent income information. And I'm going to start reporting these assholes. I already called the corporate office.
Do it on the down low. Don't let them know that you're reporting them. Down.
Oh, yeah. Well, I called the corporate office and reported this asshole, this guy that is actually just a coward, and trying to act like he's, bullies, like people that bully people are actually cowards. So I don't play well with cowards.
Well, they're cowards deep down, like at their heart.
Yeah, so I'm pissed off, man, and I've had enough now, and I'm going to start taking action. I'm not going to allow this person to railroad over me with false information, have me sign false documentation. What a dick. And I'm going to start passing the number around to everybody I see that lives here because they're all complaining about this guy. So they're all going to get the corporate number so they can all make things, and then I'm going to get a freaking petition going. I don't care. Like,
Why do they want to raise the wages?
Because they're liars. I don't know who this guy is. He's a liar.
So, do they really just want to raise the cost of everything?
They want to like charge people for rent based on income they don't have. What'll happen is they'll end up having to leave. They'll be kicked out and they'll be homeless again. So I don't know what the main goal is, to like get people only they deem suitable for this housing. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. This guy just came in here. I've been here 6 years. It's so stupid that it's beyond belief. Anyway, I'll stop because I'm really angry. That's not good for me.
It's alright.
But, you know, when you push people too far, then they're going to start taking action. I don't see how he thinks he can hide behind his corporation. He's not immune to personal liability based on his actions. So I suspect he'll be leaving us soon. If not, I'll just start being louder. I'll just get louder. I'll get louder and I'll get more widespread, and I have a big fucking mouth and I know how to use it. So they got the wrong person here. I don't know. They think I'm just like some little sissy that's just gonna fucking roll over from this asshole lying about my income.
So are they trying to crash the market or cause a collapse? Because it seems like that's what they're going to do.
Well, they are a large low-income property managers here and in California. So yeah, they're a large corporation. So if they're
the
doing
big
this
corps
across the
love
board-
fucking over the small guys.
Oh yeah. So they're like, people that are unaware are just going to sign what he says. They're going to end up being on the street. Thank you very much. So I'm not falling for it. He's not getting me out of my house. Like, they'll have to physically remove me. Good luck with that. But actually, I think it's a really good point to bring up here, because we talk about, like, the system that we're in is psychopathic. Well, this is one example that these corporations are putting the most narcissistic person in charge of being in contact with real living beings. A narcissist. Like, it's not obvious to all of us what narcissism is. Well, maybe not to some. The people that are totally ignorant of their own narcissism aren't going to be able to see others' narcissism. So, you know, it's psychopathic what's going on. Because you asked what would be the purpose of it. Good question. Why would they try to get a bunch of low-income people, lie about their income, and then kick them back out? You know why? I'll tell you why. Then they get a whole new group of people with all brand new funding over after they've already got the funding from the first people. Kick them out and then get more funding. Yeah, that's probably the reason.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. They're liars.
So another money steal.
Yeah, this
manipulate the economy to steal people's money, essentially.
Yeah, this is how this particular system seems to be working, with lies, coercion, threats, intimidation. But that's from the Mein Kampf freaking handbook, or the Little Red Book, Mao Zedong's freaking Communist Manifesto. It's just like that. We're seeing it in action here, folks. And if you didn't know there could be black Nazis, fascists, black Nazi fascists? You're wrong. There are. They're right here today, right in front of you.
What, these people pushing all these crazy ideologies?
Yeah, trying to make the Kool-Aid scare, trying to make that about your housing. I never heard anything so ridiculous in my life. What? When I moved in here and signed the lease, that wasn't in existence. So how can you say after the fact that that has anything to do with my funding? Dipshit. Yeah, I don't mean to be so triggered, but you know, I think it's good to let this stuff out when it happens because keeping it inside is not an option. Not just gonna stand by. Because look, I got all day long. I can go research corporate fraud, how to publicize it, how to spread it wide and far. Yeah, I got all day. If they want me to continue, if they want me to focus my energy on them and their fraudulent activities, they're going to have some problems, real big problems. So we'll see. This is the attack on us. This is part of this attack.
What, spiritual attack?
No, the whole financial thing too. Lies and deceit.
Oh yeah, to push the "you will own nothing and be happy" agenda.
Exactly. Like,
I don't think it's going to be exactly like that. I think it's going to be a lot less private ownership. Like maybe 50% of people actually own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think there's going to be a big downturn in how many people have physical like own stuff.
yeah, that's what they're trying to do. It's not that we own everything's been paid for since 1933. The mortgage has already been paid on America. It's just these idiots that just believe anything they're told. Let these government agencies charge you over and over again when you've already paid for everything in 1933 with your future energy, your children's future working energy. It's already been paid for. Everything's been paid for. Do you know that? All the cars, all the cars, all the products, all the resources are already paid for. It's already been paid for. We already paid it. Of course, they didn't tell you that your birth certificate is what paid the mortgage. On the debt owed to the corporate financiers, the corporate bankers that live offshore, including the Federal Reserve, which is based in Puerto Rico. It's not even on CONUS.
Don't the Vatican bankers control it all?
Well, yeah, you know, the Red Shield and all that, of course. They're all buddies. Anyone else in here want to speak to Destroyed? not VC verified. I'll unmute you for a second here. Are you there, Destroyed? Your note
Yeah.
on your tab. Okay. How's it going?
It's going well, Sonny. How are you?
Oh, hey, PD. Been a while.
Are you staying out of the tap?
Yeah, man, doing pretty well. Yeah,
How long? How many
I've been-
days have you gone without showering in tap water, Sonny? Tell us.
Well, I have to be honest. I did take one yesterday.
Big yikes. So for me, it's been almost 9 years. I haven't used soap in 9 years, and I haven't used toothpaste in 9 years. So if you do what I do, that's a good start.
Yeah. I don't personally think there's anything wrong with handmade soaps. Like you can make it at home with basic ingredients. So if it's natural soap, there's nothing wrong with using soap.
Yeah, you can eat it too, right? Just whip it up, eat it, take a bite out of your bar.
It's a category error. We're not talking about eating it.
Yeah, but if you're going to rub it all over yourself, wouldn't you just eat it at that point?
No, because it's not going in the same system.
Oh, so you're not the same on the outside as you are on the inside. That's what you're saying?
Well, whatever's on the outside of your skin doesn't go in the same. It goes in the cells, yeah, but it doesn't go all the way into your. I mean, it may to a certain extent, but how much soap is in your digestive system when you're taking a bath with soap?
I don't want to know. That's why I don't use it. But look, dude, you guys are doing great work, man. Earth is not flat. I'm glad y'all are having a great day.
What'd you say?
Earth is flat.
Is a mountain flat, Sonny?
It is flat.
Is a mountain flat?
If you compare it over a very, very, very larger object, yes, it is.
Okay,
So
you're
the
saying
mountain
because a part
relative
of
to the
Earth-
size of our plane is actually quite flat.
Okay, so remember, it's not our plane. I'm not a part of our, but that's great, right? So because a part of Earth is not flat, you're saying the whole
You're
thing?
right.
Is that
You
what
must
you're
be
saying?
part of the Galactic Federation.
No, it's not about that. You just admitted that mountains are not flat, and because a portion of Earth is not flat,
Yeah, they're not
the whole thing's flat. That's what you just said, right?
Dude, when you say flat Earth, you don't literally mean it's like 100% flat. Even
It's not
balls
flat
aren't
at
flat.
all.
Spheres
It's not
aren't
flat at all.
perfectly spherical. Nothing's perfect.
No one said it was a sphere.
Look, it starts with sea level. So if you have sea level, which is at the shore side sea level, then everything, every other elevation is based on sea level. That sea level is all the same level from coast to coast. Every single coast or shoreline is at that same level. That's what we're talking about. Of course you have terrain, you have mountains, hills, valleys. Yeah, of course you do. That's not the point.
So you're using the fact that a mountain makes the Earth not flat to justify that it's a sphere. Is a mountain a sphere? Does that make the
I never
Earth a
said it
sphere?
was a sphere.
The mountain's
I never
not a
said it was
sphere.
a sphere.
Yeah,
Never
but
said
you're
it was a
trying
sphere.
to initiate an argument to insinuate that the fact that a mountain's not flat would make the Earth not flat. Makes no
Correct.
sense.
That is 100% dead on fact. That is true.
Well, whatever it is, it's level. I don't care what elevation you're at, it's all level. So if you take the tallest mountain from one end of the plane and a tallest mountain from the other end of the plane, they're all based on a level, the same level, not a different level, not a slanting level, not a curve level. A flat plane level.
Is all Earth at sea level?
All elevations are based on sea level.
So you're avoiding the question.
No, I'm not.
So all of Earth is at sea level or no?
Of course not. Mountains are not
Okay,
at
good. Thank you.
they're based on sea level.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're all based on the same level though. So I don't care how high you are, you saying that Earth is not whatever, Earth is not flat. Well, Earth has undulations in the surface. Yeah, we all know this. What's the point here?
Is your arm flat?
All I'm saying is Earth is not a plane. That's it.
Well, is your palm flat? Does the fact that
not
there's
a
bumps
plane.
on your palm make it not flat?
Earth is not a plane.
The Earth
Can
is
you
not
prove
a-
that?
Yeah, of course I can. I just dig a hole and bam, I proved it.
Okay, then what do you think the shape is?
The shape of the Earth? Well, I mean, it takes the shape of its container.
Okay, what do you think the container is?
Upside down triangular pyramid, but that's only based off faith and scripture, buddy.
Okay. What's your what religion is this?
I'm just a Christian.
No, I'm just wondering. I'm not hating or anything. Just want to know.
No. Well, I mean, the Bible says that the Earth has.
Have you
four
read the
corners.
Bible?
Yeah, of course I have. So the Bible says the Earth has four corners, right? And if Earth takes the shape of its container, which we can demonstrate at the surface, right? Therefore, the container must have four corners.
Okay.
Yep, that was Pea Drinker. He'll be back with a new name. We'll just mute him. And
What, that guy's... Do you know him?
yeah, he's banned on site. Actually, I'll give him a.
How do you know that? How do you know it's him though?
Because his voice, I recognize in less than one word. I recognize his voice.
Oh, okay.
He can say one word. I know it's him.
Okay.
Yeah, that, and he's always talking about tap water. He has the same talking points every time.
Every time. Yep. That Earth is not flat because we have mountains, or that you can put your foot in the sand, so Earth is not flat.
I don't know. I don't like those kinds of arguments. It's just kind of like stupid, really. They're not even really arguments. What are you all doing?
I'm installing an AC system right now. So I'm always needed.
You're working right now?
Always, brother.
Nice. Are you HVAC?
Yeah, I have an HVAC company. So wintertime is whenever I'll be able to talk more.
Is it going to slow down the business a bit?
Yeah, it always does in the winter.
All right.
What you get into?
I do electricity.
What you do to electricity?
I do commercial renovation.
I did industrial electrical. I mean, it was pretty much just running
hate
conduit, and I did it in Ohio. It was winter. It was a freaking blizzard, dude. It was I hated it. See, I'm from Louisiana, so I'm used to the heat, not the cold. Heck yeah, that's a good trade. How many years you got in it?
4.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I got about 16 to 17 in HVAC.
Oh, you got some experience then.
Yeah.
I actually just bought a Steam Deck, if you know what that is.
A Steam Deck?
Yeah. It's like a handheld gaming console.
Huh. Okay. Like, what does it run? As far as
Steam games.
Oh, that is tight. So, Game Boy for Steam.
Yeah, and you can put Windows on it if you want.
What's the specs on it?
Well, actually, I haven't checked. Let me take a look.
Yeah, that's interesting, dude. You rolling around playing Apex. Alright, I'm about to make some noise.
Alright. $16 gigabytes of RAM, 512 gigabytes of SSD, an 8-core 3.5 gigahertz processor with a 2-core GPU.
What's the dimensions of it? That sounds awesome.
It's 7-inch diagonal, and it's 1280 by 720. It's not full HD, but it's pretty alright.
Well, it's not like you need it for that small of a screen.
It's a 7-inch screen, so
exactly.
Like, yeah, it's really good.
So what about internet?
It connects to internet.
Well, I figured that, but as far as like traveling in a vehicle kind of stuff,
Well, I don't know
if they have. Yeah. Wonder if you can get that contracted.
Dual band Wi-Fi radio, 5G and 2.4.
Probably just have to hotspot it,
Oh yeah, I don't think it makes its own Wi-Fi.
No. Yeah, no. But what I'm wondering is if eventually, like Verizon, whatever, would
it also comes with
where you can
a dock. You can like connect it to like computers and shit like that to make put it on a bigger screen.
Right.
I think 500.
That ain't bad at all. especially since you can connect to your own account where you already made an investment in the game. That's tight. Yeah, I'm a bit of a gamer.
I think that means I can dock a headset onto it. Yeah, it's supposed to be coming to my house on Monday. Get Apex Legends on it, apparently. I didn't know that.
I wonder if it's gonna throw you. You know what's gonna suck about that? If they're throwing you into the PC games, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, that would suck.
Apex gives me a seizure. I watch my son play that. I'm like, I don't Apex.
What's wrong with
that? Was my damn.
No,
I suck at it.
I can't. My eyes. I can't keep up with it. I've optic neuritis in one of my eyes, basically legally blind. So looking at things that move quickly,
okay, Kiwi.
I don't track well. Oh, I know it's okay.
This winter,
it's the way it is.
We're gonna play some League or something,
buddy. Outriders, man. I keep telling you that game is my jam.
Don't worry. I'll be. Like I said, I mean, I'm just. Oh, like we signed the mortgage papers and everything. Like my house sells.
That's sick, dude. Congrats again, man.
We're there.
I hope you guys are having a great day.
Yeah, I got my furnace and coal in and it's sealed up, so it's just hooking up. So that's a good thing as far as work.
Yeah, garbage man.
I was just curious. Have you already had the conversation about the whole Witsit and QE debacle? Or no?
There's a debacle?
Well, you know, where they were kind of bumping heads and, you know, being lightly about it, I guess.
When did this all shake down?
Oh, check out Witsit's channel. He's got it on there.
But like, so this must have been recently, all right.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, I'm kind of team Witsit, though. Kind of makes sense. I mean, I'm not going to say I know, but yeah.
Oh.
It's interesting, though. It's very interesting. It's over, though, of course, the Photon and Ether and all that.
There's so many other things that are happening with respects to people losing their servers that I can't even be caught up in the Ether chat when it comes to, you know, guys are getting their servers lopped off, and now it's like mum's the word. You really got to watch what you're saying on these things now, right? Because even saying the C word, I'm like, don't say the C word, man. To even talk about like the idea of the C word, like it's so yeah. I'm trying to be as
that is incredible.
The what can we observe? What can we prove as much as possible? So, I hope you guys are both having a great day. Garbage man, how's your day going, dude?
Good. What about you?
Good, man. Good. Looking at building permits, observing level.
Building permits for what?
This one that I'm looking at is for somebody's putting a roof on their back of their deck. So like a canopy, wood constructed canopy. But yeah, so just building permits and residential stuff, garages, porches, decks, stuff like that.
Well, so
So, Rect, what's your timetable looking at if all things go well?
For my house selling, October the 3rd, we have a contingency in the contract, but once that's done, I mean, our contract is to buy is October 14th, but it could be sooner than that. So I've been doing like 2 jobs a day just because the work's been coming in a little bit more than normal. Just trying to get them paid as much as I can because I know whenever I go down there, I'm going to be doing a lot of nothing. I mean, I'm going to have to be doing a lot of talking, trying to get work. You know what I mean? It's not like it's already established.
Good
So
man.
it's scary, bro.
Yeah, you're gonna be okay though. You'll be a-okay. Big things.
Yeah, I mean, I do have family friends, so I mean, I have contacts and things like that. But, you know, like starting it somewhere else.
They need to know Rex coming to town. He's coming to wreck shit.
They can have me at their house then.
Need something fixed up. Call me. Call the homie. Call
I'll
the big
fix
homie.
it afterwards.
He come fix you up. Call the big homie.
But I'm very interested in some anecdotal testing. Tired of all the YouTube videos. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's the move for you, right? You want to be able to set up your long distance observations where you're at, right? That's your goal.
Now, yeah, and I mean, I could possibly do it here. We do have Caddo Lake, but I already know that Pontchartrain's a big thing in the community. It's like, oh, I'm gonna be right there. Like maybe 30 minutes away.
Love it.
So, yeah, that's exciting.
All right, boys. Stepping away. I'm getting back into another file. Have a great afternoon. I'll be in and out. Garbage. Hey, Garbage Man, are you gamer too? What's going on with that, by the way? Because I walked in on you guys talking about gaming, wasn't it? Oops.
Yeah. Flat Earth, bitch.
Yeah, flat Earth. How you doing?
Dick.
I'm doing all right. I'm just fucking around. Sorry.
Paulie.
I'm doing okay. Well, I was just thinking about a friend of mine actually. I cut a friend of mine off about 2 weeks ago that's kind of been lost on drugs for a few years, and I've always kind of been his lifeline. When he is desperate and needs somebody, and everybody else always cuts him off and ignores him and doesn't answer the phone. But I've always kind of, I think, been that one person that always answers the phone. And I was just thinking about that and thinking that I kind of feel bad about it because if I was him and in his situation, I would hope that there's somebody that would, pick up the phone. And I don't know, I'm kind of conflicted about it, to be honest. But this is a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, so this ain't the place to be having this discussion.
There comes a point where that sort of communication becomes almost like a form of enablement. So it's difficult, and I understand your position.
Yeah, I get that, but I mean, he's my best. He's one of my best friends. I'm gonna be an enabler. I mean, he's a grown man. He's gonna do what he wants. If I can at least talk to him and try to at least reminisce a little bit and have a few good moments with him. In the meantime, I don't know. I kind of put more value on that, I think, because he's going to do what he wants to do anyway. And he's safer with me than anywhere else. Because, I mean, I'll be totally honest. He's out of fucking control. And sometimes when he's erratic and is calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning, I provide and I say, just come here, and I give him, I let him get high. Because I know at least if he's here, he's not going to jail. He's not going to do anything stupid. He's not going to hurt nobody. He's not going to beat nobody up. I know eventually he is going to do that. When he leaves, my house, I know that is the road that he's destined to go down. But I don't know.
You can't stop him using stuff, but what's it like if you did abandon him? Would he be like suicidal or like that?
Sometimes, yeah. He's bipolar, and he is not on the proper medication, and he's a drug addict, and he has multiple warrants out. So, but actually, that doesn't even matter anymore because he was just picked up a couple of days ago with a warrant, and they just revolving door. They just let him go. And he got extra charges for beating up one of his girlfriends, and that's why he had a warrant out in the first place, because he beat up one of his girlfriends and didn't turn himself in. Why? Because he gets high and erratic, and he's out of his fucking mind.
Have you suggested a kind of like an outpatient program or something, like a
That's not in the cards for this guy, unfortunately. That would never work.
What is this individual using?
He freebases cocaine.
Shit. That's yeah, that's a tough situation. Especially if it's your best friend. You know, all I can say is
Well, that's the thing. He used to be he's not my best friend anymore because who he is today isn't the same person that I was best friends with.
have you let him know
And
that?
I'm struggling to deal with that. And a lot of like his brothers and a lot of other close friends of ours try to tell me that I need to cut that tie because he's not the same person anymore. He's not the same friend that, I was so close to. He's a completely different person, and he will do, whatever he has to do to get whatever the fuck he wants. And unfortunately, I let him sometimes, I'll give him $100 here or there, but because to me, I don't know, $100 just fucking nothing, right? I mean, big deal. I get to see my friend again, and I know I'm never going to see that $100 again.
But you said he's not even the same person that you became friends with. Have you let him know that?
Yeah, I've talked to him several times, and I've tried to do the whole slap in the face and said, I let him have it one night and said, laid into him and told him I don't even know who you are no more. What the fuck is wrong with you? You got to get your shit together, and it doesn't register. He's way too far gone. And I think part of it isn't just the drugs, but also his mental health isn't all there either. And he's dealing with so many demons. He lost a son a couple years ago. And that's been tormenting him for the last 2 years.
It's understandable.
Yeah, and I don't know.
Yeah, well, it sounds like he's got to pick himself up, otherwise he's going to break himself down. What I would do if I was in your situation, because that toxicity, like, you don't need that in your life either. So what I would do is I'd have a real heart-to-heart, let him know that your door is open if he wants to change, but you gotta, in my opinion, you gotta put your foot down. And if the next time he calls you back or whatever to come hang out, just be like, remember what I told you, like, get your shit together. You got to put your foot down. That's the
Well, that's the thing though. If I did that and I was serious about it, I'd never see him again. Because he's not going to get his shit together. I know him. He's not going to. I know his family. I grew up with this guy.
Yeah.
It's.
So you're saying it's completely hopeless?
I really think it is. I don't see how it can get better. I don't think he can get out of it, honestly.
So do you want to watch your friend die then?
What choice do I have?
Well, you can. I don't know, man.
Right? That's what I mean. What choice do I have?
There's a point where it's going to start affecting you more than it is now, right? Like, things are going to get worse and worse, right? And that, like I said, that toxicity is going to spill into your life. So if you want to take that on, that's it's your decision, obviously. And like I said, it's a really difficult position because he is your friend. But like I said, that's going to become your problem, whether you like it or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. And I'm very careful about how I handle him. I'm not going to let myself be in a situation where he's going to get me into a situation that I can't get out of.
No, that's not even what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're going to eventually watch him spiral out of control, and that's going to inadvertently affect you. Is what
Well,
I'm
I mean,
saying.
I've been watching that for the last 5 years. Honestly, to the point where his own family members, he has 2 brothers.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really have anything to do with him at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he'll sometimes call me and ask me for his brother's phone number, because his brother will change his phone number and he doesn't give it to him, and he'll ask me if he can have it, and then I have to call his brother and say, hey, your brother wants your number, can I give it to him? I mean, that's how crazy it is.
His families distance themselves from him.
Yeah. And that's why I feel like I've been distancing myself from him for the last 2 weeks. I've ignored him for 2 weeks. And I kind of feel guilty about it because, I mean, who else does he have? And I would think if I'm in his position, and of course it's his fault. I understand that it is his fault that he's burned all his bridges, and it's his fault that his own brothers will decline his phone calls and whatnot. But shit, I would think that if you want, when you're that manic and you're that crazy and you're that gone out of your mind on drugs.
Have you have you ever like talked to his brothers more about kind of reeling him in, or had like a conversation with his family like about your concerns?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's no secret. We've all talked about it, but they're all the same conclusion. I mean, there's nothing that anybody can do, and anything that could have been done has been tried, and we've tried to reason with him and talk to him even before it got this out of control that it is now. And now he is who he is, and unfortunately, he's lost right now. And it didn't help that he lost his son 2 years ago. That didn't help.
Yeah, but I mean, he's throwing his own life away.
Ah, he is. He really is. And I don't even understand how he functions, because when I talk to him like during the week, he claims that he's working, that he's like a carpenter and works for somebody, I don't know, building shit. But he never has any money. He's always broke. Always. Yeah. But according to him, he works his ass off. But he never has money. He always has an excuse. He's always desperate. It's always the end of the world. It's always.
You think he's spending his money on drugs, or?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Do you think he's working?
I have no idea. I think, because I mean, he has to get money somehow,
right?
And I know he's not selling drugs because he can't.
Yeah. Sometimes when people become, real hardcore addicts, they resort to stealing. Maybe stealing from other people, stealing from other family members. I don't know.
Well, I mean, as far as no, he's not like. I mean, if he's gonna steal, he's gonna steal from another drug dealer. Like, he'll steal some drugs.
I see.
Or steal some money, but he's not gonna like stick up a place and rob a convenience store or nothing like that. He wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation.
It's fucking shitty. And like I said, like my other closest friend, because the last time he called me, he was just manic and out of his mind and saying he's ready to peel the skin off his face, and I'm like, man, what the fuck is wrong? And this is like 2:30 in the morning, and I'm like, well, look, just okay, come here and I'll float you $100, get you a fucking bag, and come over here and let's talk it out and hang out for a minute. And then of course he never came back. You know what I mean? And then it's always an excuse like, oh, I got pulled over, or oh, blah blah blah. It's always it's always me throwing him $100, and then he disappears and don't come back and want to talk it out like he said he wanted to. And then he'll even say like, oh, it's not about that. I don't even want to get high. But come on, that's bullshit. But I don't know. I feel better if he's here at my house when he's in that state, because either that or he's going to go to one of a couple of girlfriends that he hangs out with and he might beat the shit out of them. And, he's not going to beat the shit out of me. I don't know. I guess it doesn't work out either way either, because I'll float him $100 and then he'll disappear anyway. And
you're enabling him. You're
Yeah.
enabling him. That's what you're doing, whether you want to accept it or not. And if you care about the individual, you will knock that off. Sometimes there's a thing called tough love, and I think that's how you show somebody the person receiving it might not think that you love or care about them, but that's actually like that's like the highest form of love and care, like that you'd actually do be hard with somebody that you love like that, and just be straight up. Like, honestly, that's all that, like,
He's
that's
not
the way you
delusional either, though. He recognizes
Oh, I never said he was
that
delusional.
he recognizes that he's
Well, I'm
fucked
saying,
up, because he will get mad and snap on me for like and then it's just because he's either he's too high or whatever, and then like 10 minutes later he's super apologetic and saying, oh, I'm fucking sorry and blah blah. I know, it's like, I just fuck, man. It's
sounds
like, okay, how, like, tough love, yeah, tough love, I can do that, but I mean, it's not gonna
But
make
what?
him change.
I
It's just gonna
mean,
make him alone.
yeah, but enabling him's not going to make anything better either.
That's true. I had a friend, my best friend actually killed himself because he got addicted to heroin and he couldn't deal with it anymore.
Wow.
Yeah,
pretty
heroin's way crazy. I mean, freebasing coke is pretty crazy too, but heroin's that's like, quitting that versus like quitting freebasing cocaine are two completely different
Yeah,
things.
absolutely. Heroin is.
You should try to push your friend away from that shit, though.
Definitely don't enable.
It's not a good lifestyle.
I can't. He's been around cocaine his entire life, so I mean, there's no way. And I mean, everybody we know, unfortunately, has a hand in cocaine somehow.
I've done it once before, but it made me depressed and I never did it again.
Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't even recommend it to even try. Like, it's not worth it. Personally,
No.
I don't believe.
No, I wouldn't either. And I would never, ever introduce it to anyone that's never done that before. I would never do that to anyone. But, where he comes from St. Louis, the worst parts of St. Louis. And it's unfortunately it's like a lifestyle for.
Doesn't matter where he's coming from. It matters where he's going.
Well, yeah, he's not going nowhere. And you know, it's sad too because when we were young, when we were teenagers, he was one of the first guys that he got his girlfriend pregnant, and he tried to do the right thing, and he started working and taking care of his girl and taking care of his kids and raising his kids, and he was a really stand-up guy. He was one of the guys that everyone else looked up to because he really had his shit together. But now he's just, fuck. Now he's a shell of a human being.
Well, I'd said all that I can really say. It's a tough situation for sure.
For real.
So his true self when he were younger. You know what I mean? Without the affliction. I've had a few mates which like they've gone way over top with drugs or alcohol or whatever and stuff like. And it consumes them, doesn't it? It's like they're no longer that person anymore and all that kind of thing. Like almost, it changes them that radically, kind of thing. Like, and sometimes I kind of think that. I mean, if he can get help or he can help himself, that's awesome. Like, but quite often it seems to be like that is their life, like you said. You know what I mean? And so it's like there's nothing you can do about it anyway. Obviously, like enabling with money and all that kind of thing is an issue and stuff like because that's you're taking part of responsibility, aren't you? You know what I mean by doing that.
Yeah, I am.
Right. Taking him for food and then you can talk to him whilst you eat and all that kind of stuff is a different kind of thing and stuff like. Maybe more inspired. I don't know. Sometimes like reminding people of the past of how we used to be and stuff like. Not in a patronising way, like in a reminiscent kind of way or whatever and stuff like. Remember you when you did that, or you know what I mean, what you just said, what he did, kind of thing, like where people looked up to him and stuff. Like I said, not in a patronising way. It takes tact, doesn't it?
I think reminiscing would actually not be a great thing with this. No, I don't think it would be good for this particular.
Yeah, because that's going to make him feel like shit, right? Because he's going to.
No. I think it's just going to bring up old times when you know, like could bring up old stuff like with his kid or whatnot, but it could bring up just like the old times when you used to party hard or whatever, and just kind of like reinforce the behavior to some extent, like kind of justify it in a sense, or like think about the good times instead of, like I said, thinking about the future.
Them good times. I mean, like where people used to respect him for things. You know what I mean, and stuff like. It's a different aspect of himself. Whereas, you know, well, you know, that's what intention towards it, kind of thing. Like, but also, I don't know a person. You know what I mean? It's like it is better for you to kind of make the judgment of what to say to him, kind of thing. It's a suggestion.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and like I said, it's doubly difficult too, because like I said, it's not just the drugs; it's his mental. He actually is supposed to be on medication.
Hey, really quick, I want to second that motion to not war story. It's called war storying sometimes, and you don't want a war story with an alcoholic or an addict because you're right. It reinforces, no matter how bad the time was before, during, or after, there's going to be a part of that person that misses the party time. And so, yeah, a war story is just kind of, it's not recommended.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was.
He's not missing the party time because the party time is not ended for him for several years.
No, but listen, that's why they call it a disease, because there's still a part of his psyche and his physiology that will crave that feeling for a long time. A lot of people get rid of it. Some people do, some people don't, or whatever. But war storying, I was taught that. I went to rehab twice, and they're like, dude, just don't go there. You don't need to go there. What's the point? You know shit was fucked up. You know you probably had a good time too. So what? You need to be where your feet are. So, yeah.
So instead of so forget about war storying though. What do I do then when he calls me at 3 o'clock in the morning and he's going through something and something happened, whatever the fuck it is, and he's losing his mind and he wants to talk?
Yeah. So listen. Just listen to him. That's you know what I mean? That could be one of the greatest things that you could do for this person is just sit and listen. That's all. What else are you going to do anyway? You can't be like, yo, don't do drugs. You know, he may or may not disappoint you, but if you sit there and listen, all he might have needed was, you know, to hit the train horn a few times and let some steam out, and that's it. You could save someone's life by just sitting and listening. You never know.
But this is a lot, though. It's like, how much of your time is this taking? Is it like several times a week?
Did you ask me how many times is this happening?
Yeah. Like, well, it'll, you know,
once a month.
Once a month.
Yeah.
See, it's changed you as well, isn't it? So I've always been there for my mates and stuff like that kind of thing, like ring early hours in the morning sometimes and stuff like that kind of thing. Like, he died from alcohol, but what you could do in that kind of sense, like, you know, to steer him away from the alcohol. He had like that condition where all his skin were kind of red and blotchy, you know, like on your nose and back of your hands and all that kind of stuff. That was when he was 18. So he had like that kind of, what do you call it? It's like conditional alcoholic. It's like where your kidneys can't help but crave more or whatever and stuff like that. So you know what you could do to stop him.
Alcohol-induced jaundice.
I've seen that before as well.
I appreciate all you guys' feedback on this subject. I know we ain't supposed to be talking about this here on the live Discord, but I really appreciate it because I have been kind of kicking myself the last couple of days about ignoring him and not, and if I'm doing the right thing. And I know I'm going to see him probably actually even tomorrow night. There's a mutual brother of ours is having a birthday party, and I will probably run into him. But
yeah. So look, Paul, I wanted to speak up because I've been on both sides of this issue. I've had people that I cared about that were alcoholics, living with them, with children with this person, and you may want to read up about addiction. Like, you might want to start, because I think what you may be missing is, once this person gets to a certain point, there's no human power. Let me repeat that. No human power can solve this person's problem. So by enabling him, I'm not going to go, someone already mentioned that. You're enabling this person yourself. And I know the hardest thing probably for you to do is to have tough love. But one thing you can do on a more positive note is some of these family members may still care about him in some respect, but they just can't deal with him on a personal level. Well, what you can do is you could try an intervention with a group of people all influential people, his family, his friends, his ex-girlfriends, whatever, people, anybody that still cares. Put 4, 5, 6 of those people in a room with him. Don't let him know when he comes over. They'll be there. And you just lay it down and say, look, we still love you. We know you don't love yourself right now, but we're hoping that you'll learn to love yourself. But we're not tolerating this drug addict mentality. You're not dragging us down with you, because that's what they'll do. So you have to say, look, here's a choice. Continue doing your drugs because you can't stop. We understand that. Try to go get some help. Have resources available. Say, go see this person, and this person. And if he just refuses to get help, then you're going to have to cut him off. There's no way around it.
I hear what you're saying, and that would make total sense in a certain environment. But unfortunately, if I were to gather his family members and other people that are close to us, it'd be pretty hypocritical to try to point that finger at him because...
Okay, they're all involved, yeah. They all got their fingers in the mud. So what you can do is you can do an intervention for yourself with just him. Then just like the next time, say, look, I'm not buying your drugs for you anymore. This is not a free haven where you just get free reign and can do whatever you want. The buck stops here. I'm drawing a line in the sand, if you will, and you either get help or don't call me anymore. I won't talk to you. If you don't try to get help, then you don't care about what I say or what I do. It doesn't matter to him what you do or say. You just let him know that. Like, look, if you decide to not get help on this issue, I'll have no other choice but to completely cut you off. And I know probably a lot of drug addicts will just rush out of the room at that point. You could expect different responses from that. But if you keep fondling his addiction, which is what you're doing, he's not getting anywhere. He's not getting better. And he's just waiting for the last shoe to drop. But if there's still people that are out there that are supporting this addiction, like you are, he's never going to stop until everything is gone. Listen, a person like this has to hit bottom, a rock bottom, where nobody else cares about them. They have nothing left. They have no human resources of their own or anybody else's left. He has no other choice. Continue on, blotting it out the best he can till the bitter end, and a lot of them do that, or he could go get help. Now, you just saying that and presenting this idea to it might be enough for him. It may not work in the timeline that you would like, but listen, this addiction thing is no joke. It's life or death. So it's going to take the individual a point where they are going to decide life over death. You have no decision making in that. You don't have anything to add to that decision. They have to make themselves. They absolutely have to do it themselves. They absolutely have to hit a rock bottom where there's nothing left. Then they can decide. Now, a lot of people die. I have to say this to you, because they will not face up to themselves. They won't. They'll refuse to face up, and all they have is a choice to continue on, blotting it out till the bitter end, or they may at some point decide that they are worth living. They're going to have to choose that. That's not up to you. And I'll stop there.
I can relate to what Sonny just said. I was highly addicted to cannabis and other stuff, and I don't need to go in detail. I was just an addicted person. I don't know what you call it in English. It's like a drug addict, right? So yeah, I was addicted to drugs. I couldn't live without them. And the only way I was actually delivered from this was supernatural. In this case, it was the Creator. Literally, like what Sonny said, showing me two ways. Either I'm gonna this way, I'm gonna die with a lot of pain, or I'm gonna go this way, which leads to life. and it was physically, like, I physically thought I would be dying, and that started make me think. I was not getting rid of drugs instantly, but because of this fragile feeling of dying that he, presented to me, I really dropped that ego, this thinking of I'm in control, because I always thought, okay, I just can smoke cigarettes and smoke weed and do everything I please and what my body tells me, and then he showed me the reality of which things are, that I have no control over life, and he can take it whenever he wants to, and yeah, that basically. That either death or life thingy basically made me turn around. Also, actually giving my life over in his hands, and yeah, then I was completely set free until this day. No cigarettes, no cannabis, no nothing, and still very happy. More happier than before, Yeah.
Well,
I guess that's my kind of story.
I have no designs or interest in trying to actually change who he is or trying to do any intervention.
You can't.
We're way past that point. Yeah, that's not my responsibility.
Exactly. You do not own anyone this.
The only thing I'm fighting is I'm putting myself in his place.
Mm-hmm.
And when he's in that dark spot, you need somebody. And I mean, he's not gonna. We're talking about somebody freebasing cocaine. We're not talking about heroin. He's not gonna OD.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at most, he might fuck somebody up and get arrested and go to jail, which would be the best thing for him. Unfortunately, that just happened. But now the way our correctional system is, they let him right back out. So that's no longer an option for somebody.
What area is this?
In Wisconsin.
How fast was he out?
The next day.
Okay.
He had a warrant. He had a warrant for he didn't turn himself in. He was supposed to turn himself in and do, I don't know, 90 days for some domestic thing where he like choked his girlfriend or whatever, and he pleaded it down and got 90 days, right? So he's got a warrant out. He didn't turn himself in. He has a warrant out. And he gets pulled over and arrested for beating up his other girlfriend.
So he's violent.
Yeah, battery. And they let him go. They let him go the next day.
I think what he needs is what Sonny just said. He needs a cold shoulder. As hard as it might sound, but
Do you think the allegations are actually true?
Man, that's some speedy justice right there.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Definitely they're true. I know, yeah, they're true. Are you kidding me? Actually, the allegations that he had before that are even truer than what he got it pleaded down to. I mean, he's not yeah. He's nobody that somebody should be in a relationship with. I tell you that. He's because he's psychotic. It's like I said. It's not just the drugs. It is. He is mentally fucked up.
But does he play mental games with you to make you feel
he's bipolar?
Like...
No, no, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, he tries to, but it's pathetic and it's silly. And then he tries to get tough and stuff and get mad over, whatever.
Just don't feel any guilt because you do not owe anyone anything.
No, and I hate the fact that I call this guy my friend and he beats up women. I mean, that fucking sucks. But like I said, sometimes I feel like
but they like that. If they didn't like that, they wouldn't be with him.
Yeah, that's very true as well. Unfortunately.
Wait, what?
I mean, that's something it's hard to, I mean, that's a generalization in a certain way because that's hard to say, right? I mean, maybe they have been with him until the point he made to this he decided to do what he did.
No,
to
it's not the
them, right?
first time. They always take him back. No, that's not true.
Okay.
So,
I mean
yeah,
that is
no, that's
also
not
a physical, a mental illness, or maybe on the side of that woman. Maybe from
But
the
like I said,
childhood they have
he's
been beaten up or whatnot.
bipolar, and I mean, who the hell knows what else? Bipolar, he basically cocaine like crazy. Well, whatever.
As long as it doesn't get to a point where it mentally and physically it changes your life, or like limits your life, I think it's it shouldn't get to that point. That's what I'm trying to say, because
I mean,
that's no one has the right to do that.
My fiance, because she gets pissed because I'll give him money, and then so of course I got to hear from my fiance. She's like,
Yeah,
pissed
you
off
shouldn't give him any money anymore. But what the fruits that he has bared so far, there is no need. He needs a cold shoulder. I'm sorry to say it this way, but it's just I 100% agree with what Sunny said. That some people need to hit rock bottom. There's no other way. They need to get if people tell them and they don't get it, they need to get to their own realization of what they are and what they have done.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I honestly believe this guy, and knowing who he is and where he came from and how he was raised, there's no such thing as rock bottom. Except death. That's it.
Yeah, maybe it's that. See, I didn't
what
change
bottom is,
until I
though?
was faced with that,
Yeah.
and I
You know
did a
what
lot
bottom
of bad things.
There's rock bottom, which is death, but your bottom doesn't have to be. Bottom is just where we decide to stop digging.
I was late on the conversation, so I'm not getting all the information, but I really don't see what the problem is here.
Huh?
This is not a therapy session.
I feel actually. I don't like I said. I don't want to hold up the live stream. We can end this conversation. I appreciate everybody's feedback and whatnot.
What is it that he did that disrespected you that got you to dislike him? This is not a
No,
therapy
it's an
session.
important topic. I mean, you can talk about it. It's just I was late to the conversation, so I probably don't have all the information to help out. But just based on the partial information I got, I just didn't see what the problem was.
What is also important to know is there's always a chance of fixing your life. I'm not talking about you, but he can definitely turn around. But first of all, he needs to realize what he is. That's where where it took a lot of time for me realizing what I am actually, and from that on you can really start, being the person
That's
you
okay.
should
That's
be.
easy for you to say because you were talking about nicotine and marijuana. We're talking about an individual who isn't in
Oh
his
no,
right
I
state of
didn't
mind.
say I didn't talk
But we're
about other
talking about an
things.
individual who is bipolar, not on the right medication, and also a drug addict. Oh, it's not that simple to state it the way you're trying to state it, unfortunately.
No, life isn't simple, right? But no, I definitely think that there's a way for everyone. I don't know what the creator has imagined for his life. And I can't change that, neither can you. I tell you that.
He's a flat earther too, which is disheartening. But like I said, his father, his uncles, they're all old drug addicts now. It's in his blood.
I just wanted to say, before you said, I just wanted to say a lot of things are deeply rooted in childhood. So funny that, like, not funny actually, but interesting that you said that.
He had a fucked up life too, man. His mother. So he has 3 brothers, and for some reason, his mother always treated him different, and he was raised to be basically like the enforcer of the family. So whenever there was a problem, his mother would send him wherever he needed to go to fight or beat up whoever needed to be beat up. That was his that's how he was raised. That was his task. Just beating people up since he was in grade school.
Mm. Gotcha. Yeah. It has a lot to do with childhood, I guess. In many cases.
Whatever. The funny thing is too is no matter I know, even though I've been ignoring him, his texts and his calls for the last 2 weeks, he's not gonna really be upset about it when I finally do talk to him. He understands. Like, he knows why people avoid him. He knows why people won't answer the fucking phone. He knows.
Mm-hmm. So he ain't changing things about it, right?
Mm-mm. Well, no, I mean, he really does. I don't. He's fucking hopeless, man.
I mean, hope is there. Just a decision of either grabbing the hope or not.
Hey, where's your empirical evidence that it's hopeless? You know what I'm saying?
I guess it would have to be in the analogs of his history, his family history, when you trace his ancestors. They all ended up in the same place. Hopeless, wore out, old drug dealers, old pimps, and just still addicted and hustling day to day trying to pay rent at 50 fucking years old.
There's a war going on, but it's not about things we can see.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Some people are very much, through generations have been carrying these spirits with them that really destroyed families over generations. But I guess that's a topic that is just so controversial that I might not want to talk about. I'm just saying demons are real.
That's actually a good topic, and it really correlates to kind of some of the people that I know, because a lot of the people that I know and grew up with, they know that. They know why they're in the situation they're in, and they could choose. This is what's one thing that always used to piss me off about my friends. I grew up with a lot of black people, and a lot of my friends in high school are black. And during that whole time, they had the exact same opportunities that I had, but they always wanted to pretend like they didn't, that there was always somebody holding them down when there wasn't. They just didn't want to apply themselves and put in the extra effort to make something of themselves. Unfortunately, this is a lot of the people that I know, and they know they know that the situations of the American ghettos and how drugs are brought in to this country and all that shit. They know all of it, but they don't fucking care. They don't fucking care, and they're gonna take it and they're gonna use it and they've created an entire lifestyle out of this subculture where we're not going to follow the rules. We're going to take these drugs, even though we know this is a trap, but we're going to try to turn it around. Do you know what I'm saying? They don't give a fuck. They don't care.
Yes, I know what you're saying. I have seen it. I have lived it. The do everything you please, die young thingy lifestyle. Yeah.
And even the some of the gang culture, I've had the unfortunate experience to be around some high level gang members, and I've talked to them about the structure of the said gang that they belong to and how it was started and how it was formed and the rules and the laws that they follow and where they came from. And they know exactly where it came from. But they don't fucking care.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
Where does it come from?
Well, a lot of it came from Freemasonry.
Really?
And other secret societies that infiltrated the inner cities and taught certain people.
That's crazy.
I mean, a lot of the symbols and a lot of the laws that a lot of gangs follow are rooted in Freemasonry. If you are able to get your hands on literature, from which is really impossible if you don't know anyone. But when you read it and you listen to what they're talking about, it's so obvious and it's so retarded and it's a trap. But they don't care because they say fuck it. They gave it to us. We're gonna take it. We're gonna use it. And we're gonna spin it, and we're gonna make something out of it. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck, unfortunately.
Yep.
I mean, what are some gangs? You have basically two factions, just like Democrats and Republicans. You have gangs that run under the 6-pointed star and gangs that run under the 5-pointed star. Now, what's
the difference between the two?
Yeah, there's a million different variations between different gangs that run under the 5 and run under the 6. But when you get to the root of it, where does the 6-pointed star come from? Why would they use that symbol? Who gave that to them? Who taught them that? And then same with the 5-pointed star. I shouldn't even be talking about this, to be honest.
No, keep going. I like this shit.
You can wrap it up real easily by saying people that don't give a shit about themselves don't give a shit about others, period. That's it. That's the whole gang mentality.
Yeah, you're right.
There's no law to find on the streets.
So you have people out there that are championing the I'm a lowlife. They're like taking that and raising it up. Yes, we accept it. We're lowlifes and we're going to fuck you up. It's so stupid. Yeah, we've been told we're low, like we are lowlifes and that we are not worthy. And we champion that. It's fucking psychotic, just like the rest of this whole place.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the music that is being praised in this generation, in this last generation. Look at what they're listening to. You know, people worshiping money and you know, all talking about how they come from a low standpoint and how they're hustlers and all this crap, you know, which influences the mind of the young. And I think there's a reason why you get these very enormous famous rappers that, you know, with their checkerboard symbology and Freemason stuff all over it in these weird rapping music videos, because it's another way of programming the youth, right? Making them criminals, or giving, influencing them with the mind of a criminal, so to say.
Not even that, dude. They're literally like, some of them are wearing dresses now. So
yeah, I mean, that's just a part of the rituals, right? I mean, this dress wearing thing is just another, initiation to some other level or whatever.
Right.
I mean, I'm not a Mason, so I can't tell what exactly they do through wearing these things, but it's definitely a ritual. Definitely has a meaning.
Yeah, I mean, it's worse now than it ever has been. It's almost like, if I were to compare it to, say, when the Italian mafia was at its strongest, but then when it got splintered, everything just went to hell, and you had half-assed wise guys creating a ruckus, going crazy, not following laws, not following rules, just doing that's what the gang.
And just to clarify, I forget what the source is, but someone said that the Italian mafia was a lie.
Yeah, it is.
You have to use air quotes.
yeah.
Italian mafia, air quotes. Sorry to interrupt. Go.
I mean, what is mafia in itself, right? It's just a gathering of people who do things in secret, and other people, so they make sure that no one else is aware of it, so they can make a profit of other people or for themselves. So Masonry in itself is just a gang, a big gang, but a gang.
It's just another set of gangsters. There's subsets. There's like the gangsters you think about, the mafia you think about, and they're one of the strong arm military units in control of the corporate criminal element. They're strong, and it's the criminal element of the Vatican.
Right?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
It's a little boys club. It's pathetic. It's like there's a real cool kids club, and then there's people that think they're in the cool kids club because they have a little power, but it really demonstrates that there's no power within them, therefore they're powerless. And it's the cool kids, I got initiated into this cult of homosexuals. Yay! Like, what?
That's what's interesting about it too, and why I brought it up, because like I said, there's half of the country's gangs follow under the 6-pointed star, right? Well, where did they get that from? And what does it mean? So it's very interesting to think about that. And now there's no structure. There's really no gang structure, I don't think, much in the country at all. Everybody's just a wild man out here these days. But where did that shit come from? I mean, what is a 6-pointed star? And why would an inner city black gang use a 6-pointed star as their symbol?
Because they've been hoodwinked just like the rest of those idiots. It's really interesting to me to know that the eugenicists, the beginnings of all this Freemasonry, going back to Albert Pike and all that in the mid 1800s.
No, further back, ancient
Genesis. I was almost done. Their eugenicists, their agenda of eugenicism, they gave that to all the minorities so they could take it on as their own and pretend that they're helping those minorities. They're the eugenicists giving you all these equal opportunity things. They want you dead. Isn't it funny? People that they want dead are the ones that are so adamant about, we've been abused, we're discriminated against because the way we look. Well, you accepted the eugenicist fucking plan. Like, why are you thinking that you're not going to be killed off? It's so stupid, man.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, astray, run amok, and flat.
So, what do you think they want to do with us?
To do with us? Like who?
Same thing they've been
The
doing for the
eugenicists.
last 100 years. Abuse us and use us for whatever the fuck they want.
Try to sterilize us and kill us off. That's how their system works. And meanwhile, they profit on both sides of that margin.
They can't kill us all, though. They can't want to kill us all, because if they killed us all, then who would they have to subjugate?
Yeah, they can't kill the idea. They can't kill a human idea of freedom. They can't kill that. That's what they're trying to do.
Right. Yeah, they're trying to kill the idea of freedom, but they don't want to physically kill all of us because they need us. They need us to worship them, right?
Well, they want to maim us and make us
exactly.
less than what we are physically and mentally, emotionally. They want to break that down, deteriorate.
I agree 100%. Yeah.
They want to make us think that they have any power.
Yep, they have an illegitimate power. It's a pseudo power. They don't really have power. If you just stop participating, all their shit falls apart, and that's what's happening right now. That's why this winter, I'm sure, they're going to try some new trick. Just wait, watch my words.
What if the people stop participating in that they need us for?
Well, then the system collapses.
Like, what's going to happen? Are people just going to stop paying taxes?
No, here's a for instance. They'll shut down the whole entire fucking earth to create a financial upheaval. That sounds familiar, huh?
Yeah. And you know what the problem is, too, is regardless of whatever scenario you think we can think of to try to upend them, you can't. They have every situation mapped out and planned out. That's why they have underground bunkers where if they need to really actually annihilate us, they will. They'll drop a bunch of bombs and kill and they'll go into their little underground bunkers and just start over. I don't think they really want to do that.
Well, yeah, I don't think anybody likes destroying their hard work. Even they, to them, that must be seeming like work to fucking manipulate people for their whole lives.
But that is a card in their sleeve. You have to know that.
Yeah, because they don't want to. At the end of the day, they don't want to lose their power. So if shit really hits the fan, they're just gonna fucking kill us all and keep their power.
But the way they've systematically taken over social media and really people's minds. I mean, they can. Really, it's media. They can sway and turn something in the news into something that it is completely not. I mean, they could show you on the news that the sky is blue, but they could say it's red, but it's blue. But if they tell you on the news, if they tell the public that the sky is red, 50% of the population is going to see red. That's how powerful their system is.
But is the trick of the magician really that powerful once you understood how he creates his tricks?
Well, no, not for us, not for those that see it, but for those that can't see it, yeah, it is that powerful. And try to tell somebody, try to tell your closest friend, your relative, that the Earth is flat. I mean, look at their faces when you say that.
You know what I think that what they are afraid of? They are afraid of people who come to the truth of knowing their creator, which then ultimately would make them people that do not fear death, neither fear man, because the only thing that man can take is your body. I think that's the ultimate fear of the king of this world, which is the Antichrist. His fear is having people around that do not care about their own life, since they do not own themselves anymore, and they don't fear death. Because I mean, ultimately, the only reason with how they have control is by the fear of your life, of sustainability and so forth. It's the only way how he can have you in his hands, as long as you enjoy, as long as you have pleasure in thinking that life is the ultimate goal or the ultimate thing to have. As long as the system is going to be the way it is, it's just how it is ultimately. At least that's my perspective. I mean, imagine everyone having no fear of death or losing their body. The system would be gone in one day. And that's what the devil is scared of. That's why he's scared of people bringing the message of the real life, of the kingdom of heaven down to this earth, talking about the one who actually gives you life.
That's the entire motive of the globe lie, right? Is to displace us and to confuse us and not make us not understand where we are, and confuse us and not understand that we are the most. Everything revolves around us. We are the most important creation.
But also think about this: if they tell you a speck of dust and your life is just an incident, how much more are you going to try to get everything drained out regarding life, because you just think that's the only thing that there is. If you die, then that's just it.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of people walking around thinking that.
So they're gonna just obey as long as they can have their little foregarden and beautiful car and so forth. You know what I mean? As long as they hold that lie
value on their own life, because they're told that their life it has no value, that it's just a mere circumstance, and it just happened. It was just an accident, when that's not true at all. It wasn't a fucking accident. It was done by design. But when you get a bunch of people walking around thinking that I'm only here because of some big bang and an accident, and I'm really meaningless, and I'm pond scum, and I'm a plague on this beautiful earth, and
the people who think that, they're gonna try to consume and get as much out of the system as they can. And that's why the system is going to be the way it is, because we have people running around that think the only fulfillment is having money. They make material things their ultimate goal in life. That's what ultimately the system wants you to be, right? Just a consumer who has no spiritual understanding, neither any understanding of his surroundings in which he lives in and he was born into. And just be that, be a trash bin, so to say, as hard as it might sound.
No, I mean, in my opinion, that is the epitome of the globe lie. That's why they did it, was to manipulate us and to confuse us into thinking that we're insignificant nothings, we don't matter, when in reality we're all that matters.
Well, and then also another byproduct is that they can funnel a lot of money through NASA with their black budgets.
Oh yeah, but fuck man, they don't give a shit. They don't. I mean, they print the money, so they don't need us really for money. I mean, they need us to do their bidding and show their shit. And
no, the Federal Reserve and the government are two different entities.
Right.
But is it really about money at the end of the day? Do you really think that they themselves?
No, money is just a form of control that they use against us to keep us where we in our place. To them, money has no meaning.
Their objectives.
They live beyond money. Money is something that we're stuck with. That they gave us that to keep us in our place. They are beyond that. They're beyond money.
Yeah, that's why you hear things that are so perverted, so disgusting, because if money is not giving you pleasure anymore, then it's just about playing God. That's why they make these rituals. That's why you hear of things, of I don't want to say the words, but I guess you all know what I'm talking about, the gates that are there and so forth, because, yeah, these people are sick, so to say. It's like, I mean, I mean, people don't want to hear this, but I myself see this every day in my life. As the scripture says, there's nothing in this world which will ever please your eyes to the fullest. Same with your just with the whole flesh. There's nothing that 100% will please you, which you can find in the world. That's why we have these maniacs going all crazy, god mode, so to say, where they think that they're kind of like little gods or something, and that's why they do all these disgusting things, also to society in a huge scale. I mean, what kind of mindset do you have when you look at the last 2 years of what they have produced and make people use and put into their blood and so forth? You know what I mean? With no, like, these people have no regret. I don't know. Is anyone following what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I'm following you. I'm listening to you. And what I want to say to you is, I mean, imagine, put yourself in that position, right? Mm-hmm. To where, because, I mean, me and you, we're flesh, and we are tempted. So pretend to be tempted for a minute.
Every day.
To give, for somebody to give you what they have. Ultimate just power to live as a god on this earth, but knowing that you might spend the rest of your eternity in hell. That, I mean, for me, honestly, I want to say I would choose right and be righteous and not fall into that temptation, but fuck, I don't know. Because, I mean, and the wealth that they have is not just you, it's your entire family, your grandkids, your great-grandkids, your great-great-grandkids. It's, I mean, that's a lot of power. That's, fuck. I don't know, man.
I think everyone has this kind of God syndrome. It's just, one sin.
But even if I choose, let's say I choose to side with them, and I will do whatever you want me to do. I will push the gay agenda. I will push the cocoa. I will push whatever the fuck you tell me to do, as long as I can rule on this plane. Mm-hmm. Well, I know, at least this is what I'm told. I mean, I could be wrong. But if I repent, can I be forgiven? And then at my deathbed, I asked for forgiveness. I asked the Creator for forgiveness. And I'm sorry for...
I can answer that very simply. Since you have been made aware of something, and you have not chosen to turn away, and you have been aware your whole life, do you really think a father would, let's put it down to a simple metaphor. Imagine your dad would have told you your whole life to do this instead of that, and you would do everything to the contrary of what your dad said, and then in your last days of battling with life and whatnot, you would come back and death is right in front of your door, and you're just gonna say, okay, you know what, that now I'm gonna recognize what you said. I mean, it was always in the back of my mind, but now I'm gonna say, I want to turn back, since I know that I have got everything out of this world and was not yet pleased, and now I know I'm gonna probably face death. So you know what, can you not just forgive me? Even though I knew all my life in the back of my mind that I had the decision to make to turn back. Do you think a father would say, yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna overlook all that time that you had, and now in these last 5 minutes I'm just gonna say, you know what, it's okay, yeah, you can enter the kingdom, You know, even though you knew your whole life that you had to turn around. No, that's not how it works. I mean, that's a very simple to debunk.
But I hear what you're saying, but my creator also knew me when he created me and probably knew that I would make that choice. So isn't there a point or something inside of him that is going to maybe feel a bit sympathetic for me? And maybe it's not, like I said, it's not exactly selfishness that I would choose to go down that path, but I'm thinking to give my entire bloodline a better existence on this shit plane that is controlled by Satan. I mean, it wasn't,
But all your life you had the choice for which kingdom you want to serve.
But all my life, I've had that choice now all my life. And sometimes I've made the right decision. Sometimes I've made the wrong decision. So at what point do my right decisions outweigh my wrong? You know what I mean?
No point.
I think then you're choosing materialism over kind of doing the right thing. Then, yeah, that would be my kind of answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch everything you said. Can you repeat that, please?
I think then you would be choosing materialism over doing the right thing, and then I think you would be doing wrong.
But on the other hand, don't get me wrong when I say this. I'm ultimately not a secretary of the creator, and I'm not in the position of being the judge. Neither are you and anyone else in here who can talk out of the mind of the one who is outside of the frame that he has created, which we live in. So ultimately, I cannot say yes or no to the question if someone who has, been against his will his whole life and on a deathbed he chooses to repent. I can't tell you. It's upon his father knowing who his son is and so forth. It would be also very putting myself in the judgment position of saying this is dead or this is that way or that is what he thinks and so forth. So I can't really say that. It would make me a hypocrite.
Well,
but
and to the gentleman's point that it just interjected, I would like to ask him: has there never been a point in his life ever where he made the wrong decision out of vanity or out of materialism and did something that he knew
I think he was talking to me. Yeah, it's Timbo.
Okay.
Hey, yes, definitely. And I've learned from those decisions. I still make mistakes. And I think I will still make mistakes, but I think learning from those mistakes when you know they're wrong, I think that's the point of not making mistakes. Everyone's going to make mistakes, always. So it's recognizing the mistakes, I would say, anyway. Like Clay said, I don't know. That's my journey more than anyone else's. But,
right. The only reason why... Okay, I'm talking about me right now. Okay, the only reason why I need the Messiah in my life, why I need Christ, is because I'm a mess, is because I make mistakes every day, is because I'm a sinner, is because I'm a fallen being, is because I can't make a path straight myself, is because I can't be my own God.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I got to jump out real quick. I'll be right back. My fiance is calling me.
All right. He has not come to save, people who themselves think that they're already righteous in the eyes of the Creator. He has come to save sinners and make people repent. That's a huge difference, which people will tend to overlook, especially when they have been indoctrinated with religious, church-going, weird ritual beliefs or whatnot. Church has really, many churches, many weird institutions that have really destroyed the scriptures, or really, confused a lot of people and programmed them I mean, that was just another tactic, or is another tactic of the Antichrist, is to use parts of the truth and pervert it, and make children create a false image of it. So children further, when they grow up, are going to be against Christ and be an Antichrist, as he is. Yeah, he infiltrated almost everything.
You also don't know temptation and sin unless you've been tempted or sinned. So,
yes.
That's where it comes from, realizing you've done the wrong thing. Everyone does it.
Exactly.
Not to feel guilty about it, it's to learn from it.
Yes. Like we're just like little children. That's what he says. As long as you, I can't really say the scripture in English perfectly because I have it in my mind in German. As long as we not going to be as little kids, I think. Little kids, they look, they touch a hot plate and then they remember, okay, or realize I shouldn't do that, blah, blah, blah. You get what I'm trying to say. As long as we don't realize that mistakes are really the thing that can help us to turn around and change, I think we really need to get back to that mindset of being a child. That's so important. It really helps with a lot of things.
And like what Paul V was saying, when does it become bad? So I think that what I can say from that is like being tempted into that side of things, you automatically know it's bad, and if you continue doing it, then that's on you. That's where inner guilt comes in, and to go as far as to repent to that. I don't think it's possible. Keeping on doing something that you know is immoral.
Yes.
Thanks.
The conviction, the Spirit brings conviction. Man, I can't say that English word. So if there's no conviction of sin, then you have not yet received conviction of sin. Then you have not yet received the Holy Spirit. Because if you can just sin, if you just can keep on going with smoking and doing all bad stuff to use yourself, and there's no real turning around, which is repentance, really, really changing one's lifestyle. Then there's no Spirit moving in your life. If you can just do this abomination and that abomination and just say, okay, it's just what it is, and move on. That's the point where you really lost the battle already. That's like a soldier running through the field and says, you can shoot me. I'm already dead. It's just gonna happen anyways. I don't need to fight it. I don't need to fight or whatever. That's a scary place to be in. That's a real scary place to be in.
Saying you put smoking into that same category, would you classify that as self-destruction?
Yeah, you're not glorifying your temple, right?
Do you think that's as bad as sinning, or?
It's just, what is? There's no. I don't see any way.
As immoral.
It like sin is sin, right? As one sin can't be overlooked by thousands of good things, which are not sin.
Yeah, but some are worse than others.
Yes.
What about, like shamanic people that smoke?
What?
You get like shamanic people that smoke, like peace pipes and etc.
Mm-hmm. Again, like I said, if you don't,
that's where I was going with it.
if you
hold on.
if you
Clay,
don't
let's
get
Clay.
if can I please finish?
Okay, go
If
for
you
it.
don't get the conviction that you are physically dishonoring your temple, which has been given as a gift, then there must be a problem in your life. Okay, if you hold on onto a stupid addiction as smoking, which it is, we all know. You don't need to be a religious person or a spiritual person to know that smoking is just worthless and has really no meaning. Then I'm not sure if I can help you. It's definitely a sin. It's definitely bad, and it's definitely not pleasing in the eyes of your father. I mean, literally, physical father would tell his son, you better not start that stuff. It's gonna be terrible later on in your life. So there's not really much to debate in my eyes, but people still want to debate this topic because they still hold on to their chains, which I can't help them really. It's their
Well, Brother Clay, I would love to debate you on that for a moment if you want. Would you like to?
Sure, I had many debates on that in here already, but it's okay. We can do that.
No, that's fair enough. That's a good
caffeine as well to include into it.
What I want to say, and I want to say this
I'm having a
kind of
coffee
just
now.
in rebuttal, and just to park it in rebuttal, to note that it has been talked about in the books of Enoch. There are talks about root cuttings. Now, these are the cuttings that we refer to, right? Whether it be things that come from the ground, caffeine, tobacco, all these different things. These are the things that are in their unaltered state. I don't want to we're not going to obviously consult about this stuff on stream because it's totally out of board, right? But again, I just want to give it its due in saying that it is mentioned in the books of Enoch with regards to root cuttings.
Mm-hmm. But you don't say, you're saying that there's things like tobacco, but I guess you're not saying that inhaling things which is scientifically proven to be unhealthy for your temple is sinless, right? You're not trying to claim that. I hope so, because that would be very weird.
But in that way, sorry, Lev, I'll let you go in a sec. In that way, you're saying that we have to live without sin all the time.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there is definitely a way of not destroying your temple or being unpleasing to the thing that you have been gifted to have as a vehicle. Is just turning around and saying I'm gonna quit smoking. There's no complexity behind this topic. Even the world is agreeing upon smoking being bad for your health, why would someone who is literally reading the scriptures and is hopefully led by the Spirit is going to debate that? Like, that's just weird. Like, that's just you holding on to something that you don't want to leave behind.
In one sense, it's like there's so many people which are condemned because of it. It's like most people drink caffeine and smoke and stuff like that. It's very rare that you get somebody who's completely pure. You know what I mean? In that kind of sense that so few people get into heaven. Like,
but can you really compare drinking a coffee with smoking cigarettes every day?
What about somebody that smoked that ran out in the middle of the road, saved some children, but got run over by a bus doing it?
I don't get that one. Can you repeat that?
Because he's sacrificed himself to save other people, but he was a smoker.
Huh?
Good question.
He sacrificed other people. He sacrificed himself to save other people. Like some children playing in the road, football goes across, we run across, he sees it happen, he sees a bus coming as well. He runs across and pushes them, trips up and gets run over, kills him. But he smoked. He was a heavy smoker. And he knew that it was sinful. He knew that it was sinful to smoke. You know what I mean?
Does he go to heaven?
It's like we've had this conversation
Again,
today.
we do not go to heaven because of the things I do. I go to heaven because I acknowledge that I need the one who made the pathway to the Father possible. Because I acknowledge what he has done. That's the thing. We, as his little children, we cannot do anything pleasing to him. The only thing that has been done is through his hands in order for us to be saved. That's a very big difference. Regardless
then
of
you're dismissing small sin.
No.
Yeah, because the guy was a smoker. He saved the children, but he was sinning by smoking. So therefore, in your mind, he can't be accepted into heaven because he's a sinner.
So another thing, like if you wreck your body through smoking, you die through smoking related reasons and stuff like that, then that may be more sinful in a sense because you've wasted your body in that way. You've abused it. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, if you kind of smoked all your life, but you didn't smoke heavily, you know what I mean? And it's not the final cause of your death or whatever. Maybe that would be kind of like, more acceptable. It's kind of like, I don't think somebody would be condemned if they smoked a little bit. You know what I mean? Like for about 6 months of their life or something like that. They give up on it or whatever and stuff like that. I think they're fine. You know what I mean? I mean, that's kind of like repentance anyway, isn't it? But, like caffeine, for example. Like everybody thinks caffeine. And I kind of think like most of the people, like family members passed on from years ago and stuff like that, which had good hearts and stuff like that. I imagine that they're in a good place, you know what I mean? They're not in hell, you know what I mean? And stuff like, even though we believed in the globe and all that kind of stuff, we didn't have the opportunity to realise it was flat. The information weren't out as such and stuff like, so you can forgive them for that in a way. You can forgive them for having caffeine because it's been shoved in their face. They've been led, or what is it now? Misled by their leaders, kind of thing. Like,
well, smoking used to be good for your health as well, according to the ads. So
it's kind of
did they know they were doing wrong?
The fundamental thing is, once you receive the Spirit of truth, He will lead you in all truth. And I think it's the truth when I say that there's a reason why on cigarettes it says it can cause cancer, it's deadly, and there's a reason why it's not on caffeine or on coffee that you can drink. So, I mean, I don't want to make this the basis, but even if the Spirit is, the Holy Spirit is going to convict you of saying, even the caffeine is bad for you, then so be it. That's the move. That's the move of our Father. I can't change if there's a Christian who says, this and that is a sin, but smoking, no, that's okay or whatever. I can't change that. I mean, I'm just talking about my experience and what I say. He definitely delivered me from being addicted to the pleasures of my body, and if someone wants to debate something else, it's okay. I can accept it. I mean, I ultimately can't change anyone's perception or what they think might be right in the eyes of the Creator or not. I can just hope that they're being led by the Holy Spirit. That's all. And then someday they're gonna probably understand it in a different perspective.
I don't really think we're having a debate. I think we're just having a chat, discussing
it makes a lot of sense. Kind of thing. Yeah. I mean, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, kind of thing. Like even in like Kung Fu, we said like not to be, bodily pleasures and all that kind of thing. You've got to stay in control and balance and all that kind of stuff. Like, coffee and tobacco caffeine and tobacco is quite toxic. You know what I mean? It's not good for your health at all, really. You know what I mean? So, like, coffee's really bad. It's a lot worse than it kind of appears, maybe.
Yeah, so I'm getting some messages on the voice chat from old dude, and I agree. So, however, I don't care how y'all do it, whatever way you do it, bring it back to flat Earth. I don't care. Drinking coffee on the flat Earth, yeah, it could be bad. It could maybe not. I mean, it depends on what your blood type is. Like, listen, I put it in the voice chat. I've heard that it's more important what comes out of your mouth than what you put in it. So, yeah, you could say, oh, you're damaging the temple or all that, but your intentions are what's most important. So anyway, I'm going to stop there. Bring it back to flat Earth.
They're saying that it's not flat because of mountains. They said that earlier. That's just before they come on. It's really
the coffee grows. Coffee grows on the mountains. The coffee grows on the mountains on the flat Earth.
Why does the coffee grow on the mountains on the flat Earth? I know, that's a trip. Well, it has to be a certain level above elevation above sea level. Interesting.
Sea level. Any ballers in last night? I just woke up.
We have Jason with 2 N's, VC verified. Do you have any questions? Jason?
What makes somebody a baller?
They believe in the ball Earth fantasy delusion.
Okay.
Is that what you believe in?
Who?
Oh, I thought that was Jason talking. Is that garbage man?
Yeah.
Well, I guess Jason doesn't want to speak up right now. That's fine. Might be AFK.
But garbage man. You've been in here for a while. What do you mean? What makes someone a baller? You know that.
I haven't heard that in here. The word baller.
Really?
Yeah.
Now you have.
Not in here. Not baller.
Maybe
I hear
that's
Glober.
Yeah, maybe that's more on FED or QE or something like that. But yeah, we do from time to time.
Heliocentric zealot sometimes. GBD.
It's called SBSD. Spinning ball. Wait a minute.
No, it's GBD.
DS. SBDS. Spinning ball delusional syndrome.
That's another one, Sonny.
Are discussions a sin? Because I don't see any debate anywhere around here. A debate would have to have 2 sides. There's only one side. Earth is flat. The other side has nothing to present. So that would indicate there's no debate. It's just a discussion.
How about 2,000 years of science?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how about 2,000 years of flat Earth science? Yeah, what about that? Because that's what they're all using.
But they didn't know that.
Well, I'm actually sure that the Mayans or whoever else was making elevation angles and predicting lunar, changes in the moon. Its position, the timing of eclipses and all the phases and so forth. I'm sure they were using a horizontal plane to make their elevation angles. That's probably something that was destroyed along with the codexes. Anything they were using to make observations, they had to get rid of that technology too.
Sasha, what the hell is sea level? It is the levelest sea you've ever seen.
What the fuck is sea level?
Sea level.
And who
You see it, don't you? You see level.
Who named it first? Who named it in the first place? It's
Whoever saw it first.
It's
Whoever
idiot.
saw it first named it first.
That's a good question. Who saw it first?
Whoever saw it first.
The guy called Kurvos, that Greek guy.
Who named the sea?
Kurvos.
I don't even know. It's such a great question.
Yeah. Because horizon is coming from the old Greece word Kurvos. You don't see the similarity?
No.
Curvus horizon. It's the same.
Curvus horizon?
Yeah.
I love it. That makes sense.
I was studying old Greece language for 10 years. And that means, curvus mean horizon.
I love it.
But we changed that, and we now think that horizon is coming from horizontal,
Well, Pythagoras, Greek.
Sasha.
Considering that he went into all the heliocentric model and stuff.
Sasha, you're no longer a sea levelist, you're a sea horizontalist.
Maybe because
90 degrees to down is level and horizontal, damn it.
Just a quick summary, DuckDuckGo search for who named the sea. Nothing. Doesn't say. Just says they're named seas for different reasons. Doesn't say who named it.
Darn it. What if I claimed it, damn it? I named it, damn it. It was me. It was me. Okay, maybe not. So, what's going on there, Flatty? What you doing?
Not a lot. How is everyone today?
You got. So I just want to tell you, your new picture, I think, is amazing. It literally looks like Butthead is jumping off the top ropes in his ditch. He's about to, I know Nirvana, right?
It's the Nirvana Nevermind album cover with Beavis Cornholio as the baby. I just look for a new Cornholio picture every week.
That's fantastic. It literally looks like he's jumping off the top rope to splash somebody.
He's actually naked from the waist down if you zoom in on it. He's got a little covering over his wiener.
Wow, it's fantastic. Thanks for the description. Appreciate it. Oh my gosh. So how's everything on the island over there?
Say that again?
How's everything on the island over there?
The Great British Isles.
Because you can see you're mainland, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can see the isles from, how far do you have to travel in order to see the islands?
They're all over the place. They're all around. I can't see any islands from where I am that are classified as the Isles, like the Isle of Wight and the Isle of Man, things like that.
Gotcha.
How you measure elevation on Ireland?
I don't know.
Or how
do you?
I'm digging the hole to the center of the
earth. That's the Glober way. Oh man, yeah. So they measure that elevation on the island from the beach.
From the beach.
And I learned in school this thing because they are showing two curved lines, parallel. I learned in school that we don't call that level lines. We call that two curved lines as parallel, but not level. Because leveled is something what is leveled. It doesn't has anything with curving. That I learned in school when I was a child. That means if they show you something, two lines curving and going together, that means that two lines are curving and they're parallel. They are not level.
So think about that. That's a really good point you brought up. Because if you have a completely straight line, a level line, right, meaning no part higher than the other on the line, and then you have the Globers trying to say that level, which means the first description or definition, not higher or lower than any other part, and they try to put a curved line and say that's level. That planes are flying level, that means a straight line with none higher or lower. Well, we know planes kind of do go up and down, but I digress. But you don't have parallel between a straight line and a curved line. This is ridiculous. That's what they have to believe, though.
At least that you are learning, I don't know, in the first or second class or something, what is parallel, not what is level, but what is parallel. You're learning that, like, look, these two lines are parallel. If you have curved lines, they are not parallel. They are not anymore level. They are parallel. They could be parallel.
Now, think about this. The first class in geometry, the very first thing we were told to do, draw a straight line. Well, that's interesting. Why, teacher? Why would we draw a straight line to begin with? Maybe that's because that's where everything is. That's what's used as a foundation for everything. A straight line matches reality.
That's strange, son. If in our school, first parabola, then line.
Hello. I'm coming. Oops.
Hey guys. Oh, Mike and Kiwi.
There's a plastic lid on top.
Great. One second. I have visitors sleeping.
Okay, time to go outside. You guys can play the previous. You could just press play if you want to continue with the previous list I have, or whatever you guys want to continue. It's up to you. I'm not the boss.
Refraction. No, nobody.
The autopilot makes the plane curve around by itself because it needs to stay in the same pressure. This is the globe answer. So the pilot can't tell.
That mean that we don't need pilot?
Autopilot does it for him. And if you're in a manual plane, you would go so high in the atmosphere that you would be off course, so you'd have to bend down at some point. So you would correct for yourself, so you don't go too high in the atmosphere.
You're talking about planes flying above the plane, huh?
Well, I have example of that. 200 kilometers.
That's right.
drone. It's flying above like 100 meters, and maybe change elevation for 50 meters in all 200 kilometers. It should be. You can count now how high should be that drone. But that's also Black Swan.
Yeah, because everything looks like that Black Swan, so everything has to be a Black Swan.
The real one, you know, it's flying over the sea. I will post it now. And they are not flat earthers again. That's interesting.
Yeah, he's definitely going for the toilet paper.
I like people who are not flat earthers but proving flat earth. That's the best one.
What's interesting about the plane flying above the plane as well, Godrich, is that if I was drinking a glass of water, a cup of water on that plane, I would see the cup in the container, which some would even call that a prehistoric leveling measuring device. And that cup of water would be showing level the entire time I'm in that plane, flying above the plane.
Right, so what we can do is have a couple people take the plane, and we'll have to live stream our cups and see if the plane dips down.
Stream our cups.
See if our cups overflow. What overflows, that would show he's dipping down, right?
If you watch that video, it's not long. You will understand everything when you watch the video. There is a drone. There is a drone flying 200 kilometers. They are saying they are following with satellite, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that. But it's flying straight. Maybe it's changing 50 meters of elevation, but it will how to say land down, and it will be all the time on that 100 meters or 70 meters height, not more from the sea level, all the time. It's almost 10 minutes.
Well, I'm going through ads.
Practically, that drone should to be, you can count 200 kilometers. It's like how much? 140 miles.
Yeah, see, the cool thing with drones is the cameras that they use. You can literally tell as soon as a drone takes off the type of camera it uses.
Yeah, but you can see there is an altimeter or something showing in a video how much high it's flying all the time. You know.
Yeah. But Sash, you're missing my point. Is that they're tracking this as they're moving forward, right? But the entire time, the craziness is the horizon stays perfectly level the whole time.
Yeah.
Right. So, and that's the most amazing thing to me. What I was going to say is, a lot of these cameras nowadays are showing different types of camera angles, which completely distort. But real photography is starting to be so consistent in showing the observation of a level horizon, and you can't escape it.
Yeah, also
that. You know a lot about drones?
Do
you know a lot about drones? Like the no.
Just how they work. It's just how they work.
What is the battery life of like the best drone that a civilian can buy?
Bro,
and I'm wondering,
it sounds expensive.
And like what the altitude is. I'm wondering, couldn't we maybe get a bunch of drones together and maybe follow the sun with a drone around the flat Earth? Do you think that's possible?
Okay, here's the thing, and I'm going to say this to you respectfully. Do I think it's possible? 100%. What are you looking to do? Something that's already, it already does what we already know, right? It's just the idea that there are people out there who are attached to the idea of having to disprove everything in order for them to understand it, because they've been sunk so deep in a hole that they need every single piece of evidence to bring them back up, even to a place of being able to rationalize that it's not a globe, it's a plateau. So the issue of being able to supply evidence It's a lot of money to be throwing at something that way. Like, it's hard to beat NASA at what they do because their pockets are hella deep. So to be able to construct something to do what you want to do, bro, I'm sure we could. Do I really want to? No.
No, you're right. You're right.
It's hella expensive, bro. Because I'm like, we can sit back and I'm telling you, based on the little information that we've been able to base little small things or small things that we have, the consistencies that we have, i.e., the sun, we observe the sun moving. Okay, great. Nothing tells us that our plateau is moving. We observe level everywhere we go. We know that gas is the container. We have an edifier as to the creation of the roof of the thing that we're in, the basin, if you want to call it that, right? So there's all those things that add to it. And from there, I mean, myself, I can kind of get an idea as to what's happening. Do I want to go throw a lot of money at that? No, not really. I don't even want to throw $20 at it because, like, it's in my headspace, right? And what am I doing it for? If I get it, I can just tell somebody about it. Hopefully they get it too. But I like your idea.
Yeah. No, you're right too. And even if that it was done, it would still be met with ridicule and
Bro,
it wouldn't. Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't fucking matter, dude.
And then you go and literally they go right to the NASA money bank pit, right? And they pull out one of their random pieces of paper from the NASA money bank pit, and they go, "What about this?" And you're like, "Shit, damn it!" And so it's like, okay, are you disproving me or am I disproving you, right? And that's where the whole idea of like the burden of proof comes out, and blah blah blah. So,
do you think they just ignore the video of the, like, when they do them videos of when they're supposedly in the ISS and like all the bloopers that they have, are they just ignoring all those?
Well,
or do they actually rationalize like, oh, he dropped his cup and it didn't float, it fell? Well, they just rationalize that, make up an excuse. Like, because there's so many, anomalies in all their footage. Like, bubbles, when they do those little spacewalks with the eye, all that shit. Are they just flat out ignore that shit?
yeah, that's what it looks like. Because it's, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know if you get to directly question not a space agency, not a space alliance. I don't know if anybody ever gets to ask questions to those guys. Because you think of where we are in terms of, like, I don't know, mainstream media, if you want to say that or whatever. Again, I don't know in terms of the why and so on and so forth.
Well, yeah, they ask questions that little, 5-year, fifth graders and sixth graders get to ask them all kinds of the same fucking questions. But I'm wondering, like, from a Glober's perspective, I mean, because they have to see this shit, right? They have to see the same shit that we see.
Yeah,
it's a wonder that they don't. Like, how do they just,
ignorance is bliss. It has to be.
Yeah.
It has to be. I think when you can get them to the point where they'll even say to you, what does this have to do with my life? I still have to get up in the morning. Right? And they're like, but that's not the point. But okay, if you want to say that. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of evidence that we constantly show, that we demonstrate that this is the way it works. And we not even demonstrate, we observe, cool, calm, and collectively make these statements, back them up with observations, and they'll go grab a picture of a CGI ball and say, but what about this? I said, okay, I don't know.
There is some really intelligent Globers in here from time to time, though. Like, I understand the most of them, they don't really look into any of it. They just believe what they're told, and they don't do any research themselves. But there's so many super intelligent Globers in here that are even way smarter, I think, than I am. But they still just completely ignore the obvious.
Yep. Hand wave your evidence, if you will. It's not like that. It's got to be this.
Boggles my mind sometimes. It is such an obvious deception, right?
If they aren't ready to accept any argument contrary to the narrative, then we're kind of at odds with the narrative, right?
Well, we don't. I mean, it's their narrative, though. You know, that's the other thing. It's their.
I believe in the fallacious appeal to consensus or appeal to authority. That is essentially what we're up against.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing too is they always. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was just saying there's a large consensus that is that quote unquote backs them in their ideologies. And if they aren't willing to hear anything that says otherwise, then I don't really see that it's really difficult to reach those people because there's so many things that they can explain away. The curvature of the Earth, for instance, they'll always refer to refraction. Level water, they'll or containment to gas pressure. They'll always, without fail, invoke gravity. So it's just these magical words that don't really mean anything, but they don't understand that concept.
Well, not only that, though, is they are so far away from the people that write these papers and these textbooks as I am from, say, Joseph in the Bible. But they're so quick to dismiss the Bible and anything in the Bible because, oh, well, that's totally unverified, and who said that they did this and they blah 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 blah. Well, it's the same goes for their. I'm sorry.
It's funny that you say it. It's funny that I was just gonna say it's funny that you say that because if I think people in general, consensus in general had a little bit more faith in, any spirituality. I'm not even going to say religion, but if they had any more faith in spirituality than they did in science, I think the world would be a much better place. It's just they have so much faith in science and in these authoritative gatekeepers that they're
that's
willing.
Part of the point of the globe, right? The globe killed that it killed that faith, right?
It did. It took all the faith from God and or whatever higher intelligent designer there is, and put that power in the hands of man, who is fallible. And science, by and large, has been a fiery topic of debate back and forth on everything. There's no absolutes in science, period. There are no absolutes.
There is a certain weird difference too, though, as far as they go with, I guess, let's say their religion versus my religion, because I could at any moment let go of anything, really, that I might believe or think that I know. I can let it go instantaneously if I see otherwise. But for some reason, I mean, they will have their own priest will contradict what they believe, and they don't bat a fucking eye. They don't waver at all in their belief. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's because they've scientism has claimed to know everything.
Well,
so when people listen to what they're saying, these people who are atheists listen to this scientism. They believe everything they say without questioning because scientists have it all worked out.
Well,
they have
yeah.
for everything where they may not be any answers. So they look to these people for trust.
So I wonder, between Globers and Flat Earthers, I wonder what the percentage is for, let's say, Flat Earthers that were raised in some sort of belief system, regardless of what denomination, versus Globers that maybe were raised in no system at all as far as religion goes.
Well, I can speak. I was raised an atheist.
No shit.
No shit.
So that shoots my theory to shit, huh?
And what are you, if you don't mind me asking, what are you now?
What am I
What
now?
am I now? I think he was talking to me.
Okay.
I believe in a creator. I don't believe in religion. Organized religion. I know that there is something that's created where we are. I'm not quite. I don't think I'll ever have a full answer for it, but I'm on my own journey and living life to the fullest and not looking back. That's where I stand.
I'm with you on that too. If I would, though, I would say also that I think when we were created, we are the epitome of creation. Everything exists because of us, for us. Even the flat Earth would be meaningless and worthless if we weren't on it.
I wanted to make a point back to what you were saying about the unwavering, trust and stuff that people have in science and stuff like that. And I feel like it relates to honesty and journalism also. It's the fact that these people, and I say people as kind of like a blanket term, don't really have the time to do their own investigation and their own research on whatever's going on. So they put a lot of trust and reliance on journalists, for instance, or researchers in science to tell them the truth. And I would argue that they put too much faith in that and too much trust in that. And I think that's from a foundational, how far we've come up to this point is a justification for that. Yes.
Hold on. I gotta interrupt you on that for a second because I don't believe that, because a lot of people have a lot of time to do a lot of bullshit and follow their favorite sports team and do so much horse shit that is meaningless, especially in the world of sports, basketball, football, baseball. I mean, if they would take a fraction of that time to read a damn book, it could make a world of difference.
You're talking about how people spend their time. I'm just merely stating that people in general don't spend their time that way, that they don't spend their time researching. They might have that time. You're very, very well maybe correct. I'm not talking about what they do with their time. I'm merely pointing out that...
I thought you meant that they didn't have time because they were too busy.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay, I'm
No,
sorry.
no, no,
I
no, no.
misunderstood. I apologize.
You
I'll
know,
shut
you
up.
go to work 40 hours a week, and really the last thing you want to do, or what, I feel like people in general would want to do is go do some more research. No, they want to decompress. They want to not focus on the stresses of the world and kind of escape, you know?
Call it the treadmill of life. When people go to work, they come home, they go for a run, they go to the gym, they keep themselves busy because they're either highly stressed or anxious, and it's because they're on this constant roundabout of the treadmill of life. And a lot of the time, they don't have time to look at other stuff because they're constantly, they're just in their own world about how am I going to pay the mortgage? How am I going to do this? Work, work, and they don't get time to look into themselves. Where if they did, they could get rid of that anxiety and have a lot more free time for themselves. But back to that, I think the school system plays a big part in where they mold your brain to think that the flat Earth is stupid. I'm not going to look into that because it's dumb. You've been taught the globe your whole life, so that's where it is. For some people, that's it. Their teachers were the authority figures, and now when they become adults, they have bosses. They're the authority figures, but they look to scientists for like you said, for the truth.
Yeah,
and,
I think
that trust is there because they trusted their teachers, and now their teachers are scientists. So.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. I'd say that school plays a big part in affirming that authoritative position within the social structure. And for instance, I don't know if you've ever experienced this in a class where you just aren't on the teacher's good side or whatever, but there's this other student that's just super, let's say goody two shoes, and gives like an answer that may be wrong, but because they're like super kind of goody two shoes to the teacher, like rewards that behavior instead of regardless of the fact of whether they're right or wrong. It's just like this. It's more like they satisfied that relationship of authority to them, or reaffirmed their authority.
It's the same way. Have you ever trained a dog?
I've had a dog. I've never been very successful in training them. I'm kind of a pushover when it comes to that.
So the whole point of training is repeat. Reward.
Right.
Yeah?
Right.
Repeat, reward. Repeat. Don't repeat, no reward.
Yeah.
So when you're a kid, those feelings of like acceptance and gratitude from someone who's your superior is very addictive. So you feel like you're, the best in the class. You're getting rewarded because you're the smartest. You're and that becomes addictive, and that's where the behavior comes from.
That sounds like a good analogy.
It's like training a dog, I say. Same thing.
Yeah.
Exactly the same thing.
It gives you a sense of self-worth as well. That sense of self-worth combined with the globe knowledge, way of thinking, all that kind of thing, that teaching, I think, is that how it ties it together. So it's like if you take the globe away from somebody, it's almost like taking the self-worth away because of all gold stars I've got with our children.
Yeah, it's like everything they've done since primary school is not what it's cracked up to be, and that globe lie destroys your whole, for some people, your whole existence of what you were learning to do when you were young, from a young age, and
I think it's also the participation in the social circle. The taking in part of that like you feel more kind of entrenched in society or more a part of society, and that's kind of like to some people reaffirming behavior. But when you kind of take a look at society in general, you realize that a lot of them are mental patients. I'm going off on a tangent.
No, you're basically illustrating that you are aligning by compliance.
You're
right?
aligning by compliance to a society that's largely moving towards a very in a abnormal direction, in my opinion. We're diverting so far off tradition, and what has worked for let's say thousands of years, and we're going off the deep end.
Well, let's not go too far into the values aspect and all that stuff, because that can get you cut around here. But in respects to maintaining what we observe, thinking for yourself seems to be a non-commodity these days, or a valued commodity these days.
Common sense isn't common. Let's
I
say
like that. Common sense ain't making dollars.
Well, they've
Unless
also
you're
made
hearing
words. They've also made meanings opposite of what they've always been. So, everything's upside down. The words that have meant something for hundreds of years don't mean the same thing anymore. They've changed. I know language changes. That's how language, it adapts. But to totally do a 180 and to mean the opposite thing, it's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Isn't this sort of the plight of all humanity, though, at some point? Like, isn't there a point throughout history where this is repetitive, right? I mean, this always happens.
Depends if you believe history or not.
True. Touche.
Well, let's entertain the question. Could you repeat the question again?
So, what we're talking about language changing and everything being upside down, isn't there always been a point in history where this is a recurring thing, that this happens throughout many cultures in the past, where there comes a point where it's Sodom and Gomorrah, and it's this situation that I feel like every generation always feels like this is it. That this is, we're fighting the good fight, and I think that's never gonna change. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the point of our, not our existence exactly, but a part of our existence.
But you think it's going to change because but every generation it slowly gets worse. So then you don't really see. You think that that the generations before thought it was the end because they saw it going the wrong way. But then we get into our generation and we think that change is normal, and then they go a step further. So
that's the thing, yeah.
Well, that's what I mean, yeah. So, like, when you say it gets worse, I mean, that's perspective, right? So, like, there's a point, say, like, is it baby boomers or the generation that went through World War II and stuff they're dying out now. They thought, that whatever, let's use like Elvis or the Beatles or something like that was just so terrible. The way he shook his hips and the long hair and the hippies, and like they couldn't fathom it getting any worse. But now here comes us, and it's we got people trying to tell children that it doesn't. You can be a boy or a girl.
Which makes it complicated. Be there.
I'm sorry, I'm stammering.
Questions. But you can say what you mean.
I understand what you mean. I think humanity's always tried to kind of push the envelope, like Timbo was saying. Just kind of take it a step further. There's just a constant, line that they're just moving through different actions.
Yeah,
That's the goalposts.
Yeah.
You're always pushing. You're always going to take the goal line and push it inch by inch by inch, right? If they can get you a little bit here, a little bit there, and keep on. Like I keep on referring to the idea like the walls were closing in. For those individuals that think that like they're constantly on the run from something, the easiest way to destabilize a man, put him on a ball, right? Put him on skates, make him think that the earth underneath his feet are moving, and holy crap, he's got to run for the hills. One thing to point out real quick in the live stream text, if you guys can check it out. Sasha posted up a video of an airplane with the horizon in the background. And then I posted up an observation of Lake Ontario. That's my son took that picture with his iPhone. And the only thing that those two things have in common, besides obviously the clouds, are actually interesting. The clouds are above Lake Ontario in one and below the airplane in the other one. And as well, the horizon line always stays level with the thing taking the picture of it. Isn't that interesting?
Right.
No matter how high you go. And you know what that tells me? The thing that's closing that out is I can't see far enough because I'm going to keep on jacking up my distance. I'm going to keep going up higher, right? And the horizon line is just going to keep getting further and further distant. You're not going to be able to see that far, young Icarus.
You kind of solidify my point, and my point is there's nothing new under the sun. We've been here before. At some point in time in history, as bad as we think it is and as bizarre as we think it is, this isn't the first time that this has happened.
Yeah, but is it the first time that they've pushed a globe on us?
No,
that we've attempted to reach the heavens, right? And I've also made reference to this, and it's a great observation. Think of the Tower of Babel, right? They identified the ceiling, they identified God, and they said, we're going to build a tower and we're going to come for you. We're going to come up to where you are. And we got to a level and he said, no, you're not. Smacked it and created 70 different Babel's language, whatever. But it's just the illustration. Again, space, we're going to launch, we see the ceilings, Operation Fishbowl, Operation Dominic, right? We're going to launch a series of missiles at it because we know the ceiling. We're going to test it out. So, Edifier of Space, NASA, 1960, 62 years later, here we are, right? The edifier of reaching the ceiling that apparently doesn't exist. Sodom and Gomorrah.
But it obviously does exist because every launch that they do goes nowhere.
Something's hitting something, right? That and again, it looks like it's a liquid-based thing. But plasma, I don't know, but it creates something that looks like the wake a jet ski or a boat would make on water.
Well, I'm not. I would never speculate what it is or what it is made of, but there's obviously some sort of barrier that is. We live in a contained system. Period. Right. And it's irrelevant what it, whatever it's made up of is completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
That's still though. Again, my friend, I'm gonna say the Go Fast rocket launched in Arizona. That sound. Boom.
Are you talking about the one that all of a sudden just stopped and?
Yeah, people have said, it was air brakes. Okay, let me tell you, I just want to stand, and this, I'm willing to take the hill on this one because I've studied like weight to power ratios and things like that. You don't put brakes on something that you're trying to break an altitude with. They were trying to break the world record of height, and you don't put something that causes weight on something you're trying to break, like save weight.
Yeah, but don't die on that hill, bro, because it's just a video at the end of the day. You don't, who made that video? Where'd it come from? Were you there when they launched a rocket? Let me
say, like, there's enough observables there for me to be able, because again, going to the Farmer's Almanac and be able to reference where the moon is and how it looked and all these different things. The only thing really that is huge to me from an experience that leaves me saying wow is the sound that it made. It was such a simplistic sound.
Why didn't the guys that put that rocket together, they had them cameras on it looking down? Why didn't they put a camera looking up? Why is that never done? Nobody ever puts a camera facing up.
The Falcon 9 rocket launch, we had video evidence of that, right? All those cars with dash cams, or the one car with dash cam, a dash cam on the highway caught the evidence of it. But close range, I have no idea.
Yeah, that video it's very compelling. It's intriguing, but yeah, I'm not gonna die on that hill. I don't know. It's just a fucking video, really. Can't verify any of it. Might as well be a NASA video, as far as I'm concerned.
What hill are you willing to die on?
The fact that I'm comfortable with who I am and where I'm at, and I know where I'm at, and I know that the Earth is stationary and not moving, not rotating, and is not a sphere, and I know my purpose.
That was it. That was what it was.
I love my family.
Well,
I'm gonna instill. I'm sorry, what?
No, I was just saying I like that the world is not a sphere.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I also like that saying, because it's actually hard to even these long distance measurements. I know someone's going to yell at me for this, but we know there is refraction. How it works, in total, we don't know. But some of these long distances,
I'm surprised you would even say that, because I wouldn't even say that.
What? Refraction?
Yeah. That's kind of
you don't believe in refraction?
No, I don't. I don't believe. No.
You don't believe?
I don't even fully understand what refraction is. So no, and it doesn't matter to me at all either. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that the Earth isn't a sphere.
Yeah, I know that. Some of these long distance photographs can be explained, but the further ones can't. And the picture,
what are you talking about? Like, you mean the black swan? Long distance photographs?
No, that's too far. Because that comes over. That's not what I'm saying. Because that would be silly. Because that would come over the curve as a perfect picture. That would be silly to say that.
So when you say that there is refraction, like what do you mean? How?
Well,
look at the booms. Look at the booms on the Black Swan. How they?
Yeah, I know, but that can be explained by the air conditioning vents, and also they run pretty hefty diesel generators out there as well. So that can just be heat interference. So that's not, I wouldn't call that refraction.
If you look at the live stream
as refraction, because
check out the live stream check. That's atmospheric refraction.
You
should
also
look at the live stream. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, live stream chat. That's what atmospheric refraction is. That's what it looks like. So it's an actual, like, somewhat of a holographical type visual change distortion in what you're looking at. But referencing the image above it, the Pink Floyd album that we all know and love, I think Dark Side of the Moon. That's what refraction is all about. You have to have two mediums present where things are changing.
Some haze that's refraction.
Haze causes atmospheric refraction, right? So haze would be the introduction of liquid, so to speak, water, into what you're looking at in the distance, i.e. on a humid day, 80-90% humidity in the air, 43, 44 Celsius kind of deal here in the Eastern time zone, Canada, Ontario. That would give you that look if there's a lot of humidity in the air and you're looking off. If it's like -10, cold, crisp day where there's hardly any humidity, that would not happen.
But the point is mute anyway, right? Because no matter how much haze or you want to call refraction there is, the Earth doesn't rotate. It's not a sphere. The sun is not a billion miles away, nor the moon, right? So
we agree with you, but we're at the same time we're just saying you can't say that that refraction isn't a thing. Like it's still
that's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah,
sorry.
We agree with you. Like there's no dispute. It's just to say that atmospheric refraction isn't a real thing at the same time is intellectually disingenuous.
Yeah, but you need to.
It's a genuine argument.
You need to put a caveat in there about refraction because the only thing it can do is limit your length of view, not extend it 10 to 30 times further or 100 times further than it's supposed to. It doesn't change the position of the horizon.
Exactly. Right. So again, guys, remember, hold on a second.
Less visible. It just makes it less.
Let me put this on. So you're standing, and again, looking back to the Lake Ontario observation, gentlemen. Right, I'm going to use it on a hot and humid day. Right, that line that is present does not change. It is there. Period. What's going to change is the amount of. I'm going to be really rude in my explanation to drive home the point. The amount of water that is present between me, the viewer, and that horizon line. And that is the stuff that's going to come in between that is going to visually distort the horizon line itself. But the horizon line where it is, the apparition point, does not change because I have not elevated my viewpoint yet. Does that make sense?
It doesn't, and also it doesn't change the distance either of the object that you're observing.
It changes the height.
Exactly.
Have a look at that.
It changes the height.
It compresses and
so
look at that image that Kiwi posted about the shoreline. How it expands in height and then compresses. So what you end up getting is it looks like something's higher than what it is, but when you see a realistic photo of it, like a photo image, then I can't put that down to refraction because that's not what refraction would do. In that image, you're seeing something and you're making it out to be like the buildings or the shoreline. Yeah, but what it's done is it's just expanded the height of it. But when you've got a realistic photo coming over the shore, like they explain the Black Swan to be, that to me is not refraction. That's a realistic image. That's actually there. Yeah,
Right. And the image doesn't exist because of refraction. So
no. But have you looked at that image that Kiwi posted about the
yeah, I'm looking
shoreline?
at it right now.
Yeah. So watch it expand in height. See that?
Yeah, I'm looking at it, but I still, regardless, I still see it. So it might expand and look, higher in elevation at certain points, but I can still see.
I know, but at some, you could say that the water is covering the shoreline.
Well, right.
Yeah.
So exactly. So how do I know that this image that I'm seeing, this up and down image, isn't just waves?
Well, because you look at the building and buildings are compressing and expanding. Look at them; they change in height. So what my point was is that all these images we see, we can't also rely on them as evidence. Of course, we can rely on it for evidence, but not proof. It's a good observation. And
I'm sorry.
Go for it.
No, I was just going to say that, and that's not a good argument either for Globers to, every time they want to, rebut something, it's always, refraction.
No, because the thing about it is, and the worst part about it is that visual thing changes. So if I am standing there with my measuring tape, and I'm like, all right, let me start measuring this to get an idea of what we're dealing with. I'm standing looking at it over a period of time, and I'm observing it changing in front of me. So how the hell am I supposed to measure that and come up with something that's solid that I can stand on in a court of law and say this is what I observed? It's changed. It's worthless. We can't use this. It gets thrown out automatically.
See, I don't understand that, because it appears to be changing elevation wise, but it's not changing linear wise. It's not getting further away from me or closer away from me. So if you go through the base of any of those buildings, that measurement isn't changing. So what if if it appears that it's higher or lower? So what? We're not talking about that. We're talking about flat level measurements, right?
Now think of the depth that Tim, myself, the people here have presented this idea in order for us to understand what refraction is. Atmospheric refraction, where we're actually just talking about what water can do when it's present in the I hate saying atmosphere now. It's almost like an allergic reaction. I'll probably break out in hives if I say it. However, how much water is present in the air? Having said that, when you corner a person who observes the globe and they knee-jerk reaction throw it out to you as refraction, this is where we have to become clear and hold their feet to the fire and ensure that they understand what they're throwing out, right? Because again, how are you supposed to measure something that is constantly changing?
Therefore, their physical horizon is not there as well. So do they believe in a physical horizon, or do they believe in a apparent horizon? Because if it's refracting, then it's an apparent horizon, always.
So does this ring true in the same sense if we're talking about, say, a flat land, not over water, but say over like a desert, a flat area of desert, and you get the same sort of mirage? Is that refraction, that mirage that you see in the distance?
It's visual distortion. That's caused in the desert. It's dry air, so that's caused by hot air coming from the ground and reacting with a cooler air that's off the surface. And what they do is they swirl around. If you know, like what high and low pressure does in the atmosphere, in the atmos plane. That's how you create wind. You get a high pressure and a low pressure, which high pressure is normally warmer air and a low pressure is normally cooler air. So they swirl around each other. So that visual effect that you got off the ground in a desert is visual distortion from heat and cool air spinning around each other. You get it?
Right. And it wouldn't matter if I put a marker at a certain distance in the desert, and then I walk 100 feet away from it with a measuring tape and measure it. It's going to be the same distance, regardless of what we were just talking about the whatever distortion that you might see because of what you just said. And I feel like it's the same as far as over water. It's
well, water. It's going through moisture. It's a different phenomenon.
But it's not going to change the distance on my tape measure.
But it's going to change your distance visually.
I'm confused as to why that matters. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. Okay, so.
Well, no, what I'm just saying is that, when refraction exists in all types, but when a glober says, oh, it's refraction, you've got to ask them, what type of refraction? So if there's a clear image, you say, what type of refraction brings that clear image over a ball and plants it right in front of you in your eye line? I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard of any refraction that would do that.
Right. It's like Sonny was saying, where you can use refraction to explain away some of that, but when you're talking about like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times the distance you're allowed to see, gotta kind of draw the line somewhere with your,
Well, that's what I don't understand. I don't.
I've got to go
understand
into
why
work.
they say-
I'll be
they will
listening.
say. Okay. I don't understand why a glober will tell me that I don't understand why I can't measure curvature because I don't understand how big the Earth is. The Earth is just so big, and I'm so small standing on the surface that it's just impossible for me to actually measure the curve. But yet we can be standing on our shoreline and looking at a ship in the distance in the water and watch it disappear from view, and a glober will tell me that ship just went over the horizon, went over the curve. Well, why is it that I can see that with my eye, but yet I can't measure it? That doesn't make any sense. Why can I see a ship going over the curve of the Earth on the ocean, but yet, the Earth is so big and I'm so small, I can't measure it, but yet I can somehow witness it?
All right, bear with me here. Check the live stream text. What do you think we did in that little animated video GIF that you're looking at?
Like you used like a Nikon camera and just zoomed in on the sun.
Right. So, but initially in the first frame, right, you would have taken that as a setting sun, right?
Yeah.
A sun that is effectively setting, i.e. going down, dipping, just like your description now of the boat dipping down over the horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the whole paper roll idea, i.e. the horizon is a paper roll, you go over the edge of the paper towel roll. Whee! Okay, now, What we do in that, or what happened in that video, is they just went back to the sun. They reduced the distance to the horizon, brought the sun back to them. So if you bring it back to you, did it go over the horizon or did it just disappear in the distance? There's a difference.
Wait a minute. Can you repeat that for me one more time, please?
No problem. So, looking at that first frame of the picture, we would take that the sun is setting, right? We were explaining the sun sets in the distance, right? It sets over the horizon, it goes down, it dips, right? That aligns with the description you just said with the boat going over the horizon. It disappears over the horizon, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay. So, in this video, though, we notice that we see the sun looking like it's setting, and then all we do is reduce our distance to the horizon line. So we brought the horizon back to us, so that we've just brought the sun back to us. So in actual fact, the sun has just traveled beyond our visual recognition, i.e. disappeared in the horizon, just like streetlights. Same idea.
Okay, yeah. It's not going over the curvature.
Nope.
It's just disappearing from our line of sight, our viewpoint.
Exactly. Just like we were taught in grade school class when we did the vanishing point.
Right. And the idea that we can actually witness that with a camera like they did in this video that you're showing me means that we can also actually then measure with the measurements that we've been given the correct curvature that we should see, right? But like I said, Globers will tell you that we can't because Earth is so big and we're so small, so we can't possibly measure it and get a scope of the curve. But yet they will look at that sun that you're showing me and say that's the sun going over the curve setting. You know what I mean? That shit doesn't make fucking sense. And I don't understand how Globers can even be honest and say that with a straight face.
Word. Be right back. I think someone's in checking.
Because if we were so small and the Earth is so big, then we shouldn't even be able to witness that at all. How come every time I go on the internet and I'm looking at the Google News feed, why are they always trying to spew this story about like these solar flares and all this bullshit about solar flare? It's like every other fucking week you see a story about this massive sunspot or solar flare that's going to erupt and be headed towards Earth. Okay, so, but then nothing ever comes about it. You never hear about it again. What is the purpose of that stupid article? I never did understand that. Does anybody have any insight to these damn solar flares?
So when you get a heat wave,
I've never had I've never heard of a solar flare affecting anything on Earth. If you say a heat wave, that could just be the regular weather, and then they claim solar flare.
Well, and typically in the articles, they're always talking about these massive sunspots and solar flares that are going to erupt and be headed towards Earth and might like wipe out the grid. What? Why would energy, just heat, it's going to somehow disable all communications because it gets a little warmer? Am I the only one that sees these articles? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
I heard that an EMP will disable the grid. So if they wanted to, they can just pop an EMP and say it was a solar flare.
Well, yeah, but that's an actual thing, electromagnetic pulse system that they have. But what does that have to do with solar flares? Are you thinking that maybe that's the cover for it? So if they ever want to use an EMP, the cover is it wasn't an EMP, it was a solar flare.
So what we're told is that these solar flares cause basically the effects of an EMP. Something called the Carrington event, which happened in in 1860 or something like that. Basically, all their during this event, allegedly, right? It fried their phone lines and caused a lot of damage to electrical components. So obviously 1850s, 1860, something like that. It's called the Carrington event, Carrington. So again, that's allegedly what happened. Obviously,
that's interesting.
How it happened exactly. I still don't think we know the full facts behind it, but the narrative is that during these these flares, there's like a coronal mass ejection that is just a bunch of charged particles that hit our ionosphere and evoke a certain reaction out of our ionosphere, and basically produce an electric field, or the effects of what would be characterized as an electromagnetic pulse. I don't know too much about it though, but you can look into the Carrington event and maybe take what you will from that.
Yeah, I was actually just reading about it now, but how much of this am I supposed to believe? Actually, I don't know.
That's the thing. Just read it and take in what take it for what it is. That these effects occurred. It doesn't matter if you believe that this happened or not. Just consider it, right? And maybe try and surmise from there, or don't. But that's what we're told about it. So that's all we really have to go off of, right? I don't think anybody actually knows.
I'm glad I asked because I've never heard of this Carrington event. I'm curious to read more about it.
Yeah.
And I mean, it says 1859. I mean, what the hell? They didn't have a ton of systems in place in 1859.
Right.
That's interesting.
Can you verify this Carrington event that it's a real thing, or could they have made it up for fear mongering?
Exactly. Like everything else in history, right?
Hey, the sun can give off a massive solar flare, and it's just like an EMP to knock down our grid. So what's more likely, an EMP knocks down our grid, or it's a solar flare? Just think about that.
Yeah. I'm going to go with the latter. I'm going to go with the EMP.
Yeah, they classify all these solar flares. They have different classifications for them too. They, I guess, try and order them by magnitude, kind of like a Richter scale for solar flares, if you will.
Wouldn't that be visible by the naked eye? Wouldn't you see that?
I don't know.
I would think
I don't really look at the sun.
I would think that you would. You don't look at the sun? You never looked at the sun?
Oh, I've looked at the sun, but I don't like staring at the sun for waiting for it to do stuff.
Well, yeah, of
We're
course
getting
not.
more powerful telescopes. We're getting
You
more
would
powerful
think if there
telescopes
was
every year.
an extreme, solar flare, that this bright, ridiculous power source that just ejected itself out of the sun, you would think people would notice that.
Yeah,
You
I
would
see what
catch it
you're
in the
saying.
corner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, it's really bright right now. Just a bright day in general, and then the solar flare happens, and you see it. You notice like a even more apparent brightness for like a little bit. Is kind of what you're saying, like an effect, if you will.
Yeah. Why? Yeah. Why not?
I don't know. These are. I mean, I guess that's a fair question. I don't have the answer though.
Am I coming through?
The same way with the moon, with the all the supposed, what do they call it? All the meteorites or whatever supposedly that have impacted the moon and stuff. You would think that eventually, somewhere in recorded history, like somebody would be looking at the moon and would see one of these impacts that would create one of those craters. No, like you wouldn't.
I don't know. I haven't done much digging. Maybe there's somebody said something, or maybe they made stories about it. I have no idea.
I mean, the entire
moon, as I know it, is not what we think it is. So,
right, but it's littered with these supposed, pop marks that are supposed to be from impacts, and you would think, somewhere down the line in history, years ago, I mean, that's all you had to do. All they did was stare at the moon all night long. That's all they had to look at. You'd think that at some point in history, somebody would see one of these impacts and, write about it, but I've never heard any of it.
Unless you're presupposing again that it's that it is what they say it is.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
I mean, you can't say like assuming without even saying assuming, but like it is a rock and it has these impacts. Why hasn't anybody ever? Maybe it's because it isn't what you think it is, or what we're told.
Yeah. I mean, that's my point.
Yeah.
Well, the Globers have time on their side, right? So if the moon is 4 billion years old, and let's say there's 10,000 impacts, then you divide 10,000 by 4 million. It's like every 400,000 years you'll have an impact, so you won't be able to see it, right?
Oh, that fucking Glober math. Fuck, you're right.
Also about solar flares and meteor impacts. We're getting stronger telescopes every year, so you got to have backyard telescopes, even maybe like university telescopes that can see all these solar flares and meteorites. And there's no reason they can't verify a solar flare or a meteorite or an impact. NASA's not going to be able to pull that wool over our eyes forever. At some point, we're going to be able to match their technology. So I just don't think they can continue this forever.
Like when I see these people that are backyard stargazers and spend thousands of dollars on these telescopes, the images that I see don't really look that much different than every other image I've seen.
And that's a
Except
problem for
the
NASA.
bullshit that NASA puts out with like the
NASA's are
James
very
Webb bullshit.
very colorful pictures of space. Like you'll see like the rings of Saturn look like a perfect plane of space dust, in a circular colored path.
You never see. I mean, it's you don't really see surface though. You don't see land. It's just a light in the fucking sky. Same with the moon. It's so opaque. Like, why is it so opaque? It's almost like you can, like, what is it? Shit, though, like paper mache.
Do you mean transparent?
Yeah, like you can almost see right through it. It's a solid surface.
That's transparent.
Huh? Hey, like what the? This is a solid surface, but I could see right through it.
I mean, these are the questions that we're asking.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I've been up too long. I apologize.
No, you're good.
I'm waiting on my fiance to get back here. She's supposed to be bringing me some pho.
Oh, nice. Love me
I'm gonna devour it when she gets here.
Get some hoisin sauce in there, some sriracha.
I can't do the sriracha.
And
yeah, dude, sriracha, put some hair on your chest.
You got to do the sriracha because that's gonna be like you're gonna feel it in your ears. The pho becomes an experience.
No, I only feel it in my butthole later on.
Hoisin's the move. I like the little bit of base saltiness and colorizations that the hoisin gives. It's nice, nice move. I like doing goiza, chicken dumplings.
Have you tried the green sriracha?
No,
green sriracha? No,
crazy Australian man, Tim. Nuts.
I haven't even seen that.
I just load it up with the jalapenos. I dump a whole bunch of jalapenos in there instead of the sriracha. That's how I get my kick, my spice, heat.
Yeah.
So the green one tastes more like chilies instead of having like a sweetness to it. It's just bang.
Curious what the hell they make them meatballs out of though. That is the weirdest looking meat I've ever seen.
Oh, you're supposed to. You're doing it wrong if you get the meatballs.
They taste so good though. You don't like the meatballs?
No, I don't get it with meatballs. I'll get it with like strips of like steak.
Oh yeah, I get that too, but I get the the meatballs too. But it is very curious meat.
That's why I don't get it. Yeah, that's why I don't get it. Because I'm like, what is that? I don't know. I can't confirm.
I don't know. It tastes good. I know that. Oh, and the mint leaves. Oh my god, mint leaves.
Yeah, fuzz, dude. You're making me really hungry. Fuzz, really good.
I know. Why is she not here yet?
There's no fuzz near me either, so it's I'm like listening to this helplessly.
5 o'clock. I'm trying to see if I can see the moon right now. Nope, I don't see the moon.
What does your girlfriend say with the flat Earth?
Oh, she's on board. She's on board, but she doesn't. She's not. into it like I am into it.
You better be, or else. I'm
But she
shaking my fist right
understands.
now.
She knows. She's aware. Same thing like my parents too. They're aware. Fortunately, I'm very blessed in that regard that
all the people around you aren't crazy.
I was able to bring it to them, and they accepted it and became aware, just like I became aware. And they knew it right away too, like I did. It was, yeah, I'm very blessed in that regard.
I think, and the big thing about that is it's common sense, right? It's just the idea that you were able to make a couple of statements, or like, oh, okay, I can see that, and it wasn't a knee-jerk reaction of, you're crazy. Hold on, I've grounded myself
Posted
in
a
thought.
picture why you can't see the moon.
Well, and I didn't try to. I'm sorry. What was that?
Sorry. I said I can. I just posted a picture why you can't see the moon because it's daytime here and I've got the moon here.
I was going to say yes, daytime here. It's 5:00 in the afternoon. And I was wondering, I see
it's
the
in
sun.
the live stream.
But what I was going to say is I didn't try to go crazy and show a bunch of evidence to try to convince my parents. I just gave my dad the book. What is David Hendry? Is that his name? Is it The Greatest Lie Ever Told or something? You guys know that book? Well, anyway, I gave my dad that book. I said, hey, just read the first 2 chapters of this book and let me know what you think. And he read it in one night and then called me the next day and said, oh, shit. Yeah, Earth is definitely flat. And then we did some other little backyard stuff, and we fooled around and played around and with each other to look at certain things. And I mean, but it really wasn't necessary. It was just one of them things. It's almost like a religious experience, honestly, for me.
But okay, I have a question because Tim posted the picture, and it's my common question I have to ask now. Why did somebody think that it was a good idea to go land on something that disappears every 28 days? And every 28 days, it looks iffy. That looks really iffy. I don't think it's a good idea to go try to land on that.
Well, they had to reinforce the lie. They did it to reinforce the
Greatest Lie Ever Told by W.H.U. Grafton. Is that right? Historian?
That
Look, I have here.
Doesn't sound right. Hold on, I'll find it. I got it somewhere.
Because here's what I'd be thinking. You got to launch on the right day to make sure that when you get there, it's there. Because if you get there and it's not there, what do? You just fly around and wait for it to show up?
No, because of conservation momentum, so nothing's really moving if everything's moving at the same speed. So once you jump off of Earth, all your momentum is stored. It's just head towards the moon, it'll still be there. Everything's moving at the same time.
What if it appears right where I happen to be? Will I be inside of it at that point? Is that a calculated risk I need to think about?
Yes. NASA has some black women do it for him.
Word Hendry, that's his name.
These seem to be rational questions that should be asked before we go and spend money going to land on something.
What if their speed changed and they missed the moon?
Then they would have landed in Uranus.
Or somebody think about Uranus.
Excuse me.
I hate you. I was typing a joke about that. Bye.
No, you're not, Jackie. Stop your face. Get out of here.
I was, but I deleted it because someone else said it first.
Dirty.
Took it right out of your head. Blink. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Are you hiding behind the keyboard, eh?
Great minds think alike.
Yeah, I had a whole thing, and then you took the punchline. I was like, damn. I was like, not if you take a right at Saturn, loop around and land right in Uranus. And he took my line.
Yeah, I guess I joined your server, Jackie, recently.
Oh, so now you're in the flow, right? I'm thinking you're in my head.
Wow, I was just thinking that. I'm like, I'll just shut up because it just happened. So thanks, appreciate it.
I recognize the cartoon pick. I like your red hair pick.
Yo guys, what's up?
Thanks.
Oh shit, what's going on, dude? How are you, man?
Yo, Kiwi, nice man, recovered from the flu, whatever the fuck I had.
Yeah, are you living?
Yeah,
that's good, man. That's awesome.
yeah,
Glad you're back in the
thanks, thanks for the tips, mate.
Oh yeah.
It's really a bit of a horrifying experience knowing that like you'll be sick for the week to come, you know. Like
Yeah,
sometimes
man.
you can feel it coming up.
Yeah,
And,
one thing I lean on heavily is redoxin. It's in Canada it's redoxin. It's just 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C. So anytime I feel a bit of a tickle or anything coming in my throat, or I'm like, I think I'm getting sick, drop one of those in some water, dissolve it, drink it off, and it generally will kick whatever's going on in there. But yeah, when it actually comes in, you got to deal with that stuff. So glad you're good, man.
oh yeah, definitely. I also took some vitamin C and stuff, some zinc as well, you know.
Yeah, zinc is a good move. Jackie taught me that.
Oh nice. Yeah, my for me it was my mother who said that. So
nice.
Yeah, man. So what's going on? Any global discussions? Any globals in chat?
We're kicking around a lot of balls about horizon line and atmospheric refraction and how refraction works and all that fun stuff, but no globers. No globers. It's been a no glober afternoon for me.
Damn it. Well, I know that the Lord Chalu guy, he's a global for sure.
Oh yeah?
But he's muted.
Uh-oh. Okay. I see G's here too.
Who?
Geppy.
Oh yeah.
And hang on. Okay, this is a good thing. So Ocean, Lord Chalu, I actually just checked him in and I just verified, and I'm glad he's here for the chat. He actually has some genuine questions, and I think GBG, if you're available for chat, my guy, the three of you guys would have an interesting conversation. So I don't know, Lord Chalu, are you there for you available for chat, my friend?
I'm not sure. I do remember him. Some other guy trolling pretty hard with that username, but
I'm here. Hello.
Whatever. Yo, hey, Chalu. What's poppin'? Are you a glober?
I'm good. How are you? I wouldn't say I'm either. I'm just asking questions about it.
Okay, good. Are you Brit?
Did you say?
Are you a Bong? Are you from Britain?
Yeah, I'm from Britain. Yeah.
Oh, cool, man. That's
Where are you from?
Me, the Netherlands.
Okay.
So we're pretty close by. I mean.
Yeah, we're quite close.
Anyways, what are the questions, mate?
I'm just asking about, because I've taken a flight from South Africa to Australia before, and then I flew back to the UK from there. And I was wondering, because we didn't stop in, I think it's Dakar that people say it's stopping. We didn't stop in Dakar, we just took a direct flight. But I don't know if that's wrong or anything, but yeah, because someone told me before that they stop either in Dakar or somewhere else. I think somewhere in Southeast Asia, and then they head to Australia from there. But when I took the flight, I just went straight from Johannesburg to Australia, or Sydney to be specific.
Did you get
I was just
near
wondering about
Antarctica?
that.
Was there ice beneath you?
What was that? Can you say that again?
Was there ice beneath you? Did you cross over ice? Did you get anywhere near Antarctica?
It was mostly just water for most of it. I didn't look out the plane much, to be honest. I was either sleeping or on my phone. But I probably looked out the plane every hour or so. And most of the time I just saw water. I didn't see much land until we crossed, I think it's the east coast. No, the west coast of Australia. Then, and yeah, we landed in Sydney quite a bit later. So.
Well, I have no clue what to make of it, mate.
How long of a flight is that?
I honestly can't remember. It was a few years ago. I think I was 12 or 13 at the time. My dad was just taking me around with his job. He does advertising, so he was going to different shoots, so I was just coming with him. So, yeah. But it was quite a few years ago.
When you get to the west coast on the Perth side, do you fly over the continent, or do you go around the continent over the water and then land in Johannesburg on the west side?
To be honest, I can't remember. I said before I was on my phone for most of it, or sleeping. If I ever decide to go when I'm older, maybe fly down to South Africa, then fly over to Australia, I'd probably record it. I'd just keep my phone outside the window the whole time, like use sellotape maybe or something to just keep it to the window. They just put a charger in so it doesn't die.
Do they let you use your phone? Because doesn't that interfere with the equipment?
No, if you turn on, pretty sure everyone knows this, if you turn on airplane mode.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. What is the point of the question? I feel like we're getting lost. There was a question asked, and I'm confused now what exactly the question
We're trying to
is.
see what route he took from Africa to Johannesburg, the length of the flight, and if he went anywhere near Antarctica.
He has no.
I'm not saying if I went anywhere near Antarctica. What I'm saying is, on some of the images people have shown me, it shows a flight going from South Africa to Dakar, then Dakar to Australia, or South Africa to somewhere in Southeast Asia, then to Australia. I'm not saying anything about Antarctica. I'm just saying that, as far as I can remember, I don't remember much of it. As I said, I was either asleep on my phone for most of it.
You know what will be interesting if you can actually take your flight and go in history and see if you can historically track your flight and pull it up online and see where it actually went at the time.
I could ask my dad for it maybe and get back to you, but I probably have to do that tomorrow because it's 11 in the UK and probably asleep. What I'm saying is, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't it? Because someone told me that the so-called edge of the Earth, or whatever you want to call it, is Antarctica, and no one's been past there, or it's an off-limit zone. So that would mean that the Earth, that's around the whole of the flat Earth. And since Johannesburg or should I just say South Africa and Australia on the other sides of the so-called flat Earth or globe or whatever you want to call it, would it not have to fly up through Africa, through the Middle East, up into the east of Russia and forward down, I think, the Pacific Ocean to Australia?
You should clarify what you mean by edge. Are you talking about end or an edge? Do you know the difference?
I don't know, whatever you want to call it. I've just heard a lot of different things from a lot of different people. So I don't know
Here, let me ask you a clarifying question then. That'll help us understand. Do you believe that we believe that the Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space, floating in the vacuum of space?
I don't know what you believe. It's not very clear because.
All right. Fair enough. I'll just tell you then. So the thing is, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. The necessary antecedent for the 14.7 psi that we breathe at sea level, then in order for that to exist in the first place, requires a container. So there isn't any edge to like fall off of the flat Earth. It would just be simply the walls of the container that gives us gas pressure to begin with, coming in contact with the ground, in an unverified place somewhere out there to the south. And it's really just no more complicated than that. So there is no edge to fall off of. There is no edge to fly off of. There is no vacuum of space to go to. It's just that we are inside a container. The Earth is flat and stationary. And that's it. So what's your next question?
That didn't really answer my question at all. What I'm saying is...
Just interject something quickly, just finish my point. That the shortest route if it were a globe, the shortest route from South Africa to West Australia, Johannesburg, would be crossing the Antarctic continent. That's why I asked you that. Okay, go.
Yeah, I think this would be an appropriate time to remind him that an airplane is not a measuring device. So if you think you're going to figure out the geometric surface, the geometric question of the surface of the Earth with an airplane that's not a measuring device, then, sorry to say, buddy, but you'd be fooling yourself if you think you can do that. So you might as well just ignore airplanes for the moment.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying if you could just get like an image of what the flight path would be like. What I'm saying is, surely, so someone told me before that the Earth wraps around or doesn't wrap around, or kind of the center point is the North Pole, and then the outer part would be Antarctica, or the 60th parallel that people can't go to.
Charlo, I think the more like acceptable model that's been going around is that we just don't know what happens. Like essentially, if you go further south than South Africa, if it makes sense, because there's also this thing with compasses being potentially inaccurate, so you cannot say where north and where south is at some point. Like you'll get tricked by the compass, maybe end up going in circles. But anyways, if you persisted to keep going in that direction, we don't even know if there is like an Antarctic or if it's like flat or like if it's circle form. We don't know. So it's more a bit like Minecraft, like once you go past a certain biome, and there is a new biome. So
No.
Well, it's just unverified is the more important point.
Yeah,
the more
exactly.
important point, Lord, is that it's unverified through firsthand experience of anyone here, including yourself. So making claims about it is kind of pointless. So we try to not dwell on things we cannot validate. It's if someone makes an extraordinary claim, they must present extraordinary evidence. Otherwise, it can be dismissed. And keep in mind, what kind of scenario of what's so far south works on a flat Earth. Another kind of scenario works, but again, speculating on it is just getting ahead of ourselves, and it doesn't do any good. Like, what the hell does that accomplish? Nothing. In fact, if anything, it accomplishes some bad things. Makes us look like nutty kooks because we're getting ahead. We're making claims for things that we don't have, evidence for. So anyway, Lord, just focus on the Earth itself and whether or not it measures to be curving or not. For anyone's ever measured to be curving or not. Forget about airplanes or whatever is that far south, because that doesn't prove anything of any relevance at the moment.
Orion was about to hook into your point a bit about there being a container. What also was about to say is that we don't really know if that container or the Earth wrapping back, if that's around the location of Antarctica, or if there is simply more land that we are not allowed to see, and then the container behind it, because there is a container. That's one thing that's for sure, like a firmament or whatever. So it is somewhere out there, but we just don't know if it's it doesn't need to actually touch the Earth at where Antarctica is. It can be further out, or maybe it is at Antarctica. We just don't know. That's the whole thing. So yeah.
Lord, what are you thinking so far, dude?
To be honest, I'm not saying anything about the Earth being global, being flat. What I'm saying is, someone is saying think it was acid rain before. I was asking why that the flight path of certain flights goes through Asia and then goes to somewhere else, but then it would wait. Let me think. Why it would go through Asia and then somewhere else. But I'm saying if it goes through.
Hold on.
Wait. Can I just finish what I'm saying quickly? Like this will literally have 30 seconds left. What I'm saying is since people say it goes to Dakar, somewhere in Southeast Asia and then Australia, I'm saying why can't someone just put their phone to the window and just record the whole flight so we can just see where it's going? Like, would that not be an option, or am I missing something?
So can you look at 5 minutes past the hour? And if you look at the live stream voice text, Dallin posted a picture of the globe versus a plateau with a flight path drawn. That map, that layout is what gives you your confirmation for your flight paths. Like, that's the type of map that the autopilot works off of. Yeah.
And also saying recording it on your phone, what are you going to record in particular?
So I'm sure you all know if you're flying, I don't know, let's just give an example. If you're flying from London to Greece, let's just say, most planes fly at an altitude of 33,000 feet. Pretty sure you all know that, or maybe that's not true, but
sure.
But yeah,
I'm ready for you on this one. I can't wait.
Yeah,
keep going.
You can. I'm pretty sure you can clearly see the ground.
What if it's at
with your
night?
eyes.
Hold on, let him run with this, Tim. Keep going.
Right. Sorry. If it's at night, I'm not sure. I've not really looked at.
We can see city lights if you really want to go there. I've flown from Trinidad to Tobago, like skip wherever you can see city lights. Go to Vegas, you can see city lights. What's your point? Go.
Yeah, but not the South African route because it's over ocean.
Good point. Thank you.
Yeah,
there is a buoy. You can see
wait. You've just said it's over ocean, but someone just told me that it's going to Asia, then it's going to Australia. So you said something, then you said something else.
But you said you were on that flight, didn't you? You said you took that flight?
I did.
Sorry, I'm getting off topic. Go Kiwi, mate. I'm butting in.
No, because here's the thing, and I want to just completely throw away his idea of taping a phone to the window. Because you know what the cup of water sitting in the upright table in front of me tells me the entire time that I'm on the flight, Lord?
Yeah, go ahead.
That I'm flying level. A cup of water is literally telling me this. Because water always seems level.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because I'm flying above the plane and the pilot isn't doing any adjustments to the plane's attitude. i.e. the nose and the front and rear adjustment.
Even if the plane is flying level, you can still look out of the window and see the ground or see the sea.
Right? And it tells me that I'm flying above a what? Say it with me now. Because if the cup in the water stays level, that means I'm flying above a.
Well.
Listen to me. I need you to complete this with me, Lord. If I have a cup of water sitting in front of me and it sits level the entire time I'm in the plane and I'm flying above that plane, what does that tell me about the plane beneath me?
That it's flat, that it's flat.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat.
But you could use that same argument that there's gravity in the Earth is.
You can't, dude. No, you can't. Because
no. Listen, but you've got no proof about that.
Yes, I do. I have tons of proof because the cup of water has.
You've got no proof of gravity.
And just like you have no proof that the Earth is flat, I've got no proof that there's gravity. So
we've got observations.
Okay, gravity.
Sorry, I have to step in. Lord, please do not, because no one here has seen a curve from a plane. And when you say that, you are blatantly You are very lying to us. Okay? That's a flat out lie. Because everyone in here has been on a plane. Do not say that. That's the worst thing that you could say. Because then it makes you look like an idiot.
I didn't say that.
You did say that. I have seen it.
I said.
Let's go with the ad homs too.
Come on, man.
He's
Actually, Justin, he didn't. He was trying to make some other nonsensical argument. But let's just go to the 3 points. Lord, do you know of any time in the past that anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to find the radius value?
No, I do not.
All right, but you believe that the Earth is a ball, right?
Yeah, because just some of the science makes sense, but your science can make sense for you as well. So,
well, yeah, but I mean, let's be honest. Just saying those words, the combination of words, saying the science sort of makes sense sometimes. Let's be honest. That is, that's an irrelevant statement. After we've established that, I just asked you for a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. If anyone ever did it, if you know of anyone ever doing it, and you honestly said, thank God, you said no. So
yeah, I know.
That sentence after saying that sentence after that, like you do see how that's pointless, right? Like your sentence is completely and totally rendered as meaningless to the core. After we establish that. You understand that, right?
Ryan, wait one moment. I want to ask him one question. You invoked the word science, the term. And can you define to us what is science? And how is the globe scientific? How is the globe scientific?
I don't know the official definition for science, but just from what I've learned, what I know, I'm just guessing.
You remember, one moment. You remember that you said that the globe model is scientific. You said something like that. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Now, do you know what science is?
From what I know, this may not be right, but I think science is trying to prove a theory that you have. That's what I think science is. It could be something else. I don't know.
So if I have this theory that my GF is cheating on me, and I set out to prove it, am I a scientist?
No.
I don't think so, right?
Let Gibby continue with this line of questioning.
Yeah. Science is establishing the cause and effect of phenomena happening. Yeah. Systematically approaching the steps of observing things happening in nature, in physicality, making a hypothesis, like a theory, like how they would work and what causes them. Yeah, and then you have to go with the experiment, and the experiment is the thing which validates the theory. So the scientific method, if you say that the globe is scientific, then it has to follow the scientific method.
Right, I thought you were talking about scientism, dude. Right on. High five, brother. I need some advice. The best way to talk to normies.
Yeah, we're doing it now. We're doing it.
I know, but I can't talk. Oh, yeah, I won't be on the phone.
The best way to talk to normies? Don't talk to normies.
Yeah, but I have to. I have a normie sister.
I'd say if you want to red pill them, you just have to go straight on. Like if you tell them, I don't know, Earth is flat, just start with the premise and then go from there.
My sister thinks she sees curve from an airplane. In fact, she's landing at the airport right now.
We're speaking to a guy that thinks he's
Give it a book, The Greatest Lie Ever Told.
Yeah, that's a coincidence. We have a guy who thinks that.
Can you
what we're speaking to right now.
Godric, would you DM that to me? That's awesome, dude. I will look into that myself.
Yes, hang on.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate you. And then copy it and live stream for everybody, probably. Thanks, bro. All right, mission accomplished. Thank you for letting me jump in. But I thought you was talking about
problem, Jamie.
I heard scientism talk, and then you put it straight. We're talking about the scientific method, which they pretend they're doing. They pretend they're doing that, and they're not. All you have to do.
The only way.
Hey, all you have to do is measure the Earth. You don't need science, actually.
Yeah.
Science answers a how-why question, and Earth is just a what-is question.
Yeah.
How do you think we got the measurements to begin with, though?
Well, we're asking you that. Because we've looked for them and we've never found them in 8 years. So we're asking you that.
So
who measured it? When? Where? Can you provide it?
So I don't know this, but I'm just guessing. Someone
can you show to us? Look, can you show to us a horizon?
He's trying to help you.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not trying to disprove flat Earth or prove globe or prove the globe model. What I'm saying is, you want to measure the Earth, but you need measurements to measure, obviously. So
we did.
Yeah. So
survey.
To get the measurements, you're going to need to obviously. Let me rephrase. To get the measurements, you need to know how we got the measurements. Now, I don't know if this is true or if this is wrong, but I'm guessing someone just got a random amount of water, and they labeled it as 1 liter. Let's just call it liter. We could call it X. We could call it Y. We could call it Z.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay. Do you know how they got the radius for the heliocentric model by any chance?
Did you say?
The radius, the measurement of the radius.
We already went over this.
I do not know that.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up. Okay, cool. Man,
you're talking about units of measurement.
Yeah.
Not what we're asking for.
Yeah,
we have units of measurement.
You're the one who believes that lives on a... Listen, don't interrupt me, because I started telling you something. You're talking about believing that you live on a ball, and you don't know the measurements of this ball that you live in. So you believe blindly.
Exactly.
Do you know what this makes you? This makes you fanatic.
Oh, yes. Yes, you hit it ahead, dude. Thank you.
When an individual has
measurements, but
listen. When an individual, I haven't finished. When an individual is following blind belief systems, that is a fanatic person. So it's very hard to discuss with this kind of people. I'm not insulting you.
I have
I'm
a question.
Pointing you out.
I have a question. Would the word zealot apply? Zealot, would that apply to the point you were putting out there? A fanatic, a religion. Actually, scientism is a religion.
Yes.
Yeah.
I try to pull you into a scientific discussion, talking about science. What science says, because science is everything that is established, verified with following the scientific method. Why did I do this? Because you said that the globe is scientific. So obviously you're the person coming here and you're saying that you're not a religious person. Yeah, you don't follow blind beliefs. You say you believe the globe because it's scientific. But when I'm trying to find how is this globe scientific, yeah, what's your answer to this question? Now.
I didn't come here looking for a scientific chat.
No. You just made a claim in chat.
No, I didn't.
You have measurements, so
Okay,
provide them
what
measurements.
I'm saying is,
No, Lord, you don't need to keep talking.
If you ask,
just provide the measurements.
Let me,
because you made a claim that you have them. So,
this guy here,
this guy
here, I was talking to him before. Kiwi, I think he's called Kiwi.
This
I
guy.
talked to him in. Okay, I heard you. I was talking to him in VC check-in, and I just told him what I wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask, how can we explain flight paths? I didn't want to prove or disprove anything that people believe in. I said that
about flight paths. What do you know about radars? How many types of radars are you aware of? And
I don't know how many.
The way
types,
they work, the way they function. Do you know anything?
Chalu.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick thing. If you're not really sure on your stance with regards to the globe or stuff, I'd say it's a bit of a weird attitude to come in here saying I didn't come here for a chat about globe versus flat, because I think it's a good attitude. Like if you come into a place where people have different beliefs, you don't do it often. Like maybe like I'm a right winger, but if I come into a left wing Discord, maybe I want to listen to them. I want to hear what they're saying. So I think you should be a bit more interested in that, because maybe it's not like it's the only opportunity you're gonna get, chatting with so many like flat earthers. Like in real life you don't get it.
I second that. Great point. I love what you had to say just now. Thank you.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yep, that's what we want.
All I wanted to know when I came here was that why do the flight paths that people provide go over land, but the actual flights don't? That's all I wanted to know.
I have a great channel for you to listen to, or watch rather. He's got several videos and quite known in the community. If you search Flat Earth Banjo on YouTube, but I think he changed the name of his channel. But let me find it for you if you don't mind. He is considered the person on that topic. He's actually very educated and well accomplished and has quite a bit of experience. So let me find it. Hold up, bro. He'll answer you.
Is it Flat Earth Banjo USA Japan and Brazil, or is it someone else?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yep. I'll share it for everybody. But he is like, I would be willing to, after listening to this topic for 6 years now, I would say he's an expert with the question you have.
If he's amazing. You could just send me a video. That would be helpful.
I do believe. Hey, he's a pilot. I do believe. So, what better person to answer your question for you?
Okay. If you've got a video explaining the flight paths, or if I'll probably find one. But if you do,
got a top 10 or something. You could. Hey, he's got a top 10. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Or maybe it's more than that. It's been a while since I've looked at his channel and the videos, but he has content under this topic, in my opinion, and I'm sure a lot of other people would agree with me.
I'm curious, why are you so obsessed about flight paths?
Oh no, because I'm not obsessed with the flight path itself. It's just the model that you use would.
We don't have just telling.
Yeah, we don't claim a model, so that has nothing to do with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Modeling is a job for nice, beautiful girls. It's a good job. Modeling.
It's got different meanings.
Right on, bro.
Anyway.
Right.
So now that we've established that, we've also established very clearly that every word you say about airplanes and flights and this and that, etc., involved with that, does not actually refute our observations that the Earth is flat and stationary, one iota. So,
right,
again, back to the 3 points. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the axial rotation of the Earth, proving that it's spinning?
Like where we were talking about before.
once again, I never said that the Earth was flat, or that the Earth is a globe. I said it before. I'm not trying to disprove it or prove anything. I just want to know about
why are you not trying to? I don't get it. Why are you not trying to prove your point or to disprove ours? Like, why?
You did say that the globe. Listen. Wait.
No, because because you're going to go on about something else. So let me just say this. It will take 15 seconds.
Go ahead.
Say it for the last time. I'm not here to prove anything or disprove anything. So before you say again, why aren't you trying to prove or disprove something? That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to ask a question about one single topic. That's it.
And I gave you
does that have to do with flight paths? Does this question have to do with flight paths? Yes or no?
Right. It is. That's my only question. Also, if Jen May, if you can send me the video, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
I'll put it in live stream.
Now that we've established that, you're here to ask this question about flight paths, and these flight paths have nothing to do with anything that we're claiming, you do realize that the purpose that you're here won't be fulfilled, right?
Yeah.
So who am I?
Let Orion speak. Come on.
Who wants the? Well, I will let Orion speak, of course. But who am I sending the link to?
You're asking me.
You can send it to Lord or drop it in chat.
I've just replied to the link you sent in voice text. So me.
For your convenience, I will DM this to you.
His name is Lord Charlie.
Thank you.
I have a question for Lord.
He's at the bottom. He's got an exclamation point in front of his thing. So, Lord, you've made it clear to us that you came to the server to ask us these questions about these flight paths that you thought might have some interesting thoughts about them in regards to a model that you thought we were claiming, but now we've established that we're not claiming any model. So now that it's been clearly established that these questions are effectively irrelevant because they have nothing to do with us, they have nothing to do with any claims that we made because we didn't make any claim about any model. So now the question is, why are you here? Do you still have a reason to be here? Do you want to figure out if the Earth is flat or not?
Yes, Orion. The answer to this question is yes, despite of everything what he's saying.
Why are you answering the question for me?
The only thing looking into flight paths is going to do for you is that there seems to be a problem with the heliocentric model. That's what's going to happen. But it doesn't say anything about whether or not it's flat or if it's it doesn't even have to be a shape.
And
that's correct.
Jen, you just sent me the channel.
You got it.
Go ahead.
Godric,
I was just saying to Jen, you sent me the channel, not the video. I thought you were going to send me the video.
And I want to.
He has many videos, so it's not hard to find his top content.
But I just from someone who I think believes in flat Earth or knows that the Earth is flat. I just want something that you would think is right.
How about you click on it, look at the channel list, and then see what feels to you.
Yeah, mate, I'm gonna tell you, under additional information, you can find pretty much the entire stuff, and most videos are kind of like relevant to what we believe in, so to speak. If you just watch one video from each category, you'll pretty much have more answers than you'll get from 10 hours of voice chatting. I'm not kidding.
So what Flat Earth Banjo essentially says, in my opinion, is that it's not a ball. Because it can't be a bigger ball because they can't figure out the orbital mechanics of 3 motions, let alone the actual, it's like 5 or 6 motions. And so that's another problem. It's a double problem. So,
Jenny, I like his
I've got school tomorrow and I'm going to hop off. Thank you for the video. I'm going to watch it tomorrow when I wake up. So,
Hang on, Lord. Question: did you see? I gave you an answer about flight paths. I showed the bottom of your globe and that it didn't comport to your path. Did you notice that?
I'm gonna find it now.
Flat Earth Banjo lays down a great blanket of coincidences how these flight paths are very odd, shall we say. And like I said, this man has experience. It's not some crazy flat earther conspiracy theorist talking about this shit. This is an academic, I don't know what all his resume is, but it's pretty damn impressive. So, but yeah, check him out, man. There's no way you couldn't find him interesting if you're intellectually honest in here.
Yeah, all right, thank you. I'm gonna hop off.
Flat Earth,
Cholo.
Flat Earth is not about beliefs. Flat Earth is everything about what is empirical and knowledge, scientific.
Yeah.
It is totally opposite to any belief or religious systems.
Yeah, we live in upside down clown world.
I want to ask you shortly one thing. How much of the information that you hold in your mind is knowledge, verified knowledge, and how much of it is belief?
It's staggering when you ponder it. I'll just tell you. Add in, thank you. It is. It's a little staggering.
Yeah.
When you think
in this server, this is what we're doing. We remove beliefs, blind beliefs from our minds, and we stick with verified information.
And the heliocentric theory is not empirical.
Yeah.
Far from it. Far, far, far from it. Probably about as far as they say that infinite space is. And we got 3 points to scientism for any of those. If there's any scientism in the house, we can go over that business. Just another method of control, people.
But he came here with a specific interest, which he did not want to share with us.
Sorry.
Yeah, he had an obsession with flight paths, and when I asked him, he said he just wanted to ask that. But
maybe he said video. Who took him in?
He told us, Jenny, he came in the Flat Earth server, and he told us, I believe in the globe because it's scientific. When I explained to him that the globe is not scientific, and let's discuss about science, because he said that phrase like he knows science. That's how he pronounced that, he verbalized that phrase to us. Like he's a scientist.
That sounds like a glitch in his programming in brain. He doesn't know what he's saying. I feel bad for the dude because he doesn't know what he's saying. Literally, he doesn't know what he's saying.
My feeling was that he's trying to find some sort of material, and it's one of the guys with interest.
Sorry. I'm kind of excited for the dude. This is why I interrupted you. Is because I don't know if you remember this or not, but it was in fact flight paths that really was the first thing I remember hearing about flat Earth. That really I was like, wait, what? And it didn't take too long to figure out. And then you have like this surreal moment, and that. So that's why I kind of called him out. I'm like, hey, if you're intellectually honest, there's no way you couldn't find something to find interesting from Flat Earth Banjo.
Yeah. True.
So, what? I don't know. I forget the segue I had from, okay, so there's something wrong with the heliocentric theory. Well, I didn't call it that then, but that's what I have to call it now. The old heliocentric theory.
Religion.
Yes. Okay, so, and then it was like flat, where it translated to flat Earth. That's what I don't recall, and that is very important, because there's two conversations that go on here. The quote-unquote anomalies of the heliocentric theory, And then we have measurements of a flat Earth, amongst other things.
Yeah, and that's odd. Someone
But there's no empirical
here
evidence.
that
There's no empirical evidence of Earth rotating, shooting through space. Certainly the vacuum next to, gravity pressure. I said that all fucked up, but y'all know what I'm saying. So there's so many.
Yeah.
There's no empirical evidence. All it is calculations. You must believe in the calculations. You must. You must.
And approximations.
Yeah, else the priests will declare you heretics, right? Can't have any wrong calculations going on. I'm gonna get flunked in school.
Calculations. I mean,
this was my problem with him.
Go ahead.
My problem with him was that there was something, a purpose to his obsession, and that's what I wanted to find out what it is.
Why? What did he that made you just like flight paths, and you thought he was trying to?
He was very suspicious.
I got you, bro.
Yeah.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Yeah. Nothing. He didn't know. He doesn't know anything about Flat Earth. He came in the Flat Earth server.
How did he find out about it then?
He has only one question. Only one. Yeah.
Oh no.
He doesn't care to know about anything else. He says,
we need to know how these people came here. If they don't, because like you could have done the suspicious call and thrown them out under the bus, like probably who knows how long before you did.
To me, this kind of behavior is highly suspicious. I think he's trying to make some material to find things that we present about flight paths and stuff like this, and he's trying to make material like mocking us or something, could be whatever.
I interviewed. Hang on a second, please, John. I interviewed him. He seemed sincere. He seemed genuine. He had questions, and he had media from other individuals. And I asked him how he felt about relinquishing those considerations from the media he's been given from other individuals. And he was looking for like hard type of evidence. So he, through the voice stream, I brought him in, and he obviously engaged with Ocean and yourself. And I mean, the edification of him looking for the flight path observation, I think the South Africa to Johannesburg to Australia is interesting. I've shown that a couple of times, and it is available for consumption. But again, these people will get to the point of whatever it is. The last thing I'm going to do is get to a. He seems sincere. And if he was trolling us from a place of that depth, I don't know what else to say. Desperation.
Yeah, you don't need to defend him, because I'm not accusing him. It just felt to me.
I didn't get that from what he was saying. I just think we have a community of people, different perspectives and whatnot.
I'm still going to be honest. I think he was a little bit sus. A little bit.
Oh, we got 2 for 1. Oh, boy. Okay.
Yeah. Because he did get a few alts banned in the past, and I don't think that he said that he would come tomorrow to discuss, Flat Earth in general. Like, it may be another question. Yeah. Like, maybe tomorrow he's going to bring up, I don't know, gas pressure or something, and will sound legit, but...
Well, I think. Don't we have a channel where we have people maybe we could have a text channel that's throw under the bus, and we can tag the suspect and then the topic they're supposed to review when they come back. Because we can save ourselves a lot of time.
Exactly.
Sometimes you got to spend time to save time for when you don't have time. And these people come in and they're different people and they don't know what they talked about before, and then they just do the same thing. It's like, oh, no. Oh, contraire. No.
Yeah, and again, what's interesting is he was in the chat. Ocean said, "I've engaged with him before," something to that effect. So, and then he said that he's had multiple suspended in the past. Listen, I got bloody well trolled. Then it is what it is, bro.
I just got an idea. Does anyone here in the server uses any voice recognition software? You know, because when you come live and you speak, this computer can identify your voice and it can show you all the usernames you previously used.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it would be a very good thing to use this kind of technology here. It will help us, you know, to
And
know.
all the trolls are shivering right now.
Yeah, just
channels in different channels. Have you put that for other members? I would definitely highlight that in whatever channel everybody goes into or whatever.
I love the straight fact that I have never actually had another account besides this one. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, me neither.
You know?
But my name.
Like, why? Why would you need another, you know? Except for like business, maybe. Like for a work or something, you know. That's it.
Okay, there's easy.
Go ahead, Jen.
There's easy reasons. I mean, one time I was using Google Authenticator to get into a certain Discord because he was really uptight about his Discord. Well, I lost my backup code, so I couldn't get into that account. But yeah, if you've got different names and stuff for different accounts, that's what I think would be sus. Because I've always used about the same name.
Yeah, well, I mean, I also have different accounts because I got banned from other Discords, but...
So old Discord accounts that have been compromised for whatever reason.
I just recently bought myself a computer. I'm waiting for it to come.
Oh man, the baby is the worst. I hate that.
Yeah.
3 to 5 days shipping, or how long?
No, I think tomorrow or Saturday will arrive. Yeah.
Overnight? Okay.
But I bought it yesterday, so it's not overnight. 2-3 days.
So is this going to be a gaming computer?
Yeah, it's a MSI Stealth.
Oh, cool, man. How many bucks did you throw at it?
Sorry?
How many bucks did you throw at it?
How many?
Yeah, just how much money did you spend?
Oh, not much because it wasn't brand new. 850 euro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You should still get a decent rig of that.
Yeah, it had the NVIDIA RTX 2080, 8 GB RAM, video DDR6. Yeah. It's pretty fast. i7 processor, CPU.
Yeah, I mean, mate, also to be honest, I think that unless you're mining crypto, it doesn't matter super much because most graphical cards can play most games on 60 frames. Like, if you go above $1,000, then you have a decent thing. It can run most. Maybe like not, I don't know, The Witcher on full FPS or like how they call it, Elden Ring.
I'm not sure I'm gonna go into those kind of games, but something more decent. And I want to do more like Photoshop effects. And,
Oh, okay.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, you should be set then.
Yeah.
They also have like a laptop stuff.
Yeah, it's a laptop, yeah.
Okay.
But it's been 3 years, I had none. And I'm an ex-evil hacker.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No. Note to self.
Well, Kevin Mitnick
Done.
Kevin Mitnick got banned from using computers, but I started like fasting. I banned myself.
Well, I guess we got no Glober now. Damn it. Actually, I had like one of my in real life friends spaz out a bit, even though like he knows I'm a conspiracy thinker and whatnot, but he was like, dude, you seriously believe the earth is flat and stuff? Like, just a few days ago. He was still chill, but I mean, don't know why he makes it such a big point.
So, is he like open to talk about, or he was just baffled?
Yeah, he's just the kind of guy that doesn't care at all, you know.
Well, maybe you can catch him if you explain to him like the implications.
When he's a total normie, he knows me for like years, and we kind of like have a mutual agreement of him not trying to shove normie stuff or talk about the news, and I don't discuss any red pills with him.
This is weird because he's not a real friend then,
Well, I think it depends. Like, if a friend tells to you like I don't want to discuss stuff about like my family with you for some reasons, then like sure, if he wants that.
Well, then it means you are hiding stuff, and when you hide stuff from me, then obviously you're trying to do something.
Well, I mean, I'm not, I'm not like his family or his father or something. If he has stuff he doesn't want to talk about, then I can still be friends with him. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, anyways, everyone is hiding something. You just don't know what it is. And if he like says straight up, "I'm not going to talk about this one thing," that's still honest of him. It's better than him lying,
Yeah.
I mean, other people will just tell you bullshit stories. I'm not sure if that's better than a guy who like, has the balls to say, "I don't want to talk about this topic." I'm not saying it's good, but I don't see this bad either.
There are things which are private, and I respect that to every person,
Yeah. But anyways, mate, I have to go now, I think.
Okay, it was cool to have you.
Definitely, man. Nice talking with you. Nice questions that you asked. I hope they made him think, because I think you did have some solid solid questions that would put his mind to work a little bit.
I like to shake them,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, who knows? I mean, he's still a zoomer, so maybe,
challenge there. They have this default mind thinking, Like those gears in their head, they spin only one way, but they actually can be spin in 6 axes. You know?
Yeah. That's how it is, man.
Well, have a good time.
Thank you. And sleep well. See you.
Take care, Ocean. You well, man.
Yo, take care, Kiwi. Take care. Glad talking to you. And thanks again for ridding me of that nasty flu or whatever. Anyways, have a nice one. Sleep well, guys. Yo.
Be well,
Good
man.
night. Good night.
Take care.
Nighty.
Joshua. Who shut the globe?
Oh, it got quiet all of a sudden. Sorry, Globers, but Face is gay.
And fake.
And really, really gay. Actually, I probably shouldn't say that. We can't get a strike for that, can we? Can we still use the G word?
You're saying gay like Gahey, Ghey.
Well, I mean it as happy.
Oh.
Wink, wink. Kidding, but not kidding. But kidding. It's gay. Anybody know anything about Jupiter out there?
Yeah,
Or
it's
any of these?
the light that I see in the sky quite frequently.
Like the mainstream narrative of these, like Neptune and Jupiter and some of these other planets, I'm confused. Like, are they really suggesting that they have a surface that can be, walked upon? Because whenever they talk about them, they always just say they're made up of all these gases and whatnot, but they never talk about, actual surface of the supposed planets. But yet they talk about them like they're similar somehow to Earth.
I don't think they say that. I think Jupiter is constituted